drowning in a drunken stupor from a broken heart. This young man, after a long night of passion with a mysterious girl, suddenly realized he had forgotten something. Today was Thien Nan's graduation ceremony. Without delay, he hurriedly got dressed and flew out of the hotel like a shot. To Thien Nan, besides his parents and the teacher who had led him out of the slums, the most important thing had always been his studies at the Trung Din Comprehensive Academy. He understood very well that this opportunity did not come easily, so that he could give his parents a better life in the future, so he could walk out of those slums with his head held high. He always strived his hardest to study. While other students looked down on him, he was studying. While other students were indulging in all sorts of pleasures in Trung Din City, he was also studying. For 5 years, Thien Nan never gave up. Because he had overslept, Thien Nan had no choice but to use the flight technique to fly over the academy, despite it being very dangerous. The flight technique was developed by professors at the academy based on cosmic chi as the foundational practice. However, due to the existence of the sand wall, the wealthy had no need to learn the flight technique. After all, pleasure was what mattered. Only a destitute kid like Thien Nan would use this injury-prone method to travel. Cosmic chi is a cultivation method that humans discovered and researched within their own bodies hundreds of years ago. As for the present, the transmutation technique developed by scientists can use cutting-edge scientific equipment to cause a target population to undergo rebirth through transmutation. This makes survival more suitable. To put it simply, the upper class can undergo the transmutation technique to achieve immortality. Meanwhile, the lower class can only rely on cultivating the seemingly hopeless cosmic chi to survive. Thien Nan was born in the slums and originally didn't even have the right to cultivate cosmic chi. Perhaps his luck was good, and he met his master. That day, he met a barefoot, bleary-eyed Thien Nan. His master actually spoke up and asked, "Kid, are you willing to become a powerful expert?" Even he didn't quite understand what the hell he was doing. But surprisingly, Thien Nan replied with an innocent gaze, "Sir, I want to become a powerful expert. Please teach me." This answer left Thien Nan's master stunned. "You look so naive and foolish. Do you think you can do it?" The young Thien Nan replied that he would try his best. After getting an affirmative answer, the teacher instructed Thien Nan he could not tell anyone about his existence. Before the age of 20, he could not apply cosmic chi to other aspects, only to cultivate the flight technique. Little Thien Nan could barely recognize any words, yet he agreed with his teacher, abided by the oath for over 10 years, and never stopped working hard. Returning to the present, Thien Nan finally arrived at the academy. He quickly scanned the area and ran straight to the graduation ceremony. There was only half a minute left. Luckily, he made it. Just then, Thien Nan bumped into a girl and fell to the ground. This situation was truly awkward. The scene then flashes back to when Thien Nan was dumped by his girlfriend, which led to the drunken night at the beginning of the story. On his 20th birthday, Thien Nan eagerly went to his girlfriend's house, announcing that he could now start learning other physical techniques. But what he received was a cold and indifferent attitude. "Oh, then congratulations. You should go back. Don't come looking for me anymore." Like a bolt from the blue, Thien Nan was stunned, trying to find a reason. Why? Haven't things always been good between us? But his girlfriend didn't even turn to look at him, replying coldly, "Stop talking. It was just you who thought so all along." Still stubbornly holding onto that oath, Thien Nan was sad, trying to hold on. But isn't a promise the most important thing for a person? "Give me a chance, I can." Before he could finish, he was interrupted. "There's no need. We're over. Don't you feel that you can't give me anything?" Seeing this look of disgust, Thien Nan finally understood everything that in your heart. "Is there already someone else?" His girlfriend admitted frankly, "Turns out you're not that stupid after all. You should go. Wei Kang will be here to see me soon. If he sees you, I can't guarantee he won't do something." Left outside, Thien Nan seemed completely numb. Just then, a loud call pulled him back to reality. "Student Thien Nan? Is Student Thien Nan here?" Student Thien Nan of the 5-year physical arts class. It was only on the third call that Thien Nan snapped out of it and responded. Seeing this, the principal looked at him and asked, "Student Thien Nan, do you not want to graduate? Why did I have to call you 3 times before you heard me?" Thien Nan could only apologize. How could he say he was thinking about being dumped? Suddenly, the students next to him burst out laughing. "Ha! Look at his stupid face. I heard his girlfriend dumped him." Although Thien Nan was furious, he couldn't do anything, because they were right. After the roll call, the principal invited Thien Nan onto the stage. So suddenly, a myriad of thoughts raced through his mind. Why go on stage? Besides the academy's teachers, only students being disciplined go on this stage. The other students also began to whisper among themselves. But as he stepped onto the stage, the principal suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder and reassured him, "Don't be nervous." Then he turned to the audience and announced loudly, "I hereby declare that the 5-year class, student Thien Nan, has become the graduation valedictorian of the Trung Din Comprehensive Academy. The Academy will award him a glorious Academy badge and a scholarship of 1,000 cosmic coins." Hearing this, all the students were stunned, their jaws dropping in astonishment. After the moment of shock, this felt like an unexpected honor that happened to Thien Nan as if in a dream. Facing countless jeers and contempt daily, enduring and bearing the torment, he was extremely grateful in his heart. Grateful the Academy didn't abandon him. Grateful he didn't abandon himself. Coming to his senses, Thien Nan bowed and thanked the principal. But the principal said he should thank his own efforts. These words gave Thien Nan a lot of motivation and confidence. But the other students began to speak with envy. What the hell? Valedictorian? Did he cheat? Look at his smug face. That bootlicking expression. He must have pulled some trick. Otherwise, there's no way he could graduate. At this moment, the principal suddenly spoke up. "A bunch of trash. Do you have the face to criticize others? Tell me, of the Academy's 27 subjects, you who are children of nobles, how many of you passed?" Yet some fearless person spoke up in response. "TCH, it's just a graduation title. What's the point of working so hard?" But the principal's next words made it so no one could laugh anymore. "You all think so highly of yourselves. I have discussed with the other teachers for the glory of the Academy. We have made a special decision. Apart from student Thien Nan, everyone else is not allowed to graduate." As soon as the words were spoken, all the students below reacted violently. "What? On what grounds? None of us can graduate. How am I supposed to explain this to my family?" Someone even stood up to question the principal. "Principal, I don't think this is right. You're only letting that piece of trash graduate. Aren't you afraid of disgracing the Academy?" But the principal gave him a contemptuous look. "Shut up. Did you hear what I said? Before you criticize others, you should take a look at yourself first." Even after being told this, the shameless Oi Kang walked onto the stage, representing the other students to question the principal. "You're only letting this kind of person graduate. Everyone is very impressed." Hearing this, the principal stood up to defend him. "Student Thien Nan's results in all 27 subjects are extremely outstanding. You are not qualified to criticize him." Oi Kang then slowly approached Thien Nan and provoked him. "Such an outstanding student. It's just a pity he can't even keep his own woman, who runs to my place every day." Thien Nan didn't get angry, just asked why he was always being targeted. Hearing this, Oi Kang continued to provoke him. "Targeting you? You think too highly of yourself. A stinking insect should crawl into a corner and eat dung. If it flies in front of people, of course it will be swatted to death." These words made Thien Nan recall scenes from the past, the injustices he had endured at So. "If I brush off your insults, you see me as easy to bully. You don't even treat me like a human being." Drowning in rage, Thien Nan's eyes suddenly turned dark and filled with killing intent. "Let me disappear." Suddenly, a horrifying scene unfolded. Oi Kang's head suddenly twisted and flew off his neck, blood gushing out like a waterfall, spraying directly onto the crowd of students. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa, a man named Lu and was carefully bowing, "Master Controller, we still haven't found a young miss." Oh nah, sitting elegantly in a chair, holding a glass of wine, spoke to her subordinate. "Luan, you've been with me for decades. Do you think you can hide anything from me? Tell me everything you know. Otherwise, you can go find Judge Fai yourself." Luan knelt on the ground, hesitating, not daring to speak. "Master Controller, it's not that your subordinate is hiding anything. It's just..." Ona, hearing this, took the initiative to ask, "Just what? Could it be that that girl Lam did something that broke the rules?" Luan broke out in a cold sweat, saying that he had found a room where the young miss had stayed. Seeing that Ona seemed a bit agitated, he quickly took out a small projector. "We managed to film inside that room. Please take a look." On the bed in the room, we discovered... Before he could finish his sentence, Ona was so angry she dropped the wine glass in her hand. Immediately after, countless sharp ice pillars shot straight towards Luan. Tell me what this is about. Knowing that hiding even half a word would get him killed instantly, Lewin carefully reported all the information he had investigated that we have investigated that the young miss and that man were in this room. According to the waiter, he seems to be a student from the Trung Din Academy. After hearing this, Ona stood up angrily. Revenge? She is getting revenge. Use my name to release some news. Search for Lam Lam's whereabouts throughout the entire Galactic Alliance. But she suddenly reconsidered. Wait a moment, don't spread the news. After all, this is a family disgrace. Bring that bastard from the Trung Din Academy here, and at the same time, investigate everything about him clearly. Receiving the order, Lu immediately complied. At this point, the entire room was about to be completely frozen. This woman's power was truly no simple matter. Returning to Thien Nan's side, having just woken up in a hospital bed, he clutched his head, trying to remember what had happened. Did I kill Oi Kang? At that moment, I definitely felt a sensation of manipulating power. Then he looked at the data chart next to him, extremely puzzled. Why is my mental power so abnormal? Could it be that the abnormal mental power produced this kind of strength? To verify, he stared at the flower vase in front of him, tried to use his power to control its movement. But after trying for a long time, nothing happened. Thien Nan then closed his eyes, concentrating with all his might. Fly for me. This is my only chance to become stronger. I'm begging you, fly for me, fly. In his desperation, Thien Nan seemed to feel something. When he opened his eyes, the flower vase was already floating in midair. Just then, there was a noise outside, and Thien Nan quickly lay down and pulled the blanket over his head. That startled me. I wasn't seen. What on earth is going on? Is the mind really, as a certain scientist once said, possessing great power? No, it's not just the mind. It seems to be the ability to manipulate space. At this moment, the principal pushed the door open and entered. Thien Nan, are you awake? Thien Nan quickly sat up. Hello, principal. I just woke up. Without beating around the bush, the principal got straight to the point. Lie down. No need to sit up. I'm very sorry about what happened that day. Regarding Oi Kang's death, did you notice anything? Thien Nan immediately put on a pitiful and innocent act. When Oi Kang's neck started bleeding, I was very scared. My head spun and I fainted. I don't know anything. The principal and the person with him looked at each other and sighed. That's right. You probably wouldn't know anything. All right, don't worry about it. Thien Nan, congratulations on becoming the top graduating student. Suddenly mentioning this matter, Thien Nan smiled with satisfaction. Thank you, principal. His mind was now filled with thoughts. I've graduated. After 5 years of study, I've finally graduated. Returning to my home city, I can use this reputation to find a good job, and then I can support my parents. After finishing his questions, the principal left a card containing the prize money and said he had to leave. Left alone, Thien Nan was still a little worried about whether he would be suspected in Oi Kang's death. Suddenly, he heard a sound from far down the hallway. The teacher who was with the principal was asking him. It seems this child knows nothing. But principal, if Oi Kang's father is convinced that Oi Kang's death is related to Thien Nan, I'm afraid he won't let it go so easily. But now that he has graduated, once he leaves, I'm afraid. Mentioning this, the principal showed no fear at all. Humph. Even if Oi Kang's father is a director of the Loi Dong Corporation. If he dares to cause trouble, I will report it to the Tanmen. Hearing this, the accompanying teacher was somewhat relieved. Yes, no one in this entire alliance would dare to touch the dignity of the Tanmen. Besides, you are. But before he could finish, the principal cut him off. Shut up. There are some things that cannot be said casually. You should know this well. Meanwhile, thanks to his mental power, Thien Nan had heard the entire conversation. His mind was now in turmoil, with many thoughts. I can't believe Oi Kang is the son of a director of the Loi Dong Corporation. What is this Tanmen? After a while, Thien Nan couldn't hear anymore. It seemed that extending his mental power had reached its limit. Then he continued to think, if I leave here, I'll be in danger, but can I continue to live in this academy? No, absolutely not. Even if the academy agrees, there's nothing left for me to gain at the academy. That girl was right. If you want to become stronger, you have to work hard yourself. Everyone is laughing at my weakness. From now on, I, Thien Nan, will not show weakness in front of anyone anymore. From that moment on, the look in his eyes had completely changed. After removing the recovery tubes from his body, Thien Nan sat cross-legged to cultivate. Just like that, until morning, as soon as he opened his eyes, Master Datmong was in front of him. Thien Nan, are you feeling any better? Seeing his master, Thien Nan's eyes sparkled and he smiled brightly. Dat Mong was the one who had initially brought him to the Trung Din Academy. According to him, Thien Nan's aptitude and innate talent would only be buried in that poor place. For these 5 years, all of Thien Nan's expenses at the academy were supported by Dat Mong. Besides his parents, the person Thien Nan was most grateful for and respected the most was his master. Meeting Thien Nan, Dat Mong began to ask questions that, I heard the academy has let you graduate, and with a scholarship of 1,000 cosmic coins. Thien Nan hurriedly looked for the card with the scholarship money to give to his master that, yes, master, I want to give that 1,000 cosmic coins to you. Dat Mong immediately refused. I don't need it. I'm not short of those things. Just now, I sense that something seems to have happened to your body. Can you tell me what it is? Thien Nan then recounted the whole story from his girlfriend Thien Na to the moment Oi Kang's head flew off. Finally, when he heard that Thien Nan's mental power had undergone a strange change upon waking up, Dat Mong was so agitated that he knocked over his chair. What? Thien Nan, have you told anyone else about this? Only when Thien Nan said he hadn't did he calm down. Good that you haven't, good that you haven't. Thien Nan, you must promise me, do not tell these things to anyone. Otherwise, it will bring you great trouble. Hearing this, Thien Nan asked sadly, Master, did I really kill Oi Kang? What is that spatial power? Dat Mong sighed. I didn't expect you to have such talent. It's better for you not to know some things. Trust me, I won't harm you. Of course, Thien Nan trusted his master unconditionally. Before leaving, Dat Mong said he would go check on the situation with Oi Kang's case and told him not to worry. At this moment, Thien Nan wondered, Master Dat Mong, can you tell me what the Tan Min is? Mentioning this issue, Dat Mong showed clear tension that don't ask such questions again, don't ask anyone. The Tan Min is not something you can understand right now. Get some good rest. After Dat Mong left, Thien Nan bowed 90 degrees towards the door, silently thanking him in his heart. Master Dat Mong, thank you. I'm sorry. You've helped me too much. I will absolutely not bring any trouble to you. After packing his things, Thien Nan took one last look at the academy he had been with for 5 years, then turned and left. Outside the academy, a group of mysterious masked people were already waiting for him. After confirming he was the right person, they immediately drew their swords and blocked Thien Nan's path. Thien Nan, right? If you know what's good for you, come with us. Thien Nan calmly observed the situation, without a trace of fear. What if I say no? Taking advantage of the moment, he used his flight technique to soar into the sky. As long as he could break out of the city and hide, he could shake them off. Just then, something flew past him at high speed. By the time Thien Nan noticed, a thunder cannon was already aimed straight at his head. If he got hit by this, he would be dead for sure. But as the beam was fired, a layer of ice blocked it for him. The masked men were panicked to see someone with an ice-based ability helping the target. But they still decided to open fire again, to kill Thien Nan at all costs. But before they could do anything, the whole group was attacked by ice, left disabled on the ground. Even then, they were still determined to fire the cannon. Thien Nan stood in midair, looking straight into the cannon's muzzle, helpless to do anything that it's over. I'm dead for sure this time. Just then, a voice rang out, Don't worry, you won't die. Immediately, an ice sphere enveloped Thien Nan, protecting him from the attack. This ice sphere was so cold that its chill covered several streets below, a truly magnificent sight. At this moment, Luan appeared behind the mysterious group. You have violated the laws of Trung Din Star. As a governor of the Tan Min, I have the right to eliminate you. Hearing this, the mysterious group immediately became as meek as puppies. So is the manipulator's arrival. I am a special assistant of the Loi Dong Corporation, Luan. After hearing the name, Luan's attitude didn't change to, it doesn't matter who you are, you have violated the laws of the Galactic Alliance. Considering some special reasons, I don't want to make things difficult for you for now. However, that person is who we want. You should leave on your own. Hearing this, the underlings were about to rush forward, but were stopped by Luan. Stand down. Don't you want to live anymore? Luan then gave a final warning. You know very well the consequences of angering me. I'll give you 10 seconds to leave. Being a man who knew when to yield, Luan immediately led his subordinates away. On the way, a few subordinates still felt unwilling, but when they learned that the person just now was from the Tan Min, they all shut up and returned to report. On Thien Nan's side, after being safe, he was brought back to the ground. He had just started to thank him when Luan showed his displeasure that I didn't want to save you. Come with me. Hearing this, Thien Nan was stunned. Didn't I just escape one disaster only to fall into the tiger's mouth? After thinking, he quickly refused politely. Sorry, I have other matters to attend to. I can't go with you. Without letting the other party react, he used the flight technique again and shot up into the sky. Luan looked disdainful, waiting for him to get a little distance before giving chase. Humph, you can't escape. Just then, Thien Nan suddenly turned back and threw a punch at him. But the one who got hurt was actually Thien Nan. His fingers were all broken. Luan then reached out to grab him. You can't run. Stop. But because his body suddenly stiffened for a moment, he let Thien Nan slip away. Thien Nan thought he had escaped, but was frozen stiff by the opponent's ice-based ability. And just like that, fell from the sky. Luckily, Luan caught him, otherwise he would have been smashed to pieces. Having caught his target, Luan immediately turned back. Experiencing flight at an unimaginable speed for the first time, Thien Nan's eyes widened in astonishment. This was beyond the scope of what the flight technique could achieve. After flying for a while, Thien Nan's tears and snot were flying everywhere, and he kept shouting, "Sir, can you slow down a bit? My eyes hurt." Feeling that he couldn't escape, he started to use the law to threaten him. Why are you arresting me? Aren't you afraid of breaking the law? Luan replied with a straight face. Here, I am the law. Do you remember the girl from the other night? Seeing Thien Nan freeze, Luan smirked. Humph, it seems you haven't forgotten. Knowing the reason for his capture, Thien Nan gave up resisting. If that's the case, I can only go and face it. Otherwise, I will always feel guilty and ashamed. Upon arrival, Luan carefully instructed, for the sake of your life, be careful what you say in a moment. Seeing the enormous house, Thien Nan started to get nervous. Meanwhile, Ona was waiting in the ice room, waiting to interrogate him. Bringing Thien Nan inside, Luan immediately bowed and reported, Master Controller, Thien Nan has been brought here. When we found him, he was being threatened by the Loi Dong Corporation. Ona stood with her arms crossed, her expression cold as she gave the order to you don't need to worry about things here anymore. You may leave. Without my instructions, no one is to enter. Seeing the young woman before him, Thien Nan asked, Miss, are you the one who summoned me here? Ona slowly walked forward and began her interrogation, and oh, you should call me Madam Ona. Tell me, how did you meet Lam Lam? Thien Nan heard this and asked blankly, Huh? Lam Lam? Who is Lam Lam? This question angered Ona, who conjured sharp ice that nearly sliced off Thien Nan's head. Don't play games with me, unless you want to die. Despite this, Thien Nan showed no fear at all that of course I don't want to die. If you want to kill me, there's nothing I can do, but at the very least, you should let me know why. Oya retracted her ice and began to speak. Your name is Tian Yin, a student of Zhongting Academy, Universal Calendar Class 335. Excellent academic record, the only member of this class to graduate smoothly. You once went to Dream City for a drink, a total of 5 glasses of dreamy emerald worth 600 universal currency. The person who drank with you that night was Lan Lan, and I am her biological mother. You took my daughter's most precious thing. I think you need to give me a clear explanation. Now, can you tell me how you came to know Lan Lan? What was your purpose? Tian Yin then recounted everything he remembered. I'm sorry, Madam Oya. I'm afraid my answer will not satisfy you. I don't even clearly remember what Miss Lan Lan looks like. After I sobered up, there was a pool of blood. I have no idea what she did. Hearing this, Oya angrily covered the entire room in ice. You mean she initiated it? Lan Lan has had a good upbringing. How could she do such a shameless thing? In this situation, Tian Yin remained extremely calm. Madam Oya, I can tell that you certainly have an extraordinary status. Miss Lan Lan may have had a proper education, but I am absolutely not lying in the slightest. I can only say that although I took the young lady's virginity as if in a dream, but I am willing to take the responsibility that man should. Oya was immediately filled with killing intent, looking at Tian Yin with a contemptuous gaze. Take responsibility? What is your status? To dare to touch my daughter? In my presence, you are not even as good as a dog. Tian Yin replied confidently. First, let me be clear, I am a person, not a dog. Although I have nothing now, that might not be the case in 10 years. You can look down on me, but please do not insult me. Oya then asked, relying on that little bit of space-type special ability of yours? Tian Yin replied with a proud posture. So what if it starts from that special ability? There is nothing that a hardworking person cannot achieve. Although you have a noble status now, what about your previous generation? What about the generation 10 generations ago? If I can continue to live, can you be sure what I will be like in 10 or even 20 years? Oh, he was a little interested in these words. You are very confident. What do you rely on? Tian was silent for a moment, then replied powerfully. I rely on my conviction. I have an unshakable conviction. I rely on my heart that is not afraid of hardship and toil. This answer left Oya stunned for a moment. You little brat, you truly surprised me. Tian still didn't understand what was happening when Oya suddenly burst out laughing. Haha, perhaps you don't know, you've fallen in a Lanlan's trap. Seeing Oya so certain, Tian also accepted it. Perhaps so, I've thought about it too. But the price she paid seems too heavy. I feel I am somewhat at fault. If you are willing, I can compensate. Oya was once again surprised by this young man. Finally, she made a decision. Compensate? Fine, I'll give you a chance. Tian, those two words compensate have saved your life. You are not wrong. Through effort, a person can reach where their conviction leads, but comprehension is just as important. 3 years. If you reach the level 10 strength of a controller, I will need you to do 3 things for our family. I can consider sparing you. If you can't do it, no matter where you are, I will have you torn to pieces. These words made Tian a little tense. Madam, people say you're the law of Zoning Star. It seems that's true. Oya admitted without hesitation. That's right, we are the law. You only know that Zoning Star has a supreme government agency that handles all military and political events. But you don't know that I am the true holder of power on Zoning Star, with a right to decide or veto everything. Taking this opportunity, Tian asked more about the concept of a controller. This is indeed a smart question. If you don't even know the concept, how can you achieve it? But first, Oya asked him about the moment he discovered he possessed a space-type special ability. Tian then answered honestly. Space-type special ability? I'm not very clear on this concept. But if you're talking about using mental power to control objects, I just discovered it today. Hearing the whole story, Oya confirmed it once more. So you caused Wei Kang's death and were able to use your mind to scout a nearby location. Tian felt anxious and tried to justify himself a little. I was too furious at that moment. I thought it would be good if he died, and then I felt some kind of control. Understanding the situation, Oya immediately made an assessment. I see. So you're the lowest level of controller. Initial awakening. It seems you haven't even reached level 1 ability. Tian, you must remember clearly, what I am about to tell you must absolutely not be told to anyone else. This is the highest secret of the Galactic Federation. I don't think you want anything to happen to your parents, do you? His parents being threatened. Tian was immediately filled with killing intent. Madam Oya, I do not want to use the word despicable on your noble self. Oya was not angry at all. Despicable? That word does not exist in my dictionary. You should wake up and realize what strength is. Within the Galactic Federation, there is such an organization that manipulates all affairs in the Federation. This organization is called Shengming. Simply put, Shengming is an alliance of all individuals with special abilities, protecting justice and eliminating all evil. You're probably wondering what use special abilities have in this scientific society. Why is the Galactic Federation bound to Shengming? This is because a level 20 controller can fight on par with a standard low-class warship. The combined strength of the elders is enough to fight on par with a fleet of God-class dreadnoughts. Hearing that human strength could fight against God-class dreadnoughts, Tian was so shocked he broke out in a cold sweat. One must know that a God-class dreadnought represents planetary-level destructive power. Oya continued at this point. You will be able to feel it later. Before you leave, Liao will give you the necessary guidance. The duration is 1 month. You may leave now. Suddenly, Tian said he had a request, which was to see Miss Lanlan once. Oya frowned angrily. I'd like to know where she is, so you can bully her again? Tian's expression was a bit indifferent. He mumbled something to brush it off. After speaking, Oya shouted for Tian to get out. He silently took a few steps before she called for him to come back quickly. Hearing this, Tian looked back at Oya. She crossed her arms and reminded Tian, the matter concerning Lanlan, do not tell anyone. After hearing this, Tian just nodded, assuring her that he knew his limits. A moment later, Tian quickly went outside, breathing a sigh of relief. Luckily, she spared me. Just as he stepped out the door, he saw Liao and appear behind him. I didn't expect you to still be alive, kid. Follow me. Liao, and took Tian to a building, then gave him something and told him to take it. The object sparkled like a crystal. As soon as Tian held it, it merged into him. Witnessing that scene, Tian couldn't help but be amazed, thinking to himself, "It merged into my palm." Liao and then explained, "This is the metal symbolizing a manipulator of Shengming. It allows you to understand your body's condition at any time." But Tian didn't believe it was just that. He felt it could also report all his actions back to him. But Liao seemed to correct him. "Perhaps you still don't understand the implications of the Shengming metal. Possessing it means possessing a not-so-ordinary status in the Galactic Federation. Wait until your strength reaches level 5 by the age of 30, and you can join Shengming." Clearly, Tian had not yet agreed with Madame Oya to join Shengming. Seeing this, Liao explained to him, "Before you complete the 3-year agreement, Madame Oya has the right to dispose of everything of yours. If after 3 years Tian chooses to withdraw, Oya will not stop you." Only then did Tian agree to test the function of this metal. Upon trying it, Tian was surprised. Special ability rank, Universe Chi level 10. He turned to look at Liao and, puzzled, "Why can't it identify my type of special ability? It only displays 3 question marks. Liao explained to him that it can only identify from level 1 to level 36, which shows that Tian has not yet reached level 1. Liao also encouraged him to try hard slowly. He sighed sadly. After thinking for a while, Tian closed his eyes and said, "Thank you." He felt a bit confused hearing him say thank you. But it wasn't really for what he said about the special ability. Tian thanked Liao, and because he felt that he didn't hope for him to die. After hearing this, Liao was silent for a long time, not saying a word. Tian's expression was serious. "Beneath your firm exterior, you have a very kind nature. Otherwise, when dealing with the people from the Leian group, you wouldn't have just injured them instead of killing." Liao finally spoke up. "I don't want to hear similar words a second time." After saying that, he turned and left. "Considering you were once unconscious at school, I'll give you a day to rest." Before leaving, Liao also promised that starting tomorrow, he would make Tian experience an unforgettable month. A second ago, Tian was still wondering, what's the point of being so secretive? The next second, he was smiling with excitement, looking forward to that unforgettable month. At his house, Tian was sitting and cultivating his power in his room. His determined eyes were fully focused on it. Suddenly, Tian's eyes flew open as if he had discovered something. It turned out Liao had appeared in front of him at some point. Liao angrily reprimanded Tian. "As a controller, how can you have no vigilance at all? If there was danger, you would be dead already." Tian just replied calmly, "What's the use of me being vigilant now?" Hearing his answer, Liao was also helpless and fell silent. Here, anyone who wants Tian dead can do it as easily as flipping a hand. It's better to use the time to let him cultivate a little. He felt that Tian seemed to have thought things through. Instead of uselessly hiding from difficulties and fear, he had bravely faced them. Liao's face was serious as he praised Tian, not bad, and told him to come and take his hand. Tian hugged his arms to his chest and asked, "Your hand? Why do I have to hold your hand?" Liao's face went blank as he hurriedly explained, "What are you thinking? This is to let you know the function of the metal." After speaking, he quickly reached out and grabbed his hand. At this moment, he seemed to feel the function of the metal. Superior Officer Liao and subordinate Tian, not yet level 1. Tian scratched his head and gave a forced smile, so that's what it meant. "Greetings, Superior Officer." After that, Liao said no more, just told Tian to follow him to start the training. Liao went with him to the training ground and asked, "Do you know why there's no protective barrier here?" Tian answered wittily, "Because each of you controllers is a very good protective barrier." After hearing his answer, Liao decisively brought a fist down on his head. He continued, "Foolish, you're also a member of Shengming now, so you should say we. But your answer is correct." Tian held his head with tears in his eyes. "If the answer was right, why did you hit me?" Liao stood proudly with his hands on his hips. The words of a superior are never wrong. Obey all commands from a superior. This is the first rule of Shengming. Tian's eyes widened as he looked at him. "So Shengming completely applies militarized management?" Liao said that although your special ability is not yet level 1, your universe Qi can enter the second stage of cultivation. So today, he will impart the second stage cultivation method to Tian. and this will be your training ground for the next month. Tianyin could only comply, offering his sincere thanks. Hearing this, Liao smirked. I'm afraid you won't be thanking me for long. A moment later, Tianyin appeared in a bulky suit. It's so heavy, I have to wear this to train? But it's fine, I feel I can still endure. Liao held his hand out in front of him and said, that's not all. We also have to drain all your universe chi. At this point, he still didn't understand what he meant. Tianyin's eyes widened in surprise. A strong beam of light shone through his body. A few seconds later, Tianyin felt the suit become heavier. Even from far outside, Liao's affectionate, ragged voice could be heard. Run faster. Without a strong physique, all special abilities are just nonsense. You have to wear this heavy, bulky suit and run around the entire field to train. Suddenly, Tianyin tripped and fell to his knees. His face, dotted with sweat, clearly showed his fatigue, but he still didn't give up and try to get up and run again. He persisted in his training without getting discouraged. Every step he ran was a great effort. Meanwhile, Liao watched Tianyin's every move from a distance. His eyes were still fixed on his enthusiastic training. He thought to himself, he's run more laps than expected. He's fallen so many times. Maybe that's enough for today. A moment later, Tianyin ran close to Liao and collapsed on the ground. He told him that was enough training for today. He then hesitantly called out Superior Officer Liao, and seeing Tianyin call him, he was a bit confused listening to what he had to say. He looked at him with determined eyes. If I fall, please ignore me. Tianyin said seriously that no matter how many times, let me get up on my own. At the training ground, a few hours earlier, the blue sky was mixed with a few yellow clouds. Many bottles of nutritional fluid that Liao had prepared for Tianyin were scattered outside. As he walked over and saw the pile of bottles, he was startled. No way, he drank it all. Liao held up a bottle of nutritional fluid, something so expensive, and he didn't leave a single drop for me. Returning to the present, he was still intently watching Tianyin train with all his might. Liao felt that spending so much on expensive things was somewhat worth it. Just like that, one person silently watched from a distance as the other tried relentlessly. At this moment, two opposing thoughts appeared in Liao's mind. Should he let Tianyin rest since he had exceeded the standard by many laps, or should the initial stage be brutal? Suddenly, he fell with a loud thud, causing Liao to stop his train of thought and jump in. Surprised for a moment. Now, the angel in his thoughts angrily scolded him, blaming the devil for being too brutal. Liao hurriedly ran to him and asked, Tianyin, are you okay? Suddenly, he froze as if he had discovered something strange. Liao stared at his suit and wondered to himself, why did the restraint I put on him break? Suddenly, a large explosion erupted from that spot, shaking the entire ground. Tianyin emerged from the hazy smoke with a cold expression and a powerful aura. Liao was shocked to see that the restraint had been broken, and he had started to absorb universe chi. Tianyin stood up, appearing in the hazy smoke after the large explosion. Liao was secretly bewildered. Impossible. How could he break my restraint? I've never heard of such a thing before. Is my knowledge too shallow? He frowned. We currently have a difference of about 10 levels. Liao couldn't believe that what was happening before his eyes was a miracle. The sound of footsteps approaching along with a voice, "This is a miracle," made him jump involuntarily. Seeing Oya, he immediately knelt on one knee. Controller, Oya said that this is the first miracle, but definitely not the last. 1. She smiled and said, I didn't expect Lon Lon to have such a good eye. To casually pick someone to accompany me, who could become a treasured sword. Oya continued, saying that with a month of progress like a proficient person, she hoped to see Tianyin with the strength of a level 3 manipulator by then. Liao was horrified to hear the goal she set. He thought it was impossible because even with continued hard training, it would take a year to achieve it. Oya then told him he was mistaken and to look at the amazing things Tianyin had just done, and she even wanted to give him the holy fluid. Liao secretly glanced at her. Holy fluid? The controller values this little brat too much. The holy fluid is researched and created by the most secretive organization, Shengming, using the most advanced and powerful technology to enhance the supreme power of the divine body. Only about 100 milliliters are produced each year. To assess its value in money, the price of 1 milliliter has far exceeded 100 million universal currency. Oya told Liao and to give Tianyin 10 milliliters. That sentence made him feel confused. Liao wondered, 10 milliliters? use. But isn't the maximum amount of holy fluid one can use only 5? Oya turned her head with a stern gaze. You're asking why a bit too much today. There are some things you don't need to know. After saying that, she went ahead and left everything here to him. At this time, Tian-Yin was still lying on the ground. Liaoan looked down at him and said, "You stinky brat, you're really lucky. Get up, let's go back." He called Tian-Yin's name repeatedly, but saw him lying motionless without a response. Seeing this, Liaoan panicked. "Tian-Yin, what's wrong with you? Is your body too severely damaged?" A while later, at the house, Tian-Yin silently lamented the aching pain in his body. He finally woke up, remembering that he seemed to have leveled up before passing out. He touched his hand and saw the insignia light up. Tian-Yin's universe, Qi, has advanced. He was overjoyed to see that he had reached level 1 special ability. His face was filled with satisfaction and pride in himself. At this moment, Tian-Yin was so happy he felt like he was floating among the clouds. Liaoan suddenly appeared with a grim expression. "You seem to be in high spirits." Tian-Yin was once again surprised, not knowing when Liaoan had sat down in his room. Seeing him, he pretended to cover his mouth and coughed a few times. Tian-Yin sat down awkwardly. "Teacher Liaoan, why are you here? Why do you look so unwell?" Liaoan suddenly slammed his hand on the armrest of the chair, which couldn't help but startle him. He spoke up. "How can you still be happy? Why is there no reaction after using so much holy fluid?" Liaoan's face darkened, as gloomy as a graveyard corpse. Why didn't the holy fluid have any effect? The holy fluid is so rare. Tian-Yin was also panicked, not understanding why he was so resentful. Tian-Yin smiled nervously. "Teacher, calm down. Getting angry is not good for your health." Liaoan's voice was dejected because it was the rare body-enhancing holy fluid. He naively said that he would compensate him later. But Liaoan didn't believe him and questioned what he would use to compensate. The value of that item exceeded 100 million universal currency. Tian-Yin could only smile awkwardly, then was startled when he realized the amount was up to 100 million universal currency. Now both of them held their heads in sad despair. Outside, the air was still, the sky clear. In the training ground, Tian-Yin said that the water content in his body had all turned into sweat. How could he not urinate 5 times a day? This is beyond the limits of the human body. Ignoring his words, Liaoan said, "Tian-Yin, you really are the one who was injected with the holy fluid. Do you know what the controller's instruction is?" Hearing that, Tian-Yin wondered what it was. Suddenly, he burst out laughing. "It's to break the limit. Even if you can't pee, you have to pee for me." Hearing this, Tian-Yin was both shocked and a little angry. Then he pointed at his face and said, "Moreover, these hard days will be extended to 3 months." Contrary to Liaoan's thoughts, Tian-Yin's eyes lit up. "I get to train here for 3 months? Didn't you say it was only for 1 month before?" Liaoan was a bit awkward. He also admitted that Madame Oya had said so. Hearing the confirmation, he smiled with joy. Then he became happy and ran off. "That's great. I can train for 2 more months." Liaoan looked at him and thought to himself, what a little monster to be so happy with such hard training. The sound of strange footsteps along with a voice. Truly a madman. His desire for power reminds me of my father's youth. Oya walked over and instructed Liaoan, "You don't need to worry about the holy fluid. It can't help him too much right now." She continued, "Because he has such achievements, he has to pay a higher price than others. That persistent willpower of his, perhaps even I can't resist him." Later, at the training area, the moonlight shone down on the two of them as they talked. Tian-Yin wondered, is Miss Lan Lan also a special ability user? As he expected, Miss Lan Lan is the heir to the entire Feier family. Liaoan felt that Tian-Yin still didn't understand just how noble and powerful Miss Lan Lan was. He said that Miss Lan Lan's maternal grandfather is the greatest pride of the water-type special ability users. They are also one of the 5 judge elders. Her parents are among the top controllers. Moreover, Lan Lan herself is the most talented genius of their Shengming. Tian-Yin was curious to know what level of special ability Lan Lan was at now, which Liaoan mistook as, "You want to compete with her? Although you are a madman, you still can't win." Tianyin got angry. I'm not a madman. I'm the one who works the hardest. Liaoan became serious again and patted his shoulder. We should first focus on the matter at hand. Don't think about those geniuses. Compared to them, there's no hope. He added, however, calling you a madman is not right. In my opinion, there's no hope in this lifetime. Liaoan thought that no matter how hard Tianyin tried, there was no way to break the 3-level bottleneck. Even if he could, it would be a matter of 100 years later. He rested his chin on his hands sadly. We are all human, but not the same. Miss Lan Lan was born at level 7. I struggled to death just to advance 1 level. Seeing this, he also comforted him. Don't be discouraged, you still have a chance. In Shengming, the vast majority of people rely on their own attributes to continuously break through from level 1 to 30. He also encouraged him that Miss Lan Lan chose him precisely because Tianyin has hidden potential. Hearing those words, his spirits lifted. Superior Officer Liaoan, this seems to be the first time you've encouraged me. Suddenly, he fell silent and stared at Tianyin for a long time. Liaoan's face turned red with embarrassment. Who's encouraging you? I'm just heartbroken over those vials of holy fluid. Tianyin then offered his blood, and Liaoan got angry. Would I want that? I'm not a dark special ability user. Until now, Tianyin never imagined there were such blood-sucking demons. Liaoan stood up and turned to leave. Yes, there are, but we should continue training. Based on your current level, it's better that you don't know about them. After talking for a while, they started training again. Liaoan shouted, speed up, faster, while Tianyin was flying in the air on the other side. Liaoan's shouts grew louder each time. If you break through the defense, you've succeeded. Hurry up. Tianyin charged forward and crashed hard into the defensive net. He was dizzy, the world seemed to spin, and his nose was bleeding. On the other side, Liaoan laughed so hard he cried. Are you really that gullible? You're killing me. That protective shield can't be broken in the first place. Tianyin collapsed on the ground. He struggled to get up. What kind of teacher is this? I'm so mad. He flew into a rage and wanted to fight him. 3 months passed by slowly. Under Liaoan's guidance, Tianyin had advanced to level 3 and was about to enter level 4. Until one day, Tianyin's face and body were covered in injuries, making him wonder if his teacher had gone mad from teaching. Liaoan was flying in the air, looking down at him resolutely. Hey kid, I will teach you one last lesson. Liaoan said that the enemy would not show mercy just because he was weak, and the final lesson was to fight and defeat him. Tianyin's face was dazed, covered with wounds and streaks of blood. He immediately ran to avoid his blows, but Liaoan felt his reaction was too slow. He relentlessly attacked, but the boy couldn't withstand it. Although Tianyin was so exhausted he was coughing up blood, he still tried to crawl towards his iron armor. But Liaoan said that Tianyin didn't have enough time to use the armor. He reached for the armor with his hand and opened something. At this moment, Liaoan seemed to realize that Tianyin had activated the thunder shotgun. He shouted, "Damn it, are you trying to take me down with you?" Liaoan stood stunned, looking at him, and panicked internally. I can't escape in time. A large block of blue ice appeared just in time to block Tianyin's blast. Both of them were surprised when the block of ice appeared. It turned out the one who had blocked the blast was Oya. She praised him. Very good, Tianyin. You've learned to use your abilities to escape from this place. I believe you can fulfill our 3-year agreement. Tianyin spoke up, dissatisfied. What kind of lesson is this? He clearly wanted to kill me. But Oya told him he couldn't blame Liao, and because she had arranged it, just to test Tianyin's reaction in the face of danger. After saying that, Oya said she would wait in the main hall and told him to pack his things and then find her. Afterwards, both Tianyin and Liao stood facing each other awkwardly. He looked at him with cold eyes. You really didn't want to kill me. Liaoan, however, seriously asserted that he was the chief officer, and the boy had to first answer why he knew there was a thunder shotgun in the mecha's suit. Tianyin crossed his arms, proud and confident. Don't forget, I am a graduate of Zhoning Academy. Although this type of mecha is very primitive, I am very familiar with its structure. Liaoan then realized, well, you little maniac, why didn't I see how cunning you were before? Tianyin's eyes widened as he pleaded, Chief Officer or Teacher, why don't you give me this mecha suit? Liaoan sternly said he shouldn't dream of taking anything from here. Nothing could be taken. Tianyin's face fell because he couldn't take the armor. Liaoan admitted that he had taught many low-level ability users, but Tian-Yin was the most outstanding among them. His willpower and cunning were things they lacked. Liaoan hoped that Tian-Yin could surpass him. Hearing this, he was silent for a moment without saying anything. After speaking, Liaoan gave Tian-Yin a personal gift and told him to keep it. This bracelet could transform into a short alloy sword, and it was enhanced with thundershot energy, capable of penetrating 100-degree defenses. Tian-Yin quickly snatched the bracelet. "Teacher, you had such a good item? Then I'll take it." Liaoan was speechless. "You really have no courtesy." Then he turned away and told him to hurry and meet Madame Oya, and that they would meet again in the future. Tian-Yin said nothing more, but his face was filled with gratitude and respect. Liaoan added a reminder to practice diligently and persistently in the future, and to find a way to escape if there was danger. No need for reckless fights. The boy also politely bowed in thanks, saying he would engrave his kindness and teachings in his heart and bones. After speaking, Tian-Yin bowed his head and quietly said goodbye to his teacher. Suddenly, Liaoan froze, surprised to hear Tian-Yin call him teacher. Without another word, he flew away, leaving the boy with a thought in his head. He just left like that, without another word. As he flew away, Liaoan thought to himself, "I'm very much looking forward to seeing how much you'll have grown in 3 years." Inside the villa where they had arranged to meet, Oya told Tian-Yin that in 3 years, he could do whatever he wanted, but he must remember their agreement. He affirmed he would not forget and promised to definitely return in 3 years. Oya also extended an invitation that if he encountered any unsolvable problems, he should just come back, and also instructed him to report to her immediately if he encountered any dark ability users. Oya suddenly mentioned Lam Lam, but then stopped, thinking that he would never meet her easily. Finally, Tian-Yin returned to the academy. He walked slowly through the school grounds, vaguely wondering where he should go to train. Since Tian-Yin had already graduated, he couldn't stay at the old academy. While deep in thought, a loud voice suddenly rang out. Well, so you're here." Tian-Yin jumped and turned to find the owner of the voice. It was Xuanmei, and she seemed quite angry. "I finally found you. Don't even think about escaping this time." Xuanmei suddenly rushed at Tian-Yin, shouting, "I've finally found you, now go die." But he calmly dodged to the side, causing Xuanmei to lose her balance and almost fall face. First, Tian-Yin was speechless but couldn't bear to let her fall, so he reached out to catch her. Then Tian-Yin frowned. "What are you doing, you pest?" And he gently asked if she was. "All right." Xuanmei felt embarrassed, as if she had been taken advantage of, and pushed Tian-Yin hard. She fell to the ground, angry, and scolded Tian-Yin for daring to call her miss. He said that if they didn't know each other, what else should he call her but miss? As soon as he finished speaking, Xuanmei raised her leg to kick him, but he caught it in time. Tian-Yin was surprised. "This is a crippling kick. What grudge do I have with you?" Xuanmei angrily grabbed his collar. "Still trying to deny it? At the grand ceremony that day, you bumped into me, causing me to be late and unable to graduate." At this, Tian-Yin was taken aback, and he began to recall that day. He then quickly explained that it was his fault for bumping into her that day, but she couldn't blame him for not being able to graduate. Xuanmei flared up and blamed him. "It's all your fault. Compensate me now." The two of them argued back and forth, attracting the attention of a group of other students. They laughed and jeered, saying the outstanding student was now in trouble. As for Tian-Yin, he wanted to resolve the matter quickly and asked Xuanmei what she wanted, to which she told him to just go and die. At this point, Tian-Yin lost his patience and shouted, "Die? What die? You're being too arrogant and unreasonable." Suddenly, footsteps approached and a strange voice spoke up. "Xuanmei, what's going on?" Both of them stopped arguing and turned towards the speaker. This person was Xuan, the armor-breaking technique teacher, nicknamed Active Volcano. Tian-Yin and Xuan looked at each other, for eyes meeting, without saying anything. He hurried over and placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. "So it's you. Demeng misses you a lot. Where did you go? Why didn't you contact him?" Tian-Yin raised his hand and scratched his head in confusion. "Teacher Xuan, long time no see. I was just about to visit Teacher Demeng." The onlookers were confused why Xuan didn't hit Tian-Yin, and they wondered if the two knew each other from before. Xuanmei turned to tattle on him. "Brother, hurry up and teach him a lesson for me. He's the reason I couldn't graduate." Xuan stated that based on this year's scores, only Tian-Yin was able to graduate. Xuanmei still insisted that it was because Tian-Yin bumped into her, causing her to be late, that she couldn't graduate. The boy didn't want to argue and admitted fault. "That day, I carelessly bumped into her. "It's my fault. I'm sorry, Teacher Xuan." Xuanmei was about to say more, but was cut off by her brother. "Your scores weren't high enough to graduate. You can only blame yourself." At this, Xuanmei was too angry to say another word. She stormed off in a huff. "You actually spoke up for an outsider." "You just wait, Tianyin." The crowd that had been watching felt let down because the matter ended so quickly. Xuan turned to look at them seriously and asked if they had seen enough. His eyes were ice cold. "A bunch of trash. What else can you do besides pry into other people's business?" Seeing this, they were frightened and immediately dispersed. Afterwards, Xuan said he would take Tian-yin to see Demeng. When Demeng saw him again, he was overjoyed. "This is great. You've returned safe and sound. I was worried to death." He thought the boy had been taken by the real estate conglomerate, so he was on pins and needles all day. Hearing this, Tian-yin smiled brightly and apologized. "I've made you worry, teacher." Demeng then told him to sit down slowly and quickly recount how he had escaped danger over the past few days. After listening to the story, Demeng learned that Tian-yin had been recruited by Oya and had joined the Holy Alliance. At this, the boy looked surprised that both of them also knew about the Holy Alliance. Xuan gave a forced, hesitant laugh when his secret was hit. It turned out he was a level 30 fire system ability user, and Demeng was a level 30 wind system ability user. Tian-yin was stunned for a long time, unable to believe his eyes. He looked at them with admiration. "So that's how it is. Greetings, chief officers." It was a pity that Tian-yin had already been snatched away by Oya and couldn't join the supervision department with them. He was secretly sad. "I didn't want this either, but because of Miss Lam Lam, I was forcibly taken away by Madame Oya's people." While Tianyin was lost in thought, Demeng spoke up. "Right, what are your plans now?" He received the answer that the boy first wanted to go home for a trip, and then he would go to temper his own abilities. Demeng felt this was very good, but teachers of space system abilities were very rare, so training in space system abilities would be a bit difficult. Xuan immediately cut in. "Isn't there one in the Holy Alliance?" Though his temperament is a bit eccentric. At that, he also remembered there was someone who could teach. However, Xuan didn't know if Tianyin would have to suffer immensely. Before he could finish, Demeng said to let Tianyin try because he believed in him. Hearing that he was about to have a space system teacher, Tianyin's heart bloomed with joy. Demeng instructed Tianyin, "We want to find a teacher for you within the Holy Alliance, but there are a few things you need to know first. His name is Mo, and he is the controller of the Underworld Emperor Star. He doesn't belong to any faction within the Holy Alliance, but he holds a certain influential position there. The key point is that his temperament is extremely eccentric, and it's even rumored that he is very terrifying." While Demeng was very worried for Tianyin, the boy said it was no problem. He didn't seem to quite understand what the boy had just said. Tianyin's face was determined. "I will definitely try my best to have him accept me and train diligently. With such a powerful teacher, I won't need 3 years to reach level 10. Demeng praised Tianyin, saying that with such a fighting spirit, he was very, very relieved. So he and Xuan could proceed to the illusory demon star with peace of mind. Hearing that, Tianyin became curious. Is this illusory demon star like a planet? Demeng said that once he reached level 10, he would also go to the illusory demon star, then handed him something. This is the central device for Holy Alliance members. It can accurately track your position in the universe and will be very useful for going to the Underworld Emperor Star. The boy immediately waved his hands, determined to refuse, because Demeng had already helped him so much that he couldn't take any more of his things. But Demeng said Tianyin was his disciple and told him to take it quickly, also reminding him to go do what he should do in the future. Later, on his way back, a voice called out to Tianyin. He heard the familiar voice and immediately turned around. In front of him was the girl Tianyin had once loved and wanted to protect the most, fearing that even the slightest grievance could hurt her heart. But in the end, Tianyin had let go, allowing another man to be by her side. He also greeted her politely. "Lian Na, long time no see." Lian Na gently approached. "Tianyin, are you still angry?" Seeing this, He quickly took a few steps back to avoid her. No, I'm not angry at all. I had my own problems. Tianyin also told Lien not to worry because he was now planning to leave Zhoning City and would no longer be involved with her. Lien Na's face was downcast. I'm sorry, I know I hurt you a lot. Contrary to her self-reproach, Tianyin even thanked her for awakening him. He looked at Lien Na with cold eyes. One day, you will know whether I am a real man or not. Goodbye. Tianyin said goodbye to Lien Na and was about to leave, but she shouted from behind, wait. Her expression turned serious. I want to know if William's death had anything to do with you. After all, you also disappeared that day, which made everyone suspicious. So it turned out that in Lien Na's heart, there was only William. To that question, Tianyin didn't deny it, but just said, what if I was the killer? Hearing those words, she couldn't believe her ears. Was it really you? Impossible. Lien Na thought that William's abilities were so good. How could it be possible with just him? Before she could finish her sentence, Tianyin reached out his hand. He used the power of his ability to choke and lift the woman up. With Tianyin's tight grip on her neck, Lien Na couldn't breathe or say anything more. At that moment, he shot a look as sharp as a knife at her. You don't believe me? But then Tianyin let Lien Na go and left, leaving her to struggle to catch her breath. He also added a reminder, it was indeed a weak person like me who killed that young master. If you want revenge, I'm always ready to welcome it. Lien Na watched in a daze as Tianyin left. Just as he stepped out of the deserted school gate, he ran into Xue Mei and her gang. Tianyin was already in a bad mood and glared at them with an annoyed expression. One of the group asked Xue Mei if this was the piece of trash who had offended her, and she confirmed it was. Tianyin warned them, I'm not in a good mood right now. He said in a cold voice, if you want to live, then get lost. The whole group was too scared to step forward and cause trouble, but they were enticed by Xue Mei's words. Don't you guys want to date me? Whoever can beat him up, I'm willing to be with that person. Then she shouted for them to charge. The boys believed Xue Mei's words and charged forward together. As soon as she finished speaking, the whole group simultaneously rushed at Tianyin with weapons. One of them rushed forward but was easily blocked by the boy before he could do anything, which also startled Xue Mei's group when they witnessed it. Tianyin angrily punched one of them far away, while another in front wanted to rush forward to hit him. Tianyin grabbed the opponent's head with his hand and kneed him hard in the face, causing his nose to bleed profusely in pain from the divine move. The person in front didn't hesitate and rushed forward. He pulled out a knife, wanting to stab Tianyin, but the boy quickly dodged it from behind. Another person switched to using an electric gun for a sneak attack. Tianyin showed a look of panic when he saw it was a stun gun. One jolt sent a searing pain through his body, making him scream loudly. The man smirked, just die for me. He was out of energy because the enemy was too numerous and attacked simultaneously, and he fell down in pain. Tianyin gasped, trying to regulate his state to endure the pain. Seeing this, one of them kicked him hard in the head. Unable to do anything, he could only try to breathe and struggle to get up. The other guy deliberately stepped on him, wanting to completely prevent Tianyin from fighting back. His eyes looked down with contempt as he provoked, keep being aggressive. Weren't you so tough? The boy gritted his teeth and warned, if you don't want to die, get your stinking foot off me. Seeing this, the man hesitated for a moment. Then his anger flared, and he continued to kick Tianyin in the head with his foot. The rest of the group followed suit, ganging up to stomp on him continuously. The one who started the trouble walked slowly towards Tianyin. How pathetic. If you had apologized to me earlier, you wouldn't have had to suffer like this. Xue Mei's tone was mocking as she whispered in his ear, suggesting he bow his head and admit his mistake, and then she would consider letting him go. Tianyin's face was cold, silently enduring this malicious woman. She became even angrier and said, "Are you mute? Say something." A dark glint flashed in Tianyin's eyes, emitting a frightening electric spark. Xue Mei quickly dodged, stammering in fear. His pupils were gradually covered by something strange. A tear flowed from those changing eyes and slowly dripped down. One of the men's legs was suddenly broken, emitting a cry that sounded painful just to hear. He looked down in a daze, perhaps because it happened too quickly for him to realize. The pain gradually set in, making him scream in extreme agony. The remaining men witnessed it and were terrified, frozen in fear. Tianyin looked at the remaining people with a dark face. Do you also want to suffer like him? They were terrified and quickly dispersed, fleeing in all directions. Xue Mei, not yet recovered from the shock, asked with wide, disbelieving eyes, "How is that possible? What happened?" Tianyin turned his face and replied coldly, "Your teacher Xue and sister. If you apologize, I won't pursue this matter." Xue Mei's eyes widened in defiance, and she angrily ran towards him. Who would apologize? Go to hell. Like an egg hitting a rock, Tianyin chopped her neck with one hand. His eyes darkened to a chilling degree. You're not going to beg for your life. Xue Mei's legs went weak, and she felt her knees on the ground. Then she felt the overwhelming pressure radiating from him, making it hard for her to breathe. Tianyin turned his back and left, leaving her with a few words, "We probably won't see each other again. Take care of yourself." The village below was Tianyin's hometown. This was Wooding Planet, which could also be called the City of the Poor. The galaxy restricted the people in the slums from any advanced scientific knowledge. The space here was strangely quiet, from the sky down to the simple houses. The poor people lacked knowledge, lacked all the resources they could use to resist. Tianyin called out softly in his heart, "Father, Mother, I'm home." In the small house, Mengyu was sitting in deep thought, knitting a scarf. Her eyes were lifeless, her face expressionless, just listless and uneasy. Suddenly, Molly ran in from outside in a panic. "Mengya, I'm back." He joyfully informed her that the Saintess had agreed to help them find their son. Hearing this, Mengyu was overjoyed. Is that true? That's wonderful. She couldn't hold back her emotions and covered her face, sobbing. Our son should have graduated 3 months ago. If he hasn't come back yet, something must have happened, right? Molly gently comforted her not to worry. The Saintess has a communication tool that can reach Zhongding City. If everything goes smoothly, we might have news of our son tomorrow. She was secretly grateful. That's wonderful. The Saintess is truly a god sent by the heavens to us poor people. I will definitely go thank her tomorrow. Suddenly, a voice from the door called out, "Who is the Saintess?" The two of them glanced at the door. Tianyin walked in, calling for his parents, saying that he was home. Mengyu rushed over in surprise. "Ayin." She quickly grabbed his hand and asked, "Are you really back? Why did you only come back now? We were so worried about you." Mengyu said with a bit of anger, "Didn't you graduate 3 months ago? Did you want to worry your parents to death?" Molly also added, "Your mother and I were very worried. We thought you had run into some danger." Tianyin scratched his head and chuckled, apologizing to his parents. Something came up, so it took longer than expected. However, he had graduated smoothly and was even an outstanding student. She patted his shoulder and urged Tianyin to rest early. "It's good that you're back. Did you take the public sky car back? How many stops are there to our place?" He was confused when his mother asked that. "Mother, you know about sky cars?" Tianyin guessed that teacher Deming must have told his parents. She shook her head in denial. "Our benefactor didn't mention this. The person who taught us these things is the Saintess." He curiously asked her which Saintess. Mengyu began to recount what happened after he left. Not long after, the Saintess came here. She taught everyone a lot of knowledge and even became a teacher for the poor. After that girl came to Anding City, the place was as if renewed, giving everyone hope and reducing sorrow. She praised her endlessly. "Why don't you go see the Saintess tomorrow? She's outside the city. Maybe you two will have something in common." He curiously asked his mother, "How old is she?" Her eyes lit up. "Very young. Our Tianyin is so outstanding. Maybe the Saintess will take a liking to you." He sighed helplessly. "I'm just going to thank her for helping our family." "Mother, please don't play matchmaker." In another quiet place, Tianyin was concentrating on his persistent training in his room. Very quickly, he had advanced to Cosmic Chi, second-level ability. A look of joy appeared on his face. His efforts were not in vain. Stepping off the bed, Tianyin thought he should rest a bit and take a shower first. Suddenly, his heart stirred, contracting abruptly. Tianyin clutched his chest, feeling a strange energy radiating. Thoughts appeared in his head. Isn't this a space system ability? Why is there another type of ability in my body? He suddenly remembered the conversation with Teacher Liao, and people with 2 abilities exist in this world, but their endings are very tragic. Tianyin curiously asked the reason. Shouldn't they be stronger? Liaoan slowly explained. Possessing two abilities causes them to reject each other. Records of dual ability users all state that they die from their bodies exploding, an extremely tragic end. His body was now in so much pain that he spat out blood. The next day, Molly knocked on Tian Yin's door. Ain, are you awake? Get ready for breakfast. He gradually woke up from the nightmare, breathing heavily in panic. Tian Yin called out from his room. I'll be back after I wash my face. Hearing this, Molly told him to take his time and not to rush. Tian Yin then gave his parents some money. The Academy scholarship is 1,000 universe currency. I'm giving it all to you. His mother quickly stopped him. We don't need it. You keep it for your own use. Tian Yin said sincerely, this is all from my heart. Mengyi advised again, you'll need a lot of money when you look for a job later. Your parents are already happy with your filial piety. He felt happy to be so enthusiastically supported by his family, smiling brightly to himself. Then Tian Yin promised his family and himself that he would earn more money to send to his parents in the future. After breakfast, he went to the place the Saintess was, where Mengyi had told him. Looking at the towering lamp, Tian Yin wondered if the Saintess was inside. Suddenly, his eyes swept over, surprised by what he saw. The silhouette of a girl stood gracefully, her skirt fluttering lightly in the wind. Her exquisite and dignified face made Tian Yin stare blankly, finding it hard to look away. After looking his fill, Tian Yin turned to ask his father, is the Saintess on top of that tall lamp? Molly replied with a yes, and also asked him if she was very beautiful. Tian Yin didn't answer but silently assessed. She doesn't look like a living person. But before he could finish his assessment, a sharp pain shot through his heart. Tian Yin was in so much pain he broke out in a sweat, clutching his left chest and crying out. He knelt on the ground, and his father immediately called out, what's wrong, Yin? He wanted to touch Tian Yin to check his condition. Unfortunately, before he could touch him, Molly was thrown back by his own son's power. He couldn't touch him. Seeing that there was a problem on their side, people looked over and whispered inquiries. But absolutely no one came forward to help. They left Tian Yin and Ma Li standing there in confusion. Bai saw the situation below and also jumped. Came down to check. Before her feet touched the ground, she asked, Uncle Ma Li, what's wrong with him? Seeing her arrive, he also became anxious. I don't know what's happening. Please, I beg you to save my son. Bok Hop agreed to the request without hesitation. Let me see. Then, she placed her hand on Tien Nan's forehead. From where her fingers touched, a gentle stream of power flowed. His face was no longer as pained as before and gradually relaxed. Tien Nan's whole body felt as if it were floating in a warm current, a very soothing sensation, as if he felt no pain at all. He was enjoying the comfort, but Bok Hop was startled by his power. What a terrifying Esper ability. The two of them were surrounded by two streams of power, a sight that overwhelmed her. Moreover, there were two types of Esper abilities coexisting, and she felt as if she was about to suffocate. The two streams of power in Tien Nan's body were clashing with each other, all of which Bok Hop could see. The dark Esper ability was conflicting with the light Esper ability. After a long while, Malai anxiously asked, Saintess, how is my son? She turned around and replied, neither quickly nor slowly. He is indeed gravely ill. Uncle, please take him to my residence. Hearing this, he was so surprised he was stunned and hurriedly refused. How could we dirty the Saintess's residence? The people around also sided with Ma Lai, all feeling that Tien Nan should not go to Bok Hop's place. She frowned, displeased. We can't delay any longer. My place is quite quiet, convenient for his treatment. Seeing Bok Hop's somewhat resolute attitude, he broke into a sweat and had to comply. Thank you, Saintess. Everyone saw her attitude at that moment, praising Bok Hop for her kindness, but some were also jealous of him. Arriving at Bok Hop's house, she let Tien Nan lie on the bed. Then her actions suddenly became a bit strange. She turned her back and locked the door from the inside. As soon as the door was closed, Bok Hop spoke. I know you're awake. Can we talk for a bit? At this, Tien Nan sat up from the bed and hesitantly thanked her. Her face expressionless, she asked, Thank me for what? I haven't done anything for you yet. Tien Nan just lifted his head and explained faintly, It was your weapon that integrated with and pacified me, allowing me to suppress the abnormalities in my body. Hearing the explanation, Bok Hop snorted, I just want to help those who need help. Her face remained as calm as before, but her words were contradictory. But did you know, from the day you and I were born, We were destined to be rivals. Tian Nan frowned. Why do you say that? Why would I be your enemy? It was unclear what expression Bok Hop had on her face. Only her voice was heard. You were supposed to be born on May 31st, 315 of the cosmic calendar, and I was born because of you. Hearing this, Tian Nan was in disbelief, thinking she must be mistaken because how could such a thing happen? But Bok Hop still said calmly, I didn't expect we would meet so soon. She stepped closer, gently taking his hand. In the space tinged with golden sunlight, Bok Hop said a very puzzling sentence. You really make it very difficult for me to choose. Tian Nan asked blankly in return, why do you say that? What is there for you to choose? But the only reply he received was her complicated and somewhat contemplative gaze. Instead of answering Tian Nan's question, Bok Hop chose to change the subject. The badge in your hand, you've joined the Holy Alliance. He frowned, his face beaded with sweat. The pure soul emanating from the Saintess seemed to be constantly gnawing at the dark Esper ability within Tian Nan's body. That thing made him feel pain and even an intense sense of disgust. Bok Hop didn't seem to notice, looking up to ask for his name. Tian Nan immediately pulled his hand back to avoid further contact with the pure soul. He replied politely, but was very cold and distant. Bok Hop seemed to sense Tian Nan's discomfort and faintly stated her suspicion. It seems you dislike me very much. He immediately went on high alert, staring intently at her. Seeing this reaction, Bok Hop smiled with amusement. She pretended not to see his wariness and introduced herself in a friendly manner. You don't need to call me Saintess. My name is Bok Hop, like the lily flower in a dark cave, symbolizing righteousness in life, emitting a fragrance. That is the meaning of my name. Tian Nan still did not let down his guard. You came here just to spread that fragrance, didn't you? Who sent you here? Faced with the questioning, Bok Hop showed no reaction. No one sent me here. My freedom is my own to decide. I only hope the people here can live happily and joyfully. Hearing the words, happily and joyfully, he couldn't help but sneer. In a flash, Tian Nan became completely serious. The Federation has over 1,000 star systems, with at least 800 residential zones. Can you make every residential zone enjoy happiness and joy? Being challenged, she didn't flinch. I alone certainly cannot. That requires the concerted effort of countless people. Just because it can't be done now doesn't mean it can never be done. Although he had softened a bit, he still questioned, how can a Galactic Federation just ignore you like this? Aren't you afraid of facing their punishment in the future? Bok Hop remained firm in her ideals, replying coldly, so what? My dream is to be able to spread happiness to everyone. Hearing her unrealistic dream, Tian Nan couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, enough, you don't need to say any more. But Bok Hop remained as she was, without the slightest waver. Tian Nan calmed down. Don't let the darkness control your mind. After speaking, she swung her hand to strike at him. Luckily, Tian Nan realized in time to dodge. Otherwise, he would have been sent flying by Bok Hop, while she remained as composed as ever. Having dodged the attack, he wondered why she didn't use her light Esper ability to attack. Bok Hop stood opposite Tian Nan and faintly used a mind-reading technique. Don't you understand yet? I don't want to harm you. Her face was serious. Your body is already on the verge of collapse. Let me help you. But Tian Nan didn't believe her. He instantly appeared behind her, raising his blade to strike. Are you sleep-talking? Seeing that her clear explanation and offer to help were met with Tian Nan's intent to kill her, Bok Hop couldn't help but feel displeased. He slashed down without hesitation, a guaranteed hit that couldn't be missed. Unfortunately, Tian Nan's calculation was wrong. He looked on in disbelief and let out a huh. Strands of her hair quickly wrapped tightly around Tian Nan's hand. She took the opportunity to leap up, launching a palm strike while he was still stunned. Faced with Bok Hop's unexpected move, Tian Nan could only stare wide-eyed, unable to block because he couldn't react in time. Time passed, and outside, Malai was still anxiously waiting for his son to recover. Meanwhile, in the room, after being hit, he had fainted and was placed on the bed by her. While watching Tian Nan sleep, Bok Hop also recalled old memories. Bok Hop remembered her master's words. When you meet that person, you must destroy him before he gains immense power. Bok Hop didn't understand, looking up to ask her master, didn't you teach me that every life has the right to exist? Her master sighed wearily. You don't understand. My body has experienced that terrifying power. If killing one person can save 10,000, then what's wrong with that? However, by the time you meet him, he will already be strong enough. Use your kindness to guide him onto the path of righteousness, to lead him on the vast, hazy road. Bok Hop replied very seriously, I will do my best. However, I hope you will not interfere with my decision. Is that all right? Her master squinted and said, Bok Hop, you are too perfect. Perfection is also your only flaw. Hearing the comment, Bok Hop said she didn't understand, but her master didn't explain further, only saying she would understand in the future. Returning to the present, Bok Hop bit her finger to draw blood, silently apologizing to her master. Although he is still weak now, I really can't do it. I am willing to bet my life. Then she drew a blood symbol on Tien Nan's forehead that if one day he truly becomes the ruler of darkness, I am willing to use myself to end it all. Tien Nan, don't let me down, okay? The sigil Bok Hop drew on Tien Nan's forehead suddenly shone with a brilliant light. It lifted both of them into the air, as if forming a special magic circle. She gathered a small orb of energy, bringing it close to his body. But unexpectedly, an anomaly occurred. Seeing the situation was not very optimistic and somewhat difficult. Even a sanist like Bok Hop had to frown. She tried to use her power to suppress the darkness within Tien Nan's body. Of course, the process was not simple. Although he was unconscious, he still cried out in pain. Bok Hop immediately hugged Tien Nan, comforting and patting him. You're all right now. After some more time, everything finally went smoothly again. The magic circle also slowly faded. The fusion is complete. As long as he rests well, there won't be any major problems. Just as she finished her thoughts, the clothes on his body suddenly made a few tearing sounds. Several rips appeared. Bok Hop, still unaware of what was happening, stood there looking at the scene before her in confusion. Then suddenly, the clothes on Tien Nan's body disintegrated into pieces. Torn to shreds, his body completely exposed. She was startled. Bok Hop, ignoring that he was unconscious, turned around, covered her eyes, and fled for her life. She didn't look back even once, rushing headlong to push open the door and run outside. But at least Bok Hop still had some decency. She fled but still closed the door for Tien Nan. After running for a while, she finally calmed down a bit, panting to catch her breath. Her eyes were welling with tears. It's no wonder, as Bok Hop at her age was still a virgin, having never experienced the ways of the world. At this moment, Ma Lai ran over to ask about the situation inside. Saintess, are you all right? Did something unexpected happen? She couldn't possibly tell the truth, so she avoided his gaze and said evasively, It's nothing. Tien Nan is better now. Can you help bring him a set of clothes? Hearing this, he didn't know the full story, but was still alarmed. Bring clothes? Did Tien Nan vomit that much blood? Bok Hop blushed, thinking about what just happened, not knowing what to say. Finally, she came up with what she thought was the most perfect excuse, a lie. It's better if you just bring them. He sweated too much and needs to change his clothes. Seeing Bok Hop's strong reaction, Ma Lai also broke into a sweat and agreed. All right, I have a similar set at home. I'll go get it right away. Then he turned and ran home, leaving Bok Hop standing there. A while later, she was back inside the house, but didn't dare to turn around because behind her, a naked Tien Nan was still lying there. After a long sleep, he finally woke up, scratching his head and asking with an embarrassed smile where his clothes were. A normal question, but asked to the wrong person, so he deserved to have clothes thrown in his face. Bok Hop was so flustered she forgot to control her volume. Hurry up and put them on. Then she frowned and pouted slightly. If someone else saw this, how would I explain? Myself. Not long after, Tien Nan announced, Bok Hop, I'm dressed. Thank you for saving me. I don't know why I attacked you earlier. She returned to her initial calm and carefree demeanor, saying faintly, It's nothing. However, I hope you remember to be cautious when using your Dark Esper ability. Tien Nan didn't ask why, just replied with a okay. Bok Hop instructed again, otherwise, you will increasingly lose your consciousness. Please, take my words seriously. He replied with a firm and resolute voice, I will pay special attention and be more cautious. But Bok Hop, I've noticed a problem. Why has my cosmic level been upgraded, but my Esper ability is still at level 3? Bok Hop, with a calm face, delivered the potentially shocking news. Tien Nan, congratulations. In the entire Galactic Federation, you are the first person to have both types of Esper abilities. Tian Nan grasped the main point, wondering why he was the first. But I've heard others say that people with dual Esper abilities have appeared before. She refuted his statement. For those who possess dual Esper abilities, it is a disaster, but you're not like that. The simultaneous appearance of two Esper abilities will produce a fierce rejection, at which point the body will shatter with no way to recover. But you are now completely contrary to that rule. You have truly controlled the importance of both types of Esper abilities. Tian Nan was so surprised his face went blank, only managing to utter one sentence. I really have two Esper abilities? Bok Hop confirmed it for him. As long as you use them well, your Esper ability will be about 20% stronger. Tian Nan, like an innocent child, voiced his calculation. So when I reach level 10, won't it be equivalent to someone at level 15? She calmly replied, in theory, yes, but it's not that simple. You need to go through hardships and at the same time work tirelessly, and you will surpass others by many times. Hearing Bok Hop's advice, Tian Nan grinned. It's okay if it's harder than for others. This is a good thing. It's rare in life to see someone who finds facing more hardship a good thing. So she was very curious. Why is it a good thing? He explained with soaring confidence. Think about it. When others think I only have the strength of a level 10, but I actually have the strength of a level 15, what will the result be? Thinking it over, Bok Hop stated the answer. It will make people let down their guard. It's a good thing. Tian Nan's face was like the arrival of spring, much brighter as he smiled foolishly. This is a secret between the two of us. Don't tell anyone else. She agreed immediately without hesitation. However, you must also promise me one thing. Tian Nan retracted his foolish smile and asked Bok Hop what it was. She didn't beat around the bush. You might think I'm quite talkative, but I still want to remind you. Unless it's a life-threatening situation, absolutely do not use your Dark Esper ability. You probably felt the negative effects of the Dark Esper ability just now. After hearing this, Tian Nan's face looked sheepish, forcing a smile to hide his embarrassment, not knowing what else to do. After a moment, he immediately agreed. I promise you, unless it's an urgent matter, I will not use it. The Dark Esper ability not only has a backlash, but it is also rejected by the Holy Alliance. I don't want the Holy Alliance to issue a warrant for my arrest. You see, I'm still working for the Holy Alliance, although I'm just an intern, but I don't want to give up this opportunity. Bok Hop heard his long speech and affirmed, that's for the best. Cultivating Esper abilities is inherently a difficult and arduous process. You must have a firm grasp on your own heart. The Dark Esper ability can also become a useful tool for you. I hope to never become your enemy. Is that possible? Hearing this, Tian Nan gave a gentle smile. He placed his hands on her shoulders. My mother was right. You are truly beautiful, the most beautiful woman I have ever met. Thank you for helping me. Trust me, I will absolutely not become your enemy. I understand your wish. If I have the chance, I will definitely help you. Then, gently taking his hand, Bok Hop said, it seems my decision was not wrong. Looking up, her eyes were calm, yet held a touch of gentleness. At least for now, it is still right. 1 second she was serious, but the next, Bok Hop blushed and looked away. You should go back now. Uncle Ma Lai must be very worried. Hearing this, he just gave a faint, handsome smile. He placed a kiss on her forehead, leaving Bok Hop momentarily stunned. Standing up straight again, Tian Nan affirmed, I will never forget what happened today. In this world, only you are worthy of the title Saintess. The incident concluded, and they went downstairs together. Seeing him, Malai immediately asked anxiously, Nan, how are you? Tian Nan smiled until his eyes crinkled. Dad, don't worry. I'm fine now. Thanks to the Saintess's help, let's go home quickly. He then turned back to thank Bok Hop and bid her farewell. Thank you, Saintess. I'll take Nan home first. Bok Hop gave a slight smile without saying anything, but that smile was a farewell in itself. 1 month later, after many experiments, Tian Nan discovered that his spatial Esper ability had the power of object control and paralysis, while his Dark Esper ability had strong corrosive properties. At Tian Nan's house, he scratched his head and informed his mother that he had to leave the next day. Man Na was surprised. You're leaving so soon? She asked with a hint of sadness. Can't you stay a few more days? But in the end, Man Na didn't keep her son, reminding him to thank the Saintess before he left. After all, you owe her such a great debt. The next day, in front of Bok Hop's house, a man saw Tian Nan approaching and greeted him. Isn't this Tien Nan? Are you here to see the saintess? He also greeted him politely. At that moment, she happened to open the door and step out. Seeing Bok Hop come out, the uncle didn't keep Tien Nan any longer. The saintess is out. You two young people can talk. Standing by the door, she called out to him, Tien Nan, come in. Let's talk inside. Inside a warm wooden house, Tien Nan's voice was heard calling Bok Hop's name. I won't come in. She smiled faintly, wondering why he had suddenly come to see her today. Aren't you very afraid of meeting me? Hearing this, Tien Nan awkwardly scratched his head, denying it and stammering as if he wanted to explain something. Bok Hop immediately understood. No need to explain. I just hope you can see me as a friend. You're not planning to leave, are you? Tien Nan looked up and confirmed. Training outside will help me improve more. These words made her mood sink a little, and she lowered her eyes slightly to hide the trace of sadness within. After a moment, Bok Hop slowly spoke. Everyone has different goals. If you want to go, then go. Suddenly, Tien Nan wondered, you're always here protecting this place. Don't you get lonely? You don't even have any other hobbies. Hearing this, Bok Hop laughed teasingly. If the people here heard what you just said, what would happen? Tien Nan immediately became fearful, scratching his head and hesitating. In that case, I'd probably be torn to pieces by them. At this moment, she suddenly became serious. You have your goals to pursue, and I have my own goals here. Besides, everyone here is my friend. You don't need to worry about me. Tien Nan didn't pursue the issue further and asked something else he had been wondering for a long time. Your cultivation level isn't low, right? Why didn't you join the Holy Alliance? And what exactly are you cultivating? Bok Hop laughed again. The question you're asking is so silly. At this point, her expression suddenly darkened slightly. After joining the Holy Alliance, could I still do the things I do now? As for my cultivation level, that's a secret. Suddenly, Bok Hop looked up at Tien Nan with clear eyes. I believe that in the near future, you will also achieve the same level of strength as me. The shadows of the two of them stretched across the floor in the hazy sunset. He promised that he would definitely become a very strong Esper user, then hesitantly said his goodbyes. After speaking, Tien Nan turned and walked away under Bok Hop's attentive gaze. He whispered in his heart the words he didn't dare to express. Goodbye, the most beautiful Bok Hop in the world. Behind him, the girl was also reaching her hand towards Tien Nan's back, silently calling his name in her heart. But then, as if afraid of something, she gently pulled it back. In the end, Bok Hop just gently placed her hand on her chest, watching as his figure gradually disappeared into the distance. The next day, Tien Nan returned to Apex Star, where the largest transit station was located. He sipped the drink in his hand while indifferently observing his surroundings. From here, he could get to the planet that Mong had mentioned. Suddenly, in front of Tien Nan, a group of people appeared, surrounding and beating a person cowering on the ground. You little brat, still trying to run? You dare steal from me, I'll beat you to death. He stared blankly, his eyes wide as he witnessed the scene unfold. The man who seemed to be the leader shouted, You dare steal my phone SIM card? It has the phone numbers of several of my little darlings. The person who had just been beaten scrambled on the ground, his voice trembling as he begged, I'm sorry, boss. Please spare me. I have an elderly mother and young children at home. Hearing this, the man's lips moved slightly, uttering words that sent a chill down one's spine. Leave an arm, and I'll let you go. With that, the man swung the baseball bat high, aiming for the arm that was being held down by his subordinates. Just then, a shadow suddenly rushed in from nowhere, delivering a kick that twisted the man's face. Tien Nan landed lightly, watching the man he had kicked fly straight into the building in the distance, accompanied by the sound of crashing. He frowned slightly and muttered, What's so great about ganging up on the weak? I want to see what you're made of. Fong Vien stared at this scene with wide, astonished eyes. Immediately after, with tears and snot flying everywhere, he rushed over to hug Tien Nan's leg and cried out, Big brother, save me. These people want to rob me. I have an 80-year-old mother and a child who isn't even a month old. He was stunned, looking at the tears and snot from Fong Vien smearing his clean pant leg. Then Tien Nan couldn't help but yell, My pants! While he was still shaking his leg, trying to kick him away, the leader on the other side had been helped up by his subordinates. Who are you, kid? Who gave you permission to meddle in my business? Tien Nan, already annoyed, was now being provoked by this guy and cursed gruffly, telling them to pay for his pants. The man frowned grimly. You want to pick a fight with me? You don't know your place. Brothers, get them. With that, the gang of underlings immediately strode menacingly towards them. Fong Vien immediately ducked behind Tien Nan and collapsed to the ground. Then he very naturally clung to his leg with eyes full of admiration and worship. Seeing this, Tien Nan got a little annoyed. Can you stop pulling on my leg? You're a man, for better or worse. Can you stop being so cowardly? On the other side, the subordinates had pulled out the guns hidden in their pockets. He immediately became serious, his voice low. The law forbids the use of guns. You actually dare to use them. The leader thought Tien Nan was scared and was extremely smug. It's too late to be scared now. Go repent in the underworld. With that, he coldly ordered his men to shoot him without hesitation. But a second, then many seconds passed, and nothing happened. He immediately roared in anger. Hurry up and shoot. I'll take responsibility for whatever happens. A subordinate, sweating profusely, explained that something was wrapped around them, preventing them from moving, then frantically warned his boss to watch his back. The leader frowned in confusion, and right then, a hazy black shadow behind him stabbed forward with a sharp dagger. A piercing scream of pain from the leader echoed through the city. A subordinate who witnessed this immediately gritted his teeth in anger and raised his gun. How dare you? Die for me. With that, a bullet shot out from the muzzle, whistling forward with a loud bang. Fong Vien, who was dazed and caught off guard, was hit squarely in the shoulder by the bullet, causing blood to spray everywhere. Tien Nan's eyes immediately widened in alarm at this sight. He rushed over worriedly to check on him, but he just clutched his shoulder and faintly reassured Tien Nan that the bodyguard's shooting skills were too poor. Another subordinate roared, "Both of you will die today. How dare you injure our boss?" Hearing this, he just glanced grimly at him and slowly growled, word by word, "The ones who will die are you." The next second, a shadow as fast as lightning streaked through the group of subordinates, creating a path of blood, and the sounds of fighting rang out continuously. Tien Nan's eyes became empty, like a soulless corpse. Suddenly, Bok Hop's voice echoed in his head, "You must also promise me one condition." Immediately after, Tien Nan seemed to awaken from a dream, his eyes wide in a daze. He recalled how she had warned him that unless it was a life-threatening situation, he must absolutely not use his dark Esper ability. With that thought, Tien Nan immediately sobered up and became serious. He turned his head and kindly asked if Fong Vien could still move and received a nod from him. Hearing that, Tien Nan no longer held back, grabbing Fong Vien by the collar and shooting straight up into the air amidst his yelps. A moment later, in a place quite far from the city center with lush green trees, Fong Vien respectfully clasped his hands to thank him for saving his life and said his goodbyes. But Tien Nan spoke up, stopping him from leaving. He smirked with interest. For better or worse, I did save you, right? Tell me, how did you get that wind-type ability? Hearing the words wind-type ability, Fong Vien looked bewildered and confused. If you want me to pay you a reward, I don't have any money. Tien Nan immediately replied that he wasn't interested in his money, but in something else. As soon as Fong Vien heard that, he immediately acted like an innocent boy being bullied, covering his chest with a pained expression. Could it be that you have that kind of interest? No, I'm not an option. Please don't butcher me. Tien Nan was so angered by him that he couldn't help but kick Fong Vien, sending him flying. That's not what I meant. Then he sat down again, trying to coax him into telling him. Fong Vien still stubbornly said he didn't know. Big brother, please let me go. Finally, Tien Nan relented. I'll tell you about it slowly later. What's your name? He broke out in a sweat and said his name, which means to always have ambition, and that he is a local orphan. Suddenly, Fong Vien seemed to realize something and jumped. What do you mean? You'll tell me later? Tien Nan gently put his arm over his shoulder. He cheerfully suggested, seeing that you have some decent potential, why don't you come with me from now on? At his words, Fong Vien immediately froze, not understanding what was happening. A moment later, a terrified scream echoed from within the forest. Big brother, I'm not dreaming, am I? I'm not going anywhere. Let me go. Then, he frantically ran to two nearby police officers, repeatedly crying for help. Fong Vien hid behind the police officer and angrily pointed at Tien Nan, accusing him of trying to rob him. Tien Nan, however, didn't seem scared at all, just smirking slightly as he looked at them. The two police officers immediately approached, asking for his identity and warning him not to move. Suddenly, a brightly shining stone appeared out of nowhere. Tien Nan held it in his hand and gently reassured them, "You two must know what this is. As soon as the two police officers saw the crystal, they immediately exclaimed in astonishment as if they had seen a holy edict. Then they bowed respectfully. So, it is a controller. It is an honor to be graced by your presence. Your subordinate has been disrespectful. Seeing this scene, Fong Vin was instantly petrified. Although he didn't know what a controller was, even the police were Tien non-subordinates. On the other side, he calmly pointed at him, I have some business with this guy. You two don't need to worry about it. Hearing that, they immediately agreed and asked for permission to slip away. Only then did Tien Non turn to smile at the petrified person beside him. You're pretty smart, even trying to get the police to arrest me. After a moment of silence, Fong Vin spoke with determination. No matter what, I will not go with you. With that, he suddenly bristled and shot out like a cannon. What right do you have to restrict another person's freedom? I'm used to living alone. Don't even think about forcing me to be your underling. Tien Non calmly assessed, so you do have a lot of spirit. Fong Vin, as if he had just punched cotton, immediately deflated and fell silent with a scowl. Seeing this, he took a step back and suggested being friends. I have a space-type ability. I can help you level up your strength. We can search for a new world together. He asked in surprise, You're willing to be friends with a thief like me? Tien Non affirmed that what happened earlier proved his power was very special. Now you can freely choose to stay or leave. I absolutely won't stop you. Hearing that, Fong Vin suddenly became thoughtful for a moment. In the end, he still decisively closed his eyes and refused. I still can't leave this place. A while later, in another seemingly peaceful corner of the vast city, Tien Non was again holding his familiar cup, sipping and pondering. Looks like I chose the wrong person. Forcing someone to come with me won't do any good. Suddenly, a shout from behind telling him to wait made Tien Non pause. He glanced back indifferently to see what was happening. Before Tien Non's eyes was the image of Fong Vin being chased by a mob. He was out of breath, running towards him while screaming for help and saying he would go with him. Tien Non smiled gently. If I save you, will you follow me? Fong Vin was so scared he was in tears, hastily raising his hand to swear an oath and beg, still accompanied by a blood-curdling scream. As he finished speaking, two earth-shattering explosions immediately occurred, flinging the entire mob chasing him into the air. The lucky ones who escaped were also terrified and hastily called for each other to flee. Above their heads was Tien Non, still in the posture of having launched himself high up. On the ground below, Fong Vin stood dumbfounded, clearly watching the scene of the crowd being thrown into the sky. He was so scared his eyes widened and his mouth hung open, not knowing how to react. A moment later, the smoke and fire had dissipated, returning the sky to its beautiful, clear state as it was at the beginning. Tien Non turned his head to look at Fong Vin with concern. You're not hurt anywhere, are you? What are you thinking about? He was still a little scared at this point. I never thought that kind of power would be so strong. From now on, I will follow you, but you must teach me that power. Fong Vin haggled as he turned to follow in his footsteps. The two walked side by side on the street. You want to become stronger in the future, so you won't be afraid of getting caught stealing from others, right? His pride was touched, and he immediately bristled. If I could earn a living, I wouldn't give a damn about stealing from people. As he said this, Fong Vin's expression suddenly became a little guilty. But now my bad reputation has spread far and wide. Now, whenever they lose something, they blame it on me, saying I stole their things. Suddenly, Tien Non asked a rather unrelated question. So does that mean your thieving skills are extremely formidable? He let out a sigh. Nowadays, many things are stored using high technology, so it's impossible to steal anything valuable. Otherwise, I would have fled far away long ago. He then wondered if Fong Vin had ever practiced cosmic chi. He replied that he had only heard of it, that it was a skill that only high-level academies or powerful people could practice. The shadows of the two stretched along the deserted road. Tien Non said that after they returned, he would give the cosmic chi cultivation method to Fong Vin. Hearing this, he was stunned and asked in disbelief, "You're just giving it to me like that? You trust me that much? I'm a thief." He glanced over and replied nonchalantly, "We are brothers now. Don't overthink it." Fong Vin was immediately moved to the point of tears welling up in his eyes. No one has ever trusted me like this. Right after that, he was overcome with emotion and cried loudly while calling him Big Brother, making Tien Non awkwardly comfort him. Very quickly, more than half a day had passed. The clouds were painted with a dreamy sunset color. Fong Vin realized this was the way to the transport station and guessed that he wanted to go to another planet. Tien Non also freely revealed that he wanted to go to Ming Wang's star. I heard the controller, there's a person with a space ability. I'll see if I can ask that person for some pointers. He immediately protested. You already have someone to teach you. What about me? Tian Nan calmly pointed. I will teach you the basics. Wait until you have a firm grasp of the cosmic chi skill and can control it. Then I will try to find a master for you. Fong Vien was immediately soothed by these words. That person on Ming Wong's star. Have you met them before? At this, he shyly admitted that he hadn't. I'm also just trying my luck. Maybe they'll refuse me. He temporarily accepted it and then wondered about the most important issue. So, did you bring enough money for the fare? Tian Nan seemed to realize he hadn't paid any attention to it, frowning and bowing his head slightly in serious thought. At this point, he suddenly whipped his head around to stare at Fong Vien. He was so stared at that his hair stood on end, stammering, "What are you looking at me for?" "I don't have any money." Tian Nan chuckled reassuringly, "For better or worse. I'm a controller. How could I not have food to eat?" Fong Vien still felt unconvinced. "You remember what you said? Don't come looking for me." Suddenly, Tian Nan whipped his head around again and stared at him seriously. Fong Vien shouted in annoyance, "Why are you looking at me again? Have you never seen a handsome guy before?" Then Tian Nan made a friendly gesture of putting his arm around his shoulder. "It seems we really are a match made in heaven. Even our stinginess is the same." Fong Vien was also speechless at this strange person. A moment later on the street that was growing dark, Tian Nan glanced ahead. "I'm starting to regret asking you to follow me." He frowned thoughtfully. "I don't think I've ever stolen from this group." Before them were three men with strange appearances blocking the middle of the road. He frowned, suspecting Fong Vien had offended the ninth master. He immediately denied knowing these people, and then curiously asked if they were very strong. Tian Nan couldn't help but scold Fong Vien for being an idiot. "Can't you feel the aura on them? In any case, trouble has arrived. You must be careful," Tian Nan reminded him tensely. One of the men in the group stepped forward. "You two. Which one is from the Sacred Alliance?" he asked grimly. Tian Nan and Fong Vien looked at them warily. "Who are you, and what do you want?" Ma Lutu's subordinate stretched out his hand. "What we want, you'll find out soon enough." As he finished speaking, he clenched his fist, and dark energy emanated from the gaps between his fingers. Behind Tian Nan, two giant skeletons appeared, looming within the black screen that enveloped him. Tian Nan suddenly sensed something was about to happen and was startled with fright. The moment the skeleton slammed its fist down on the ground, he had already nimbly jumped out of his position. Tian Nan observed tensely, "These people are dark-type ability users. Why are they looking for me and Fong Vien?" While he was still lost in his thoughts, behind him, a skeleton was stealthily approaching. But as it slammed its bony hand down on the ground, Tian Nan had already successfully dodged it. He broke out in a cold sweat. "I have to get out of this black smoke." No sooner said than done. Tian Nan immediately launched himself out of the dark sphere and into the clear sky outside. But what awaited him was the hand of my Lutu's subordinate. He quickly grabbed Tian Nan's hand, then bent it back to restrain him. The subordinate spat contemptuously. "So you're just an early-stage, space-type ability user." Tian Nan couldn't move. He could only frown and glare at him. Another man pointed at Fong Vien and asked how they should deal with him. The subordinate called boss coldly spat out 2 words, telling him to kill Fong Vien. He still hadn't caught up with what was happening and was dazed. A second later, Fong Vien, with tears streaming down his face, begged for mercy. "I have an 80-year-old mother at home and young children below." On the other side, Tian Nan tried to find a way for him to live. "He's not from the Sacred Alliance. Let him go, I'll go with you." In the end, the boss decided to let Lao San restrain them to be brought back, to await the Marquis's orders for their handling. As he finished speaking, a stream of dark energy emanated from his 2 hands, enveloping all of them. Tian Nan frowned and calculated, "The dark-type restraint is useless against me. I'll just play along with you guys for a bit." A while later, both of them were brought to a strange place, lying sprawled on the ground. However, Tian Nan was only pretending to be unconscious. "Since I can't beat them now anyway, I'll first see what they really want to do." They were in a magnificent but rather gloomy palace. My Lutu leaned over, resting her arm on the armrest of her chair. "Is this the Alliance's controller? Your work efficiency is getting stronger and stronger." Lao San, who was respectfully kneeling on one knee below, replied humbly, "Marquis, you praise me too much. Your subordinate has always been dedicated to fulfilling his duties." Suddenly, her expression darkened slightly as she let out a meaningful hum. After that, My Lu Tu cast her gaze into the distance and told Tien Nan he could open his eyes. You might be able to fool them, but can you fool me? The two people on the ground remained motionless as if they had really passed out. Hearing these words, he couldn't help but break out in a sweat and open his eyes wide. On the other side, Lao San was immediately kicked several meters away by his brother. He was kicked so hard that he vomited blood. The subordinate angrily cursed. You couldn't even knock him out. This place has been exposed. What do we do now? Lao San fearfully stammered and knelt down to beg for mercy. Your subordinate was careless for a moment. My Lu Tu didn't speak, but just gave him a cold glance. Then she closed her eyes slightly and passed judgment. Get out and reflect on your actions. 1 month of confinement. The three subordinates immediately knelt down respectfully in thanks. Your subordinate will go to receive his punishment at once. As for my Lu Tu, she slowly walked over to Tien Nan and sat down. Little brother, why don't you lift your head to look at me? She sat right down on the floor and put her arm around his neck. Your will is very strong. If it were anyone else, they would have probably pounced on me by now. Suddenly, Tien Nan pulled out a sharp dagger from somewhere. My Lu Tu frowned slightly, thinking he was about to resist. What answered her was Tien Nan's decisive action of stabbing himself hard in his own thigh. My Lu Tu was stunned, her brows furrowed, not understanding what he was trying to do. Tien Nan struggled to lift his head. If I don't do this, there's no way to resist the Marquis's charm ability. I hope to be able to speak with you normally. She seemed interested and asked what he wanted to say. Tien Nan struggled to his feet. We're all in the same boat. Why must we treat each other so cruelly? This statement left my Lu Tu a bit bewildered. What do you mean by that? Aren't you the space-type ability user from the Sacred Alliance? Streams of dark energy radiated from his body, quickly covering the surrounding space. Not only am I a space-type ability user, but I'm also a dark-type ability user, just like you. Tien Nan stood up straight. I'm not just a space-type. My Lu Tu stared at him, speechless. A look of utter confusion appeared on her face. Tien Nan slowly spoke through the gaps in the streams of dark energy. At the same time, I'm also a dark type. As he finished speaking, my Lu Tu immediately exclaimed in astonishment. It's appeared, it has finally appeared, the combination of space and dark. Then she respectfully dropped to her knees. Your subordinate, Countess My Lu Tu, greets the young master. A while later, the castle still stood imposing in the hazy space, as if something inside had changed. Tien Nan rubbed his chin, curious as to why her attitude had changed so quickly. What young master? I don't understand. My Lu Tu carefully deployed her ability, enveloping the bleeding wound on his leg. She cautiously raised her head and asked if Tien Nan didn't know his own identity yet. Hearing this, he was a bit flustered. What identity, I really don't know. My Lu Tu could only close her eyes helplessly and prepare to tell the story. Suddenly, Tien Nan cut her off, pointing at her. That's enough. My leg doesn't hurt anymore. Move a little further away from me before you explain. My Lu Tu stood up. How could you not know your own identity? Please don't try to hide it anymore. She was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes, placing a hand on her chest to thank the great dark god for bringing the Master of Darkness to the mortal world. But my Lu Tu's overflowing emotions were once again cut short by Tien Nan. I really don't know. Are you going to tell me or not? If not, I'm leaving. Finally, she gave in and began to explain. The ability users of our Dark Clan were once very powerful. We could exist anywhere in the Alliance and did not fear the Sacred Alliance in the slightest. But starting from 20 years ago, after the old master went missing, everything changed. Dark ability users began to slaughter each other, leading to incessant civil wars. After that, the Dark Clan was split into countless factions. Coupled with the pressure from those self-proclaimed righteous ones, the Sacred Alliance, the existence of dark ability users is now in great danger. After listening, Tien Nan was still not free of suspicion. So on what basis can you be so certain that I am your young master? My Lu Tu calmly recounted the old master's words before he disappeared. He had declared that once a person who could combine space and dark appeared, it would also be the time the Master of Darkness appeared. She narrowed her eyes slightly. When you simultaneously deploy both super abilities, dark and space, we will submit to you unconditionally. Inside the castle, Tiannan's voice echoed. I basically understand what you've said. I feel that right now, I should still focus on improving my own abilities. I cannot participate in the affairs of the dark world at this time. He bowed his head, tactfully refusing. Mai Lutu's face immediately darkened. What do you mean? She grimly moved her lips. You want to leave this place? Tiannan still hadn't noticed anything unusual. Don't you see that everything I've said is very practical? Increasing my strength is my #1 priority. Mai Lutu turned her head gloomily and growled for him to shut up. Right now, I am highly suspicious that you are a spy secretly planted by the Sacred Alliance within the Dark World. Hearing this, Tiannan was immediately stunned, not knowing how to react. He tensed up and broke out in a sweat, denying it. How could you think that? Then how can you prove whether I am your young master or not? She replied grimly. It's very simple. Let me test you a little. As she finished speaking, a pair of wings appeared from her back. If you are indeed the successor of the old master, you will naturally have inherited his fresh blood. Tiannan's eyes widened in astonishment with a bewildered expression. In a flash, she revealed her true nature and teleported right up to his face. Let me taste your blood, and I'll know. Mai Lutu didn't wait for Tiannan to react and quickly pounced, wanting to bite his neck. Suddenly, a deep voice roared angrily. Mai Lutu, how dare you? She immediately froze and became motionless like a soulless doll. Countless streams of energy gathered in the air, accompanied by strange sounds. Mai Lutu just stood there dazed, staring blankly at the scene before her. The gathered dark energy let out a growl. Do you think I don't know of your greed? You sense my aura on Tiannan. You want to take everything of mine from him? Mai Lutu snapped out of it and frantically begged for forgiveness. In response, a gloomy voice that seemed to come from hell replied, breaking the oath means only death. Mai Lutu sobbed and pleaded, I am willing to offer up my soul. I beg you to give me a chance. The dark shadow silently stared at her, as if weighing her worth. A moment later, he also considered Mai Lutu's contributions to the dark world and showed mercy. Surrender your soul. Your master will forever be Tiannan from now on. If he lives, you live. If he dies, you die too. A long time later, he woke up in a bed inside the castle, rubbing his head and trying to remember, how did I fall asleep? I remember it seemed someone wanted to bite me. Suddenly, Mai Lutu appeared and bowed respectfully. I have a few gifts I want to give you. Please wait for me to bring them out. Hearing Tiannan, he scratched his head and asked with a puzzled look. With the gift in her hand, she just turned her head and asked him to accept it. Mai Lutu secretly closed her eyes, pursed her lips, and broke out in a sweat. She introduced the artificial skin that had defensive capabilities on par with the highest technology and the ring that symbolized the status of a Grand Duke. Tiannan rested his chin on his hand, contemplating, this clothing seems a bit uncomfortable. Mai Lutu was very understanding and introduced, there's zippers below and also in the front and back, so the master can easily go to the bathroom. He was a bit flustered hearing that and stammered, let me see for myself. You don't need to say any more. Suddenly, she became grim and said she would teach Tiannan how to summon his dark ability, which confused him. Tiannan asked curiously, summon what? Mai Lutu obediently bowed her head in submission. I am your most loyal servant. I will teach you how to summon me. A moment later, back on the familiar deserted street, Fong Vien suspected Tiannan had tricked him while he was unconscious. He indifferently denied it and urged Fong Vien to buy tickets to Ming Wang's star. He pointed at the advertisement sign. My requirements aren't high. Buying a business class ticket will do. Hearing that, he pointed and told Fong Vien to go buy it himself, causing him to exclaim in horror. A while later, the two of them had boarded the spaceship, joining the countless spaceships moving through the vast universe. Fong Vien snorted coldly. You just wait. One day, I will rise like a kite in the wind. After I marry a rich wife, I'll cut ties with you. He said it so clearly that Tiannan could only manage a few forced laughs. 2 hours later, he was sitting back in a comfortable chair. Tiannan was wondering why Fong Vien was taking so long in the bathroom when he immediately heard him shouting his name. Fong Vien rushed over like a speeding bullet, causing Tiannan to lean back a little in fear. He was as happy as if flowers were blooming in spring as he excitedly recounted, Boss, you have no idea how lucky I am. I think I've met the girl of my dreams. He was speechless, glancing at Fong Veen, who was immersed in sweet happiness. A moment later, Tien Nan calmly listened to his whole story. He asked for more details. You two exchanged IDs? Something so important, did she just take it out herself? Fong Veen casually confirmed. She definitely wanted to get to know a handsome guy like me. Tien Nan seemed to have some difficulty speaking, sweating, and hesitating for a moment before deciding to bring it up. On the system screen, Fong Veen's savings were displayed. And surprisingly, the balance was a dazzling, bright red 0. He couldn't believe his eyes and screamed, "I've been scammed." And so, Tien Nan was once again speechless, watching Fong Veen cry in misery. Someone as brilliant as me got scammed. In another part of the spaceship, Tien Kai was reminding Kai Tui to follow the old plan. I didn't expect that kid, despite his shabby clothes, to have so much money. She immediately reassured him. A normal person can't open the door, but that kid is really ridiculously stupid. Kai Tui mocked confidently. Suddenly, something hit the door, causing it to vibrate and startling him. Then the door was shattered into pieces. In an instant, Fong Veen and Tien Nan appeared in the hazy smoke with scowls on their faces. The two people inside broke out in a sweat, staring blankly at them. Kai Tui acted innocent. "Mr. Fong Veen, what are you doing? Didn't I already invite you to be my guest? Why did you still break down my door?" He shouted angrily. "Stop talking nonsense and give me the money." She bowed her head and continued to act. "What money? I think there must be some misunderstanding." Fong Veen was so angry he cried. "What misunderstanding? That was my funeral money." Kai Tui sneered contemptuously. "What proof do you have that I stole your money?" At this moment, Tien Nan suddenly spoke up. "We all know what's going on. Hand over the money now. Is your life more important than money?" She frowned slightly in annoyance. "Are you threatening me, sir?" He said, "Ah," and then casually confirmed that he was indeed threatening Kai Tui. Suddenly, Tien Nan sensed Tien Kai rushing at him from behind and whipped his head around in surprise. When he attacked, he had already nimbly jumped out of his position. Then Tien Nan gently spun in midair, raising his leg to build momentum. Finally, he landed with a powerful kick straight into Tien Kai's back while he had yet to react. Tien Nan tensed his lips. Armor-breaking art, post-armor art, so he's a martial arts expert. Tien Kai looked up and praised. "Your speed is the fastest I've ever seen. It's a pity you ran into me." He smirked and pulled out a dagger. "Is that what you think?" he immediately exclaimed in surprise. "How can you bring a forbidden weapon onto the transport ship?" Tien Kai snorted coldly, provoking him. "What's the point of fighting with weapons? If you can beat me barehanded, I'll pay you." Suddenly, Kai Tui stepped forward and spoke in a sweet voice. "This gentleman, why must you resort to violence? If there's anything that angered you, I can compensate you, right?" She gracefully leaned against Tien Nan. He coldly told Kai Tui to get lost, using cosmic energy to bewitch others. "You truly are a scoundrel." She was immediately stunned, speechless by these words. Then, Tien Nan turned his head and accepted Tien Kai's challenge. He said that if he fought him barehanded and won, he would have to return the money to Fong Veen. Tien Kai was immediately stunned, his eyes wide and jaw dropped. But very quickly, Tien Kai composed himself and looked at Tien Nan seriously. He bowed his head, introduced himself, and gave a formal greeting. Then, as if gathering all his strength, Tien Kai let out a resounding roar. In less than a second, he closed the distance and threw a punch with all his might at him. Tien Nan just calmly stared at all of Tien Kai's movements. Then he moved lightly with lightning speed, circling behind him and grabbing his shoulder blade. A pitch-black vortex of dark energy appeared beneath Tien Nan's hand. Then, the back of Tien Kai's vest was corroded by the dark energy, leaving a large hole. A moment later, the spaceship was still flying steadily through space toward its destination. Inside, he struggled to stand firm, even though the floor was covered in fresh blood. Kai Tui anxiously called Tien Kai's name, wanting to stop him. But Tien Kai told her to go with Fong Veen and return the money to him. Kai Tui couldn't hide the confusion on her face and hesitated, wanting to say more. But his sharp voice cut her off. "No buts. Do you want me to break my own vow?" Hearing this, Kai Tui finally lowered her head and made up her mind. Then she turned and told Fong Veen and Tien Nan to follow her. Suddenly, several people approached and ordered them to stop and not move. Kai Tui jumped in surprise, her eyes widening as she stared ahead. Before them was a group of people in the same gloomy uniform walking toward them. They introduced themselves as the security staff of this ship and questioned who was the one who damaged the equipment on the ship. Kai Tui immediately smirked slyly as if she had struck gold. Then, without hesitation, she pointed at Tien Nan and accused him. It's this person. He was also planning to rob us. The lead security guard immediately shouted an order to take him away when suddenly a voice called out, telling them to wait a moment. He controlled the crystal stone on his index finger and glanced at them. Do you recognize this? Seeing the crystal stone, the security guards were all stunned. Immediately after, the lead security guard dropped to his knees. This subordinate pays his respects to the manipulator. Tien Kai and Kai Tui stared in shock at this scene. Even Fong Vin's jaw dropped, unable to believe his eyes. Tien Kai couldn't help but worry. He's their superior. If he tells them what I did, I'm dead for sure. Contrary to what Tien Kai worried about, Tien Nan said that it was nothing and dismissed the security guards. He couldn't help but wonder why he didn't reveal their identities. Tien Nan lowered his eyes slightly. We don't have any grudges, after all. At this point, he glanced at them again. I'm also impressed that you dared to swindle money from Fong Vin. One more friend is one more escape route. I don't need to create more enemies for myself. Hearing these words, Tien Kai was so moved that he knelt down. Your Excellency spared us today. This is a debt I, Tien Kai, will never forget. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely repay it. At this moment, an announcement was made on the spaceship preparing to arrive at planet Minhong. All passengers, please proceed to the oxygen chambers immediately. Tien Nan immediately said his goodbyes, while reminding them to remember to pay back the money. Tien Kai quickly raised his hand to stop him. We will definitely pay. May I know your Excellency's name? He smiled and waved his hand. No need to be so formal. Just call me Tien Nan. A moment later, they arrived at planet Minhong, which sparkled like a gem in the middle of the universe. A magnificent and splendid building stood tall before them. Fong Vin wondered if the Emperor star Tien Nan was looking for was here. He replied that he only knew the name. For now, let's go to the planetary government to ask. A moment later, inside an elegant room of the planetary government, Tien Nan approached a girl to greet her. Excuse me, is the office of the Holy Alliance's liaison headquarters here? I want to find Head Controller Mo. The girl smiled gently. This is the political center of planet Minhong. There is no office for the person in charge of the Holy Alliance. Then she kindly revealed that the head controller on planet Minhong usually stays in the Dream Forest and suggested he try looking there. Tien Nan narrowed his eyes and awkwardly thanked the girl. Then he quickly turned and walked out the door. The moment Tien Nan turned away, her expression immediately became vulgar. Isn't that another one who's going to make a fool of himself? I really don't understand what's so attractive about that old lecher Mo. A moment later, in a lush and dense dream forest, as soon as Fong Vin saw that they had to buy tickets, he immediately suggested sneaking in, but Tien Nan quickly stopped him. They're not fools. Fong Vin jutted out his chin, pointed a thumb at his face, and snorted, Are you looking down on me? I'm a #1 master thief. With that, he scurried off. You can pay for your own ticket. So, Tien Nan quietly watched as Fong Vin skillfully climbed the wall to get inside. He stood there, staring at the wall, waiting as the seconds ticked by. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Fong Vin was thrown out. He lifted his swollen head and whimpered. The guards here are really formidable. Tien Nan closed his eyes in exasperation. Just be honest and buy a ticket. A moment later, the two finally got inside. He suggested using cosmic energy to lift Fong Vin into the air so he could practice his cosmic energy, which surprised Fong Vin. She immediately agreed, but still carefully reminded Tien Nan that she had never flown before, so he should fly slowly. Tien Nan told her to trust him and assured her to rest easy. Then he dragged Fong Vin along, launching them forward amidst his sky-shattering screams. This isn't slow at all, is it? Tien Nan replied seriously, It can't be slow. I have to increase the cosmic energy very quickly. Suddenly, his eyes caught sight of a bird flying. Near it, the bird seemed to be covered in a flame, so brilliant it was dazzling. Suddenly, Fong Vin screamed in terror. Were you looking? There's a tree ahead. With a loud crash, The two, not unexpectedly, slammed straight into the large tree in front of them. The loud noise scared the birds in the forest, causing them to scatter. Tien Nan scratched his head in embarrassment. That bird's way of flying is very good. What do you think, Fong Vien? When he didn't hear a reply, he looked around in a daze. What met Tien Nan's eyes was the sight of Fong Vien, his face bruised and swollen, lying unconscious on the ground. He could only give an awkward, sheepish smile, not knowing what to say. The forest had always maintained its peaceful and beautiful appearance day after day. 1 month later, still inside that same dream forest, Tien Nan asked Fong Vien if he heard people nearby, and he immediately confirmed it. He glanced around, calculating, we don't have anything left to provide nutrition. If we meet other tourists, we can buy some from them. Suddenly, Fong Vien stretched out his hand and pointed in a direction ahead. It seems the sound is coming from over there. When the two walked over, they were startled to come face to face with an old man sitting huddled up. Great, we finally found someone. Do you people have any food? In a dream forest full of trees, Mo asked the two people standing opposite him for food. He continued, this old man is starving to death. Tien Nan apologized for not having any food, only a bottle of nutrition fluid. Then he quickly grabbed the thing he could put in his stomach at that moment. Mo immediately popped the cap off the bottle without hesitation. He began to drink greedily, continuously pouring it all into his mouth. When he was done, he casually smashed the bottle to pieces. He shouted angrily, this tastes awful. Is this even something for people to drink? Fong Vien looked at Mo with a displeased expression and chided him for being too wasteful. He glanced at him and said, you stink. Did you fall into a cesspit? Fong Vien placed a hand on his chest, confusedly replying that he hadn't. He continued angrily, so you were scolding me, huh? You're the one who fell into a cesspit. Fong Vien complained that he had helped Mo, only to be scolded in return. Tien Nan calmly told Fong Vien to let it go and that they should get going. The two turned to leave, with Fong Vien's taunt, just starve to death there then. The old man cried out loudly, making them turn their heads in alarm. You see someone dying and don't save them. This old man is about to starve to death here. This is murder. Tien Nan said that he really wanted to help him, but couldn't do anything. Then he continued, I already gave you the last bottle of fluid. Besides, this dream forest must have managers, right? Didn't they give you a communication device? The old man cried even louder and answered Tien Nan, that toy is ridiculously expensive, and besides, I come from the slums. How could I have that much money? Fong Vien urged Tien Nan to hurry up and go to Mo. Just ignore him. He glanced at him and said, everyone has their hard times. And besides, he's old. Tien Nan continued, it's dangerous here. Let me call a patrol vehicle to take you home. As for the money, just let me pay. Seeing him doing something unnecessary, Fong Vien asked, do you think you're some kind of savior? Tien Nan turned his face to remind him, have you forgotten that I also come from the slums? Fong Vien stepped back in fear and agreed, if you don't have enough money, use mine. Who told us to be brothers? He said he would contact the patrol vehicle and told Fong Vien to help the old man rest. After speaking, Tien Nan took out his walkie-talkie to make a call. The other side said they had to go to the supply station, and he asked for its location. Tien Nan reported back to them, the patrol vehicle doesn't stop here. We have to go to the nearest supply station. The nearest one is about 12 kilometers away. Fong Vien was terrified at the thought of having to take Mo 12 kilometers, saying he couldn't handle it. Tien Nan looked at him and asked, can you walk? Mo replied that he couldn't walk because his legs had turned to jelly, while Fong Vien intended to run away without a care. He dashed off like a gust of wind. Tien Nan also covered for his teammate, saying that Fong Vien meant no harm. Tien Nan offered his hand to support Mo, saying that he knew a flying technique, so they would get to the supply station quickly. Then he immediately carried Mo on his back and flew at a godlike speed, frightening the old man. Mo thought this kid's flying technique is too good. After some time, they arrived at the Dream Force supply station area. Mo said that no one would stop him from eating a full meal. On the table were many sparkling, sumptuous dishes. Everyone cheered that they could finally eat for real. Mo had a conflict with Fong Vien, and the two fought over food. Tien Nan calmly told him to give in, since there were still many other dishes. The three of them blushed as they enjoyed being full, still accompanied by the old man's mix of harsh and gentle words. I didn't expect Fong Vien's skills to be nothing special, but in return, he eats quite a lot. Mo glanced at Fong Vien and said, stop bragging. "You're as thin as a toothpick." He teased him to the point that Fong Vien was too angry to speak. The two of them clashed, neither willing to back down. The forest was dense with trees, but very quiet in return. Suddenly, Fong Vien noticed something and shouted that the patrol vehicle had arrived, calling out repeatedly. He dashed over, shouting for them to quickly take Mo away. When they arrived at the Dream Forest, the patrol staff asked if they needed any help. Tien Nan spoke up. "That gentleman needs your help." The staff member asked where he was. He looked left and right, searching because he had just been there but had now disappeared. Then Tien Nan looked into the distance and pointed. He was just over there. Suddenly, Mo stepped out and replied, "No need to look anymore." The staff member also noticed his presence and bowed respectfully. His identity was the Holy Alliance's head controller, Mo. He walked with a proud air, making Tien Nan overjoyed, but in contrast, Fong Vien was very surprised by this identity. The staff member smiled and also reintroduced him to the two of them. Tien Nan smiled smugly, thinking, "So the gentleman is the person I was looking for." Fong Vien was terrified, thinking about how he had foolishly treated him earlier, and now he could only use his ultimate move. After thinking, he immediately knelt down and kowtowed to apologize and show his respect for him. After apologizing, Fong Vien ran over to massage his shoulders and flatter Mo. "Actually, I figured out your identity a long time ago. Seeing your full forehead and radiant face, you must be a person of high status." Tien Nan was annoyed, wondering why this kid wasn't getting to the point. After thinking, he introduced himself as a level 4 manipulator from Trungden 10. Mo said that he had known this for a long time and asked why they knew his second ability was the wind system. Tien Nan said that he didn't know, he just wanted to become his disciple. He said seriously, "Do you think I would easily accept a disciple? Besides, that wind system brat is not a member of the Holy Alliance." Fong Vien raised his hand, wanting to join the Holy Alliance without a second thought. Mo casually refused to let him join because his character was too poor. He continued, "However, considering you gave me a full meal, I will give you a chance." He was so overjoyed and emotional that he cried, thanking him for being accepted. Tien Nan was also very happy, his cheeks flushing. Mo said to wait until after they passed the trial. "The disciples I accept are all at least level 15. Fong Vien happily continued, "With your strength, the disciples under you are surely masters as well. That's why I want to become your disciple." He told them not to get happy too soon and told them to get in the vehicle. Over here, Tien Nan stood in deep thought. "It seems it's not that simple. No matter what, I have to pass." Dream Patrol Station. Taina raised her hand to greet Mo and the others. The staff member gave a forced smile, only inviting him onto the vehicle without paying attention to the two people behind, which made both of them visibly annoyed. As the patrol vehicle sped off like the wind, Tien Nan suddenly thought, "I can't believe a dignified controller has such a personality. Well, I won't think about these things anymore." Then he asked with curiosity, "Mr. Mo, how did you get lost in the forest?" Fong Vien agreed with the question and then wondered why he didn't use regression to make himself younger. Mo leaned back in his chair and laughed with delight. "I was just teasing you in the forest. As for my appearance, I prefer this mature and worldly feeling. I am the man of many people's dreams, right, Miss Taina?" She placed a hand on her chest and replied, "Yes," making Tien Nan and Fong Vien want to throw up. As the patrol vehicle was still flying, he asked, "What kind of training will we receive next?" He replied that they would know when they arrived. Suddenly, Tien Nan's expression turned serious. There was a fluctuation of spiritual energy, and a protective circle with a sturdy shield vortex appeared on the ground. Detecting an intrusion, a loud shout came from that direction. "Who dares to enter the forbidden area of the Holy Alliance? Leave immediately, or you will bear the consequences yourself." After hearing the shout, he reached out and pressed a button, scolding them back. An explosion occurred instantly. Mo's fierce counterattack broke open the sturdy barrier. Unexpectedly, the two intruders turned out to be his acquaintances. Both of them welcomed Mo back. He ran to Taina, held her hand, and tearfully begged her to come to his place to play for a few days before leaving. Taina disagreed and left amidst Mo's regret. Afterward, she hurried to wash her hands and looked in the mirror, complaining, "He grabbed my hand and wouldn't let go. I have to wash it clean." Sostin, on this side, smiled kindly and said that he actually meant no harm. While the patrol vehicle was flying, Tena spoke up, but a person like him is really unbearable. Mo's temperament is truly bizarre. Others can't guess his intentions. When they arrived, they stood together as Mo spoke. You two, take them for training. If they don't pass, there's no need to bring them to see me. Go back to where you came from. He turned his back and walked away in a light breeze, then gave an order. Let them receive the 3rd level training. Sostin and Mo were terrified, wondering if Mo had made a mistake, while Tian Nan and Fong Vin just remained silent. He turned his face back and said, "If you can't do it, then get lost." Sostin turned his face and called for them to follow. In the dream forest, a piercing scream livened up the forest. You need to be at least ability level 50 to pass the 3rd level training, but I'm only at level 2. Mo said that passing was actually not difficult, and luckily the master didn't specify a time limit. Fong Vin didn't want to try and cried, while Tian Nan wanted to leave immediately without hesitation. He slandered Hong Tin, saying that if they didn't want to let them in, they should have just said so instead of making things so difficult. Sostin's face was displeased, not wanting to hear bad things about his master from the 2 boys, because the master was revered by ability users. Fong Vin closed his eyes and replied, "Why can't I see a single thing about him that's worthy of respect?" Then Mo continued, "Actually, the master wasn't like this before. He used to be very gentle and was loved by many ability users." He continued, "There's a reason why the master's temperament became what it is now." Then Mo recounted that 18 years ago, his master's only son was Mu. Mu had a bright future in the Holy Alliance, originally the strongest space system ability user who could succeed his master. Mu's cultivation at that time could be said to be on the verge of reaching the realm of a controller. In just a few more years, Mu would definitely have become a new judge of the Holy Alliance, and he was also his master's pride. Everyone admired his master for having such a talented son. But one day, Mu fell in love with a girl. Mu was determined to marry that girl, so the father and son argued. But for his son's sake, he could only accept it silently. And because of that, his master even endured suspicion from others in the Holy Alliance. But just 1 year later, Mu and his wife died not long after giving birth. His master's heart has been broken ever since. Mo's piercing scream revealed his despair, showing how heartbroken he was. His master's heart was filled with hatred for dark ability users. From then on, his temperament changed, and he began to frantically think of ways to get revenge. That's also why our planet Minhong became the only planet without the existence of dark ability users. Tian Nan then asked, "The girl with the dark ability died right after giving birth. So where's her child?" Mo replied that he didn't know. He continued, "Now that you understand the truth of the matter, I hope you won't be dissatisfied with Master Mo anymore. Please understand him. He sympathized because his master truly had his own suffering." After hearing this, Tian Nan understood and empathized with him. Fong Vin didn't expect Mo to have such a sad story. "I have wrongly blamed him." Mo asked if the two still wanted to participate in the training, and Tian Nan agreed. Fong Vin next to him was still a bit hesitant, wondering if he could do it. Tian Nan believed that miracles can only happen with persistence. As everyone was standing together, Sostin spoke up with praise, said, "I like people with a determined will like you. I believe you two can definitely create a miracle. First, I must train you two for a while." Tian Nan and Fong Vin next to him asked in unison. Sostin explained that although he couldn't help them pass the training, the master also didn't set a time limit. Therefore, he wanted to use this method to help them, which would also increase their chances of passing the assessment. Then he asked if they both agreed to accept the training. Fong Vin and Tian Nan happily agreed and thanked him profusely. Sostin stood there, smiling while Mo, standing beside him, didn't dare to accept being called a teacher. "If you have no objections, you can call us Big Brother." He and the other boys said in unison, "Little brother pays his respects to the two big brothers." Sostin laughed with delight. Suddenly, Tian Nan asked, "Fong Vin is a wind system ability user. You are all space system users, so how will you teach him?" He replied, "Rest assured, we have our ways." And Mo hid behind a large tree, watching them and thinking, "Sostin, this kid is too much of a busybody, telling my story for no reason." Then he thought again, if only Mu were still alive, the child of those two would be all grown up by now. Looking at them, he saw the shadow of his deceased son. The Holy Alliance must become stronger. Suddenly, a golden light shone from afar in front of them, surprising Mo. Before them was a peaceful natural scene with a sparkling round lake, a clear blue sky with a few faint mountains in the distance, creating a vast and serene feeling. Suddenly, Feng Vin spoke up, praising how beautiful the scenery was and how abundant the spiritual energy was. Sosten's face had a mocking expression as he criticized him for smelling too bad. Go take a bath. Feng Vin shouted angrily. Wipe that look off your face. He just smiled in reply. After you're done bathing, get some rest. The training officially starts tomorrow. The crystal-clear lake sparkled, making the scenery even more dazzlingly beautiful. Feng Vin went down to the lake to bathe and shouted with delight. Tian Nan appeared naked, revealing a six-pack and firm muscles. Feng Vin wanted to help him scrub his back, but Tian Nan refused, wanting to do it himself. The night sky fell silent, surrounded by darkness and peace. Then a new morning began with a warm dawn. Suddenly, Sosten's voice called for Feng Vin and Tian Nan to wake up and change clothes for training. From today on, I will be training you too, so there will be no going easy. The two boys happily followed. When they reached a forest, Feng Vin joyfully asked, "Are we going to face an even stronger storm?" "Right." Mo then told Feng Vin to follow him, while Tian Nan would be Sosten's responsibility. Now that it was just the two of them, Sosten said, "Today, you will train alone, and that is combat. Only in combat can you deeply comprehend your ability." Tian Nan asked in surprise, "Will I be fighting with you?" Sosten continued that he wouldn't be the one fighting with him, then shouted for the sacred beast to come out. A sacred beast appeared, beat its chest, and let out a huge roar. Tian Nan was surprised, thinking, so that's a sacred beast. Its aura is so strong. He introduced it to Xiao Bai and said that he must be careful when fighting. Tian Nan thought, I absolutely cannot use my dark ability. Its body is large, so its speed will probably be slow. I can use the advantage of my agility in the air to defeat it. While lost in thought, he discovered Xiao Bai, with its bulging muscles, gathering strength to launch an extremely fast and powerful strike from above. The swirling movements, speed, and force of the attack startled Sosten. The strike created a huge explosion on the ground, and Tian Nan's figure could be seen soaring. Up high to dodge, he stood watching in a panic, thinking, how can he take such a heavy punch from Xiao Bai and still get up immediately? Over here, Tian Nan had already used an extremely powerful strike to attack Xiao Bai from behind. He realized that when he used a full power strike, he was sent flying far away. Tian Nan assessed that it was too strong, whether in offense or defense. There was no way to counter it, but he didn't want to lose. Right after that, its loud roar echoed. Xiao Bai charged forward, so he had no choice but to risk it all. Tian Nan shouted loudly and gathered his strength to launch a powerful punch. Instantly, his entire arm emitted a blazing light of energy and collided head-on with Xiao Bai. The fierce impact created a flash of light all around, making the scene chaotic. Sosten was quite surprised that he could injure Xiao Bai. Unwilling to lose, it clenched its fist and punched Tian Nan, sending him flying far away. Xiao Bai roared as its giant hand tried to grab Tian Yin, who in a desperate situation couldn't dodge in time. Feng Yuan was slapped in the face by a spirit beast, leaving him dazed. It continuously growled menacingly. The spirit beast continued to chase him, causing Feng Yuan to cry out for his mother and just want to run home. Then he accidentally fell and lamented that the training was too hard, and then he was punched so hard that blood spurted out before collapsing to the ground again. Sosten saw Feng Yuan and took him back for treatment. At the same time, where Tian Yin was, he was also undergoing training. Xiao Bai was using its giant hand to grab Tian Yin, but he just stood there, staring calmly. Then he reached out and touched the ground. He dodged with a flip and escaped Xiao Bai's attack in an instant. This directly astonished Sosten. Xiao Bai was thoroughly enraged, so it activated its spatial binding ability. Tian Yin was controlled by the binding ability, unable to move. The difference in strength was too great. Bound, Tian Yin could only take a punch from Xiao Bai before passing out. After the battle, thanks to the support of the sacred fluid, his body recovered quickly. Everyone was curious about how he could be unharmed after Xiao Bai's punch, but he said nothing about it, letting everyone speculate. If he had a protective item, the training would continue in the afternoon. Tianyin was very optimistic and excited, wanting to train right away tonight. Sastin noticed that Tianyin's willpower was very strong and he was progressing rapidly. So he agreed, thinking this kid is unexpectedly so excited. Anyone else would have been scared to death by Xiao Hu. The afternoon match was nothing special, except that Tianyin was bound and took 3 punches before fainting. His willpower was very strong and his progress was very fast. Sastin spoke up, Tianyin, let's summarize the situation tonight before the match. Is the third match for today ready? He immediately replied that it was. At this moment, he was standing opposite Xiao Bai. Tianyin showed strong determination, his eyes shining, determined to break the binding created by Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai, with its giant body, was rushing forward with great power. Tianyin was surprised when he was bound by Xiao Bai with chains. His face showed clear astonishment, so he used all his strength to channel his cosmic energy. While he was thinking, Xiao Bai suddenly rushed forward. It threw a powerful punch at Tianyin, directly sending him flying high and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, his face became extremely panicked. Something was echoing up from the ground. An enraged Xiao Bai created an explosion, causing smoke to rise from the ground. He flew high in the air, calculating. This is spiritual perception. Every corner of the space was clearly depicted in his mind. After careful calculation, Tianyin grasped Xiao Bai's weakness. It tensed its bulging muscles, preparing to launch an extremely powerful attack, making Sastin and Mei, who were watching the fight from a distance, worry that Tianyin would be in danger. Without hesitation, Xiao Bai threw a powerful punch down at Tianyin's location. Then its face contorted, its nostrils flaring as if breathing heavily from exhaustion. Strange, glowing blue characters suddenly appeared around it, floating in the air, surprising it. Xiao Bai looked around in bewilderment, searching for its prey. But at this moment, Tianyin had already teleported to another place. His face showed a serious expression. That was close. I escaped Xiao Bai's spatial binding. Mei and Sastin continuously discussed the fight with indescribable amazement. On the other side, Xiao Bai roared, beat its chest, and shouted loudly. Sastin was surprised as Xiao Bai charged forward. He continued, I know you still want to fight, but that's enough for today. Suddenly, Tianyin slipped and fell from the cliff, making Sastin worry about him. He came to catch him and thought to himself, was what he just used the shape-shifting phantom? This is a high-level special ability of a space-type special ability. User, you kid, I didn't expect you to comprehend it so quickly. Sastin laid Tianyin down, full of hope for his future. Day by day, under the guidance of Sastin and Mei, Tianyin and Feng Yuan made progress. Tianyin now had a great understanding of space-type special abilities, improving every day. He mastered the 2 initial space-type special abilities and also grasped the shape-shifting phantom ability and many other skills. Xiao Bai's spatial binding was no longer a threat to him. He could even fight on par with Xiao Bai. During the days Feng Yuan and Tianyin suffered, they were injured almost every day, and he almost wanted to give up. But after comprehending the wind shield, his determination became fierce. Now he could skillfully use the flight technique of the wind-type special ability with extremely fast speed, and he had also comprehended the 2 abilities of Wind Shield and Wind Blade. A year passed by so quickly. Feng Yuan stood before Tianyin and confided, a year ago, I was still a thief in the central court, and now if I go back, I'm afraid no one will recognize me anymore. Tianyin continued for him. I've also been away from home for a year. I wonder if my parents are doing well. Suddenly, Feng Yuan shouted in disbelief, slap me. After suffering so much to achieve what we have today, I really can't believe it. Without much thought, Tianyin hit him for real, making Feng Yuan scream, you didn't have to be so serious, and you even used your full strength. He smiled and replied, if I didn't use my strength, how could you feel your own existence? If you want to thank someone, you should thank our 2 big brothers. Without their guidance, we absolutely couldn't have progressed so quickly. Feng Yuan laughed loudly. Brother, Mei even said I'm like a rocket, advancing from level 2 to level 6 in a year. I'm truly a genius. Suddenly, Sostin walked over and added, Feng Yuan, you're being narcissistic again. He continued, have you forgotten how many times your tendons were torn? The reason you two leveled up is because you put in more effort than ordinary people, an effort that no ordinary person could make. Feng Yuan excitedly greeted Sostin and Mei, then asked, do you want us to train more tonight? Sostin replied, Xiaobai and Feng Lang are scared of you too. Tian Yin placed a hand on his chest and said, they're so strong, so we have no choice but to go all out. Sostin interrupted, we came here to tell you that the 1-year agreement is up. Tian Yin asked cheerfully, can we receive controller mode's training? Hearing this, the two of them nodded in agreement. Tian Yin replied with a determined voice, we will give it a try. Seeing he was a bit tense, Sostin got straight to the point. He recounted, in the entire Milky Way alliance, over more than 1,000 years, there have only been over 100 space-type special ability users. Moreover, most of them are concentrated on the Underworld Emperor's star. We are here to protect something, and that is the Demon God Temple. The Demon God Temple was not created by us humans. It already existed when we discovered this Underworld Emperor star. As for who built it, it remains an unsolved mystery to this day. Everything about it is extremely mysterious. Inside the Demon God Temple, there's a power that can deify a person, but even if the 5 judge-level systems joined forces, they couldn't solve this puzzle. Then Sostin revealed a series of information about the Underworld Emperor star. He added, we have always suspected that the Demon God Temple might have a connection with the White Cabbage star inside the Underworld Emperor star, but we have no way to prove it. There are many texts inside the Demon God Temple. To this day, we can only understand a part of them. The rest are incomprehensible. Each floor of the Demon God Temple has a high-level test. As you go down, the tests become more difficult, and the controller's requirement for you is to pass the 3rd floor. Tian Yin then wondered, what kind of test is on the 3rd floor? Sostin didn't know either and said, you can only find out for yourselves. He reassured the two, but you can rest assured, although the mechanisms of the Demon God Temple are extremely formidable, it will absolutely not kill anyone who breaks in. When your strength is insufficient to pass the Demon God Temple's challenge, you will be teleported out by a mysterious power. Tian Yin and Feng Yuan shouted with joy, it's good that we won't die. Sostin turned and interrupted, we will take you to the Demon God Temple. If we don't go in, how can there be success? Mei added, I really admire you too, so full of energy. With this momentum, you might just be able to pass the test. Sostin looked at the two of them and said, I didn't expect you to be so excited. In that case, I'll grant your wish. Feng Yuan smiled and asked, are you taking us there now? Mei smiled and replied, no, we're testing the results of your past few days of training. After speaking, he stood in a space filled with brilliant blue light. Around him, powerful streams of energy radiated, creating a majestic and mystical scene. With a calm posture and a confident call, Mei summoned Feng Lang. Feng Lang appeared with bright golden eyes, which made Tian Yin and Feng Yuan a little scared. In the darkness, Mei's voice spoke, let's go straight to the training area. From a distance, the other person spoke, you two be careful, this is Feng Lang's true form. Feng Yuan used the wind shield technique and exclaimed, big brother, get back first. He tried to block its attack. Suddenly, Feng Yuan noticed cracks on the shield. The wind shield is about to break. Hearing Feng Yuan say that, Tian Yin immediately glared at Feng Lang and exclaimed, let me. He quickly used the Cosmic Bow Prime. It shot rapidly toward that source of power from Tian Yin. After observing for a moment, seeing the right time, Tian Yin seized the opportunity. Boom! The orb he had thrown earlier immediately stopped right in front of Feng Lang's face. Then it exploded in an instant. Tian Yin exclaimed, shape-shifting phantom. He suddenly appeared behind it from his original spot. It's space separation. It then vanished before Tian Yin's eyes. He glanced back and was surprised. In a flash, it had run to Feng Yuan's position. He said calmly, old friend, it seems you really like me. Feng Yuan immediately used Rending Wind Slash and shouted, take this. Continuous wind blades were launched. Feng Lang's pupils lit up, and it used space distortion to counter. He was surprised. The wind blades were neutralized. A level 16 holy beast is indeed formidable. Feng Yuan's hand was immediately enveloped in electricity. It seems I have no choice but to use that move. Tian Yin agreed without hesitation. Tian Yin threw an orb, and Feng Yuan shot a bolt of electricity into it. The combined power of the two created a rending wind blade aimed straight at Feng Lang while it was preparing to use space separation. Just as the stream of power arrived, Feng Lang stomped its foot, creating a huge explosion. Both of them were quickly thrown back by the blast. It saw their opening and immediately created a spherical stream of power. Feng Lang shot it toward the two of them. Tianyin was on guard. If we get hit by that, we're done for. He quickly flew into the sky, and the orb followed closely. Tianyin thought to himself, first, I should increase the distance from it. Initially, Feng Lang was controlling the power of this orb, sticking to him like a leech. Feng Yuan snuck up behind it, intending a surprise attack. He shot magical energy at Feng Lang's head while it was off guard. It immediately noticed and turned around to stare at Feng Yuan. Feng Lang quickly rushed over and punched Feng Yuan hard in the face, sending him flying into the sky. Feng Yuan took that blow for Tianyin. He was almost caught. Tianyin immediately used the shape-shifting phantom again. In a flash, he appeared next to Feng Yuan, catching him in midair. Tianyin teleported to a nearby hill to stop temporarily. Then he looked worriedly at the wounds all over Feng Yuan's face, shaking him to wake up. Tears welled up in Tianyin's eyes, more and more, as he continuously called his name. In the quiet night, with the faint moonlight appearing and disappearing behind the lazily drifting clouds in the sky, he silently looked at the motionless Feng Yuan. Regret slowly crept over Tianyin. He gritted his teeth and blamed himself for being useless. It's all my fault that I couldn't protect you. He closed his eyes, and happy memories of the two of them quickly flooded back. His eyes were immediately shrouded in blackness and hatred. That wolf was too cruel. Tianyin exclaimed angrily, "Damn wolf, I must kill you." Suddenly, Mei and Sostin ran over, shouting loudly for Feng Lang to stop. Mei's voice immediately woke him from his hatred. He looked up at the sky that IT was just training. I can't believe I developed killing intent. Mei worriedly asked about Feng Yuan's condition. Tianyin said he was seriously injured. Feng Lang is too strong. We joined forces, but we're still no match for it. Just now, Feng Lang used its ultimate move with full power. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's hurry back and find a way to treat Feng Yuan. Hearing that, Sostin immediately agreed. A few days later, in their house, Feng Yuan exclaimed, "This fruit is so sweet." Tianyin added, "You've just recovered from your injuries, so you should eat more. Actually, I have something to ask you. That time we trained with Feng Lang, why did you save me? You almost lost your life." He suddenly stopped holding the apple, saying nothing. Tianyin continued, "I know that even if I wasn't being chased by Feng Lang at that time, you would still have saved me, right?" Feng Yuan stood up. "What's the point of talking about this? I'm not as great as you think. The rest are all yours." He stood by the window, then looked back at Tianyin. "It's time for us to set off." He took an apple, while Feng Yuan continued to urge, "Hurry up." Then Sostin's voice was heard. "Are you two ready to go to the demon god temple?" Feng Yuan added, "What's there to prepare for? At worst, we'll just get beaten and thrown out." He said, "You're so naive." They were walking for a while when Sostin exclaimed, "There are guards ahead." He told everyone to get down, and they all quickly landed as Sostin said. A moment later, everyone approached the gate. He spoke up to greet controller Dylan. He smiled. "Do we two brothers still need to be so formal with each other? Who are these two kids?" Sostin introduced them. "They're the ones controller and Mo told to come to the demon god temple for the test." Tianyin and Feng Yuan greeted Dylan. He laughed and told them not to be so formal. Dylan introduced himself. "I am a level 39 space controller. What about you two?" He quickly introduced himself. "My name is Tianyin, a level 6 space controller." The other also added, "I am Feng Yuan, a level 6 wind controller." He was surprised because they were only level 6 and already here for the Demon God Temple's test. This is Controller Mo's idea. "I'm not sure either, just let them in." Dylan had no choice but to agree. He was helpless. Controller Mo's thoughts have always been hard to understand. The two people behind Dylan nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a light flashed in the forest, and the flowers and grass there were all frozen. Roan walked slowly, approaching and calling Dylan's name. She braced against the cold. "I hope not to hear you gossiping about the controller ever again." Tianyin and Feng Yuan felt a chill, while he forced a smile. Roan, you don't have to be so serious." She immediately gritted her teeth in anger and glared at Dylan. She gathered magical energy in her hand threateningly, while he stammered, unable to speak. She exclaimed, "I told you not to gossip about the controller." Dylan tensed up, gathering his strength to respond to Roan. wondering if she was really going to attack. The power of the two of them overwhelmed everyone. It was terrifying, and they both attacked each other. He was tense while Sostin and May wondered, "What's going on? Why are they fighting?" A large crack appeared between Dylan and Rong Rong. Her figure calmly stepped out from the thick dust cloud. Rong Rong glared threateningly. "No one is allowed to gossip about the controller." He asked worriedly, "Are you guys okay?" Sostin replied, "We're fine." Meanwhile, Dylan wondered in his heart, what a bad temper. Feng Yuan and Tian Yin hid behind a bush, lucky to have dodged in time. Dylan quickly raised his hands in surrender. Rong Rong said annoyedly, "Why are you so nosy?" She turned her head sharply and crossed her arms. "You know, I hate it when people gossip about the controller." The two who had been hiding behind the bush all this time decided to step forward. Tian Yin and Feng Yuan were flustered and greeted her. She didn't pay them much mind and told them to continue on their way. As they walked, Dylan explained, "Rong Rong is a level 42 space controller. There are 3 space-type controllers here, including May, Rong Rong, and me. Only the 3 of us are space-type special ability controllers, and our mission is to guard the Demon God Temple. We're almost there. This path is the entrance to the Demon God Temple." At the end of the path, a mystical scene appeared. Tian Yin and Feng Yuan were stunned by the sight before them. He thought to himself, "The gravitational pull is so strong, it's pressing on all my internal organs. What is this feeling?" Tian Yin clutched one side of his chest in discomfort. He realized that if he wasn't mistaken, there seemed to be the sound of breathing. Tian Yin was tense, wondering, is this the Demon God Temple? A while later, everyone arrived at the center of the Demon God Temple. Rong Rong spoke. "This is the entrance to the Demon God Temple. You go in by yourselves. No one can help you. You can only rely on your own strength." Tian Yin and Feng Yuan were filled with anxiety as they looked down into the pit. He exclaimed, "It's a bottomless pit. How are we supposed to go?" Rong Rong calmly continued, "It's simple, just jump down." Then she immediately pushed both of them down. They couldn't react in time and fell, shouting loudly. "We weren't mentally prepared yet." Dylan wondered, "Rong Rong, what are you doing? Shouldn't you have told them before pushing them?" She replied nonchalantly, "What's the point of explaining? They'll fail anyway." Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind Rong Rong, making her turn around immediately. "My lovely Rong Rong, still as special as ever. Truly the disciple I am most proud of." May continued, "And Sostin and May, you 2 smart ones." The 2 brothers bowed. "Controller Mo, we just wanted to help them." He continued, "I don't mean to blame you. You did well. I also want to see how long they can last." Rong Rong, don't wear that cold face. It will make you age faster. And Mo left. "I don't want Rong Rong to get old." Hearing that, her cheeks turned red. Looking at his retreating back, Sostin now understood. Mo's main intention was to test their willpower. Meanwhile, Tian Yin exclaimed, "Xiao Feng, take my hand." Feng Yuan quickly replied, "Big brother, the pull is too strong. I can't move at all." He advised, "Activate your cosmic energy at full power. Try your best to maintain your body." Finally, the 2 managed to hold hands and land safely. Tian Yin exclaimed, "There's a force helping us maintain our balance." He replied, "That's right, the pull is gone." The 2 resolutely stood up and advanced towards the challenges that awaited. He clenched his fist, prepared to fight. Feng Yuan also followed suit. A while later, they were walking around a room completely covered in yellow. He looked around and asked curiously, "What are these characters carved on the wall?" Tian Yin replied, "I don't know either. Don't let your guard down. Let's check ahead." What caught their eyes was a majestic statue. Feng Yuan exclaimed, "Big brother, look, that statue is so tall. Let's go over there." Tian Yin advised, "Don't rush over there yet. This is probably the first floor of the Demon God Temple. If there's a test, we must be on guard against everything. First, let's observe the surroundings so we can adapt to any situation." Feng Yuan immediately complied. As they were advancing, his foot suddenly stepped on a tile. Tian Yin shouted, "A mechanism." Feng Yuan quickly pulled his foot back. A stream of electricity appeared in front of them. He quickly used Rending Wind Slash towards it. When Feng Yuan's slash touched the stream of electricity, it vanished. He watched the scene, unable to believe his eyes. Feng Yuan was stunned that his wind blade had been broken. Looking ahead, he saw that in a flash, spirits had appeared. Weren't they in front of the statue? He used space separation while shouting powerfully, "Strike decisively." Tian Yin's stream of power shot out and passed through the statue. He was stunned to realize they were energy bodies, It immediately rushed towards them at lightning speed. Seeing it, Tian shouted loudly, "Be careful," to warn Feng Yuan. He also quickly used the lightning ray attack on the statue. Feng Yuan's attack passed through it, and he realized they had both completely failed. The other statues also rushed forward to attack them. Both were unfortunately hit and fell backward. Feng Yuan lay on the ground while blood flowed from his mouth. After that blow, Tianyin's head ached. It was a spiritual attack. His head felt like it was about to explode. He gritted his teeth, his eyes slowly being covered by blackness, his cosmic energy rapidly disappearing. The black aura enveloping Tian-yin was becoming unbearable for him. Suddenly, the aura slowly subsided. He thought to himself, "The painful feeling is gone." Tian-yin was shocked. At that moment, a ray of light flashed and landed on the ground, attracting his attention. The rays of light continuously swept past the statues. Immediately after, they all exploded. Tian-yin looked at the back of a figure that was appearing and disappearing, wondering who this person was. As he helped Feng Yuan up, he said thanks and asked for their name. As Tian-yin got closer, a shiver ran down his spine. He could feel an incredibly strong, killing intent. Mo slowly turned his head before Tian-yin's eyes. His face, filled with killing intent, was revealed before him. Tian-yin was startled when he realized that the person standing before him was Controller. Mo Tian-yin worriedly wondered in his heart, why is Controller Mo here? Did he come to save us? Why after fixing those statues? He didn't understand Mo's murderous gaze. Tian-yin spoke up to explain. Did Controller Mo come to supervise the test? Because this test is too difficult for us. He calmly said, the test is difficult, but you have successfully passed the first round. The figures of the three energy sources were impossible to resist. The first test was a test of spirit and willpower. Feng Yuan has failed. You are still conscious, so you passed the first round. He disappeared from Tian-yin's arms. And Mo then said, don't worry, he has been teleported out by a mysterious power. Tian-yin staggered to his feet, on guard against him. Then what is your ultimate purpose for appearing here? He took step after step towards him. An extremely strong, killing intent could be felt emanating from him, forcing him to retreat. Mo used his power on Tian-yin. He suddenly panicked. Such a strong, shape-shifting phantom. He quickly closed in on Tian-yin, grabbing him tightly by the neck, leaving him no room to escape. Mo was angry because at first he thought he would become an outstanding space-type special ability user very quickly. So he gave them quite a few opportunities. Said, a dark creature will only ever have one fate before me, and that is death. In Tian-yin's mind, images of his parents smiling at him began to appear. The Lily Saintess and a special person he couldn't forget. That was Lam Lam with a bright smile on her lips. Tian-nan's eyes grew dim as he gradually lost consciousness, his hands no longer struggling but falling limp. Mo saw that he was about to pass out and became even more frantic. It's time to end this. Deliver the final attack. A terrifying purple flame appeared on Tian-nan's neck, forcing him to pull his hand back. Mo stammered, unable to speak. The air around him suddenly darkened. The flame enveloped Tian-nan's body, allowing him to stand firm. Unexpectedly, this is the hellish demon fire. My Lu Tu's voice rang out. It seems you still lose your cool quickly. How long has it been? And you already want to step in and help him. Again, she smiled brightly. Long time no see, Mo. Mo's eyes turned red. How can it be you? Weren't you supposed to have disappeared? My Lu Tu replied, disappeared doesn't mean dead. It seems you've gotten stronger. Your dual system ability has indeed strengthened a lot. Mo used his wind system ability and space ability at the same time. She advised him, don't be so quick to act. I didn't come here to fight you. As for this boy, I happen to want to talk to you about him. But Mo refused. There's nothing for us to talk about. I admit I'm not your match, but even in death, I'll make you pay. Our feud should end. My Lu Tu thought otherwise. You're wrong. There's no hatred between us, at most just similar ideals. I'm not really here. Just a part of my spiritual power is still in this kid's body. This hellish demon fire is just a remnant I gave Tian-nan. If you attack, he will die. He asked why she would reveal a weakness, but Lu Tu said she had faith he wouldn't harm Tian-nan I just want you to remember something familiar to you. Although he has lost his consciousness now, don't you find Tien Nan's appearance very familiar? She asked again, startling Mo. Doesn't Tien Nan resemble you in your youth in some ways? You don't recognize it at all? Mai Lu too emphasized once more, saying that he looks exactly like his deceased son. Mo was flustered and in disbelief, unconsciously stepping back. Mai Lu too continued to persuade, trust your eyes, Mo. Whether it's his body or appearance, he's 8 or 9 parts similar to him. Otherwise, why would you let him participate in this competition? She has always been by Tien Nan's side, protecting him precisely because of their relationship. That's why Mai Lu too didn't waste her power inside his body. Mai Lu too reveal more. The dark girl your son married back, then was my poor daughter. Mo didn't believe it, but Mai Lu too calmly continued, it was my daughter. Don't you dare say, I made her seduce your son. He wasn't worthy. My poor Van Ni, for some reason, fell for your son. You were heartbroken when he died, but what about me? She was sorrowful, but even though her daughter was dead, their bloodline remained in this world. Mai Lu too challenged, if you want to kill your only grandson, then go ahead. A series of words flooded Mo's mind, making him turn pale in disbelief. He gradually understood. Could it be because of the union of Mu and Van Ni, the two powers of space and darkness, that they both appeared in him? Mo looked at Tien Nan standing dazed right before him, an answer forming in his heart. Tien Nan is Mu's son. Mai Lu too explained in one go, you can verify Tien Nan's identity yourself. Although I am an evil demon in your eyes, I have never known how to lie. Many secrets from that year were never revealed. You can find the truth, but your son was not assassinated by someone with dark abilities. I would not kill the man my daughter loved, and I have even less reason to harm Van Ni. I also never stopped searching for the culprit who killed my daughter and son-in-law. It's just that I'm old now, and I can only rely on Tien Nan to hold on to this last ember of life. Mo didn't answer her. He stood in silent contemplation, looking closely at Tien Nan before him, his heart wavering. Is he really Mu's son? My grandson. Mai Lu too realized Tien Nan's body couldn't hold on any longer, and why spirit has to return. Lastly, I want to remind you not to tell Tien Nan his identity, or the hidden forces will appear to harm him. The boy must resolve everything himself. After saying those last words, Mai Lu too disappeared, releasing Tien Nan. Before regaining consciousness, he fell to the ground with a thud. Mo stood there, muttering his name, looking at every feature on Tien Nan's face, but with no intention of helping him up yet. Tien Nan remained unconscious on the cold ground, breathing steadily under Mo's hesitant gaze. At this time, in the forest, Phong Vien, who was sent out earlier, gradually woke up. Dylan was beside him, treating him. Phong Vien touched his head, dazed, and asked, Isn't this the demon god temple? Dylan looked at him and explained, After you fainted, you were teleported here. Phong Vien realized he had failed. His heart ached a little. He finally understood why some controllers have to leave after just 2 days. The mental pain is truly not easy to bear. Phong Vien looked around for Tien Nan. Dylan handed him tea to drink, and Mo reassured him, don't worry. The fact that he hasn't come out proves he's still training. Since the Demon God Temple was discovered, no one has ever died in it. Phong Vien sat and sighed. That place is terrifying. Our attacks had no effect at all. It didn't feel like we were landing any blows. Mo consoled him. Don't be discouraged. Even a level 15 controller couldn't hold on. Next time you're fully prepared, you'll definitely pass. But Dung Dung scoffed. Will he have the guts to go in there again next time? Phong Vien stood up, brushed off his clothes, and said briskly, What's there to be afraid of? In fact, pain is also a kind of enjoyment. Have you all never experienced it? Dung Dung was stunned. Pain is a kind of enjoyment. She thought to herself, this is the first time someone has dared to say such a thing in front of her. Mo praised him for being quite perceptive. Phong Vien casually replied that he understood it while dealing with the Windwolves. Suddenly, a figure appeared before them, a light of teleportation. The light disappeared. The person was Tien Nan, who was completely unconscious. Phong Vien worriedly kept calling out, Boss. Mo immediately ran to Tien Nan, placing his hand out to transfer chi to wake him up quickly. But after transferring chi for a while, Mo suddenly froze, looking at Tien Nan in astonishment. He seems to have stopped breathing. Tien Nan's physical condition at this moment was extremely dangerous. His body was empty, not only lacking cosmic chi and abilities, but like someone in a vegetative state. Dung Dung and Dylan saw that Tien Nan's situation was not good and ran over, sitting down to help transfer qi. Fong Veen could only stand by anxiously, unable to help. Suddenly, a powerful murderous aura radiated from behind them, startling everyone. Dung Dung turned her head to look with some hesitation. Seeing the figure emitting the murderous aura, she knew it was Teacher Mo. Everyone broke into a sweat, surprised by Mo's appearance. Dung Dung wondered to herself why the teacher was here. As she observed, she sensed something unspoken in his eyes. Without a word, Mo extended his hand, using his power to lift Tien Nan's body, making him float in mid-air in front of everyone. In the forest, leaves rustled. Everyone was silent, not making a sound. Mo controlled Tien Nan, bringing him to his side and carrying him in his arms before everyone's eyes. Fong Veen, bewildered, hurriedly asked him, "How is Tien Nan now?" Mo just said quietly, "He will be fine." He instructed Fong Veen to continue training here, while he would temporarily take him away. He told Mo, Sostin, and Dung Dung to continue standing guard. Although he heard the instruction, Fong Veen was still worried about Tien Nan. Mo advised him, "You should rest a bit. Your spirit was quite damaged when it was attacked." Fong Veen's face was sorrowful. "I have to enter the Demon God Temple. My ability is too low compared to the boss. I have to try harder. I want to see what turned the boss into this." Dung Dung intended to dissuade him. "The pain the second time won't be weaker than the first. You should think it over carefully." Fong Veen understood that what Dung Dung said was out of concern for him, but he just looked at her and smiled lightly. Then he walked to the entrance of the Demon God Temple. Dung Dung wanted to stop him, but couldn't, seeing Fong Veen's prior determination. At Mo's residence, a peaceful and rather fresh place, he had brought Tien Nan back to rest. After a period of unconsciousness, Tien Nan's eyes moved, and he woke up, groggily wondering where this was. He sat up and looked around. What hit his eyes first was sparkling wallpaper. Heaven? It's all posters of beautiful women. Suddenly, Mo opened the door and walked in, asking, "You're awake?" Tien Nan was startled and turned to see him. Mo coughed lightly a few times, then used his power to make all the wallpaper posters store themselves away elsewhere. He pretended not to know anything and told Tien Nan, "Just pretend you didn't see the model posters," leaving him speechless. Tien Nan anxiously asked, "If you already know my secret, why didn't you kill me? Don't you hate people with dark abilities?" Mo didn't know what to say, remaining silent for a long time as if to organize his thoughts. He closed his eyes and remembered, "Thinking back now, I can really see Mu's shadow in the boy. I don't know since when I've wanted to help him more." Mo hung his head low. "It's all in the past." Tien Nan was surprised and asked, "You want to spare me?" Mo replied, "There's no such thing as sparing or not. You're still a controller of the Holy Alliance, and I'm still a controller of the Holy Alliance as before. If you agree, you can call me teacher-like." "They do." Tien Nan didn't know what to say to his offer, his heart filled with nothing but confusion. What happened? Tien Nan was bewildered, not understanding why he would tell him to call him teacher, despite hating dark abilities so much. He asked for the reason, but Mo just replied, "There is no reason. You don't need to know right now." He continued, "I hope you hide your ability. Don't let others find out." Mo emphasized, "If your ability is exposed, even I won't be able to protect you." Hearing this, Tien Nan understood that he had no other choice in this situation. He realized that to protect both his future and his life, his only option was to bow his head in acceptance. Tien Nan looked at Mo, gently bowing his head to thank him. Only then did Mo's face relax, smiling warmly at Tien Nan. He turned him around, gently instructing, "Don't move. I will transfer some cosmic qi to you." After thanking him, Tien Nan sat quietly, letting Mo focus on transferring qi into his body. He quickly felt two powerful streams of cosmic qi circulating within him. Tien Nan thought to himself, "Let me slowly guide this qi. Both my ability and my physical strength are recovering quickly." After a while, Mo finished transferring the qi and said, "That should be enough. You should rest for a bit." Tien Nan lay down to rest, but still spoke up. "Wait a moment, teacher. How is Fong Veen?" Tien Nan said worriedly, "He doesn't know. I have a dark ability. Please don't make things difficult for him." Mo reassured him, "Don't worry. He's still undergoing training, as usual. There's no problem." After speaking, he left the room, telling Tien Nan to rest, then stood outside the door with a thoughtful expression. He sighed, his heart filled with joy as he lambam. "Tien Nan, my grandson. I have a grandson." Mo looked up at the sky and laughed loudly, feeling for the first time that the angels were on his side. He recalled the past, how he once hated the woman who took away his beloved son, but now he had his grandson by his side. Earlier, while Tian-nan was unconscious, Mo had taken a strand of his hair for testing, proving they truly had a blood relationship. He gradually felt the true meaning of life, even without revealing Tian-nan's identity. Yet, deep down, he already saw Tian-nan as the only family he had left. Mo silently promised to protect and nurture his grandson. For Tian-nan, he even set aside his hatred, eliminating all the dangers lurking around him. Tian-nan woke up, his body recovering quickly. He realized that besides his parents, his teacher had always cared for and visited him. The relationship between Tian-nan and his teacher grew better and better. He trusted him, telling him everything about his body's condition when Mo asked. Tian-nan told him about the Dream Illusion City incident. Mo got angry, thinking Ona was being unreasonable by blaming her disciple in place of her own child. He also told him about the Meili incident, which surprised and angered him, making him determined to seek justice for him. Mo wanted to help, but was stopped by Tian-nan. Teacher and Lady Ona are both controllers of the Holy Alliance, and besides, she belongs to the Phi Ni clan. He asserted there are no ifs. She should blame her own daughter. She saw that your aptitude and ability were too good, so she wanted to take advantage of you. Now you're my student, I will definitely help you. Even old Phi Ni has to give me some face. But I have something to remind you of. From now on, associate less with people with dark abilities. Because they are born of darkness, I don't want you to be tainted by them. Mo turned his back, sighed. Once you've made a mistake, it's hard to turn back. It's clear that darkness is the evil path. But no ability is inherently good or evil. Used for good, it is good. Used for evil, it is evil. Do you understand? Tian-nan pondered for a moment, murmuring his words. Used for good, it is good. Used for evil, it is evil. Mo looked at Tian-nan with satisfaction. I believe in your ability to comprehend. Tomorrow, I will take you somewhere. Tian-nan was curious. Where are we going? It's not more training, is it? In my current state, I can barely pass one trial. He shook his head. It doesn't have to be in the Demon God Temple. Today, I will teach you a lesson about your understanding of space. Tian-nan explained. Space is formless, ever-changing, and endless. It changes every moment. Even a vacuum has its differences. Mo nodded. I admit you have a deep understanding, not just rote learning. It's true that we manifest space with different transformations and ability intensities. He said, if you understand the rules of its movement, you can reach the peak of your ability. The power changes when you act. To cultivate an ability, you must feel it with your heart. Everything is related to life and death. If you focus, you will comprehend. Mo walked out, still talking, using space well as your homework. After he left, Tian-nan gradually understood and began to close his eyes to concentrate. Tian-nan remained calm, breathing evenly. He focused all his spiritual power, controlling every part of the space. Under the effect of his spiritual power, it was just as Mo said, he could feel every movement of space. In this small room, space was everywhere. Depending on the different strengths, the sequence of movement was also different. Tian-nan continuously felt the mystery that space brought, gradually falling into a state of tranquility. Due to his intense concentration, that day, Tian-nan comprehended the mystery of the first layer of space. After a long day, the next morning was sunny and beautiful. The day Mo had arranged to take Tian-nan somewhere. He had just opened the door and walked in, looking up in surprise to see Tian-nan had been like that since yesterday. Mo exclaimed, Tian-nan has maintained this state since yesterday. The spatial constraint has appeared. He has comprehended the vacuum. Mo laughed heartily, pleased with Tian-nan. It seems you've taken the first step in understanding space. Tian-nan thanked his teacher for helping him improve. Mo was also happy. No need for formalities. Let's set off. I've wanted to go there for a long time. I hope I can go there with you and feel a bit of joy. After being indoors for a while, Tian-nan could now go outside and breathe the fresh air. He excitedly enjoyed the outdoor atmosphere. Mo introduced, this is my base. Tian-nan stopped his frolicking and now noticed the scene before him. He exclaimed in surprise. The scene before him was quite simple and quiet. Tian-nan knew that on Pluto's star, the vast majority of ability users lived here. He was surprised, thinking this place was like a village from a movie. Mo laughed. I still think this is a happy land. I find the hustle and bustle of the city annoying, and I don't like those tall buildings either. You probably won't believe it. The Holy Alliance and the Galactic Alliance decided to limit scientific development. Tien Nan was puzzled. Wouldn't science and technology be more convenient? Mo sighed. You only see one side of it. In this world, nothing can go against the rule of pros and cons. If science and technology reach their peak, what follows is not a beautiful vision, but a catastrophe. Everything has its limits. Reducing scientific development now is for the best. The destruction of humanity is hard to predict. Mo created a green light that enveloped them. Tien Nan was surprised. He said cheerfully, "Let's go." He teleported them outside, to a city with skyscrapers. Tien Nan exclaimed, "Is this outside the dream illusion forest?" He was excited. "We've come so far in the blink of an eye." Mo humbly replied, "This is the speed of light. When your level is like mine, you'll be able to do it." Tien Nan asked in amazement. The speed of light is something humans can achieve. Mo looked at him. Nothing is impossible. Human potential is limitless. You must comprehend the mysteries yourself. Then he handed Tien Nan a tube. "Drink this nutrition flask for now. We're going to the Pluto region." He drank the medicine while pondering, what are we actually doing? Mo hummed, "Actually, I want to take you to see a place." He said he wanted to take Tien Nan to a grand concert with a shy expression, causing him to spit out all the medicine he just drank. Mo said proudly, "Melissa is my favorite singer. Today she's performing in the Pluto region." This ticket was very hard to get. Tien Nan broke into a sweat, seeing him beaming like 1,000 flowers. He laughed and said, "I'm extremely excited today. We'll take the train. The defenses of the Pluto region are very high. We can't fly over." Tien Nan was flustered. "What does watching a concert have to do with my training?" He explained, "Old-fashioned training is very lonely. Relaxing will be more beneficial. I hope you can share this joy with me." Tien Nan's eyes lit up with joy. He didn't expect Mo to be so thoughtful. He quickly agreed. The two took a train to the vast Hao-Ian Sports Stadium. Tien Nan and Mo had no choice but to merge into the crowd heading into the stadium. Tien Nan was unfamiliar. This singer is really famous. Mo nodded. Her concert tickets are very hard to buy. Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind. "Are you blind? You dare push a big shot." Tien Nan turned his head curiously to see what's happening. A hooligan was shouting in the middle of the path. "You dare push a big shot? Are you tired of living?" Truck Dung repeatedly apologized, but he refused to listen. The hooligan even gave Truck Dung a hard shove backward. "I see you're itching for a beating." He silently listened to him grumble, "Luckily, I'm in a good mood today. Otherwise, you'd be on the ground already." Tien Nan witnessed this and couldn't stand the anger. "This is really bullying someone too much. I can't just stand by and watch." Mo was in a hurry and advised him to stop. When Tien Nan didn't understand why, he just said, "This person doesn't need our help." Truck Dung stood up, adjusted his hat, and smirked, which angered the hooligan even more. "What are you laughing at, kid?" He had just finished his sentence when he was stunned, his eyes wide. The lower part of the hooligan suddenly caught fire, making him panic, not knowing what to do. The onlookers were also bewildered. After a short time, everyone fell silent. The fire had gone out, and his pants had burned to ash. Before the hooligan could react, his lower half was suddenly exposed, shocking everyone around. Some quickly covered their eyes. The hooligan hastily fled from the crowd. Everyone laughed loudly. Tien Nan was also speechless. Where did he run off to now? Mo led him away. "See? That person didn't need us to intervene. No need to bother with them." He led Tien Nan to a pre-booked room, which made him gasp in admiration. Tien Nan continuously praised, "As expected of you, teacher, to be able to get a VIP ticket in a situation where so many people are buying tickets." Suddenly, on the soft bed, there was a figure lying there, waiting. Someone had already arrived. Tien Nan was surprised. It was the person from just now, the one who used fire to retaliate against the hooligan. Mo frowned. "Why do I always have to share a room with you?" Tien Nan knew the two were acquainted and intended to go over and greet him. He bowed politely. "Senior, I am Tien Nan. I hope for your guidance." He snapped. No need to be polite with him. Truck Dung smiled and extended his hand. As Tien Nan shook it, he felt a jolt of electricity run through his heart. He was stunned, not believing the sensation he just felt. "What level of ability is this? Cosmic chi?" He stammered as he recognized the fire system ability. "Could it be that you are one of the 5 judges of the Holy Alliance?" After being silent until now, Truck Dung finally opened his mouth to speak and admitted that it was not wrong. He stood with his arms crossed and introduced himself. I am indeed the ability user judge of the Holy Alliance, Truck Dung. Tien Nan was surprised to meet Truck Dung, a judge. He commented, "You just joined the Holy Alliance, right? You're quite lucky." Truck Dung mocked Mo for not being famous, which infuriated him, and he even called him an old demon. Truck Dung teased Mo, then praised Tien Nan. "Your personality isn't bad. By the way, why is Dung Dung still following you?" Mo confronted him. Truck Dung didn't even bother with him, quipping that all girls want to avoid a lecher like him. Mo was full of killing intent. "Meeting you is always annoying." Truck Dung confidently called himself the fired God in O1 in the Galaxy controls fire better than me. The two clashed non-stop, arguing about who was stronger, even calling the other a loud-mouthed duck and a lecherous old man. Tien Nan stood there trembling, wanting to intervene, but having no way to. How did this turn into a fight? Is the stadium about to be leveled? The two continued to curse at each other nonstop. Tien Nan realized the close relationship between them. As if pleased with this realization, he burst out laughing. "It seems you two have very good feelings for each other." The two of them turned at the same time and shouted in unison, "We have bad feelings, if anything. Not good at all." They started arguing noisily again, each one shouting over the other. Tien Nan helplessly realized their similar tastes. They really are close. Suddenly, the stadium went dark, confusing him. Mo and Truck Dung also stopped arguing. Outside their room, people were buzzing with excitement. The show is about to start. It's finally about to begin. Tien Nan looked out the window in surprise, and oh wonder, it's a VIP room. This position is really good. He looked at the magnificent stage before him, astonished. This is Melissa's concert? In the darkness, the stage lights shone brightly, and the host appeared. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Melissa's concert night." Below, the audience eagerly waited for the host to continue. Without further delaying everyone's time, the host drew out the introduction. The stage door opened, and the slender figure of a girl stepped out. A graceful, beautiful girl emerged. Everyone applauded nonstop. The host loudly introduced Miss Melissa. She gently opened her beautiful eyes as beautiful as sparkling spring water, looking at the audience with warmth. Melissa waved and smiled brightly. The audience screamed her name. She said loudly, "Hello everyone, I am Melissa. Thank you for always supporting me." Tien Nan also blushed. The entire stadium was filled with cheers, and besides, Melissa was like a fairy, so beautiful it made one's heart flutter. On stage, Melissa said gently, "I hope my singing will bring everyone joy tonight." No words could describe her singing. Her voice not only shared, but also transported everyone into a magical world. Melissa performed her song brilliantly, an aura seemingly enveloping her entire body. Truck Dung, Mo, and Tien Nan sat properly without saying a word, focused on the talented singer on stage. Everyone was completely lost in this song. No one moved, no one spoke. Melissa gestured with her hands as she sang, illustrating the song. She exuded a brilliant aura as her voice deepened, a gentleness mixed with a warm tone. Melissa's eyes were full of joy and hope, smiling eyes as she saw the audience below. She had a God-given voice, a soaring voice that seeped into every cell. Everyone was enjoying the song, including Tien Nan, a look of amazement always on his face. Tien Nan now understood why Melissa was so popular. Everyone could feel the magic in this quiet space. The aura within their bodies seemed to merge with Melissa's voice, and everyone seemed to have forgotten the passage of time. Time passed quietly, and Melissa finished her song. The audience was still stunned, waiting to see what would happen next. And Mo exclaimed in admiration, feeling that every time he heard her sing, it was healing. Truly worthy of being the idol I worship. Suddenly, a fire phoenix appeared, flying around Melissa's head with delight. Halos flew through the air, and the phoenix disappeared, but its image was forever etched in everyone's eyes. And Mo, not very impressed, muttered, "It's just a phoenix," then snapped his fingers to show his own prowess. A white light enveloped Melissa, gradually forming an invisible shield that lifted her body high into the air. Melissa looked like a little fairy before everyone, and they all clapped and cheered with delight. After flying around in the air for a while, Melissa smiled brightly with excitement and thanked her two friends. She gently placed her feet on the ground, her heels landing with grace and lightness. Melissa announced she would sing one more song to thank the audience, and the concert atmosphere became lively again. While Melissa sang her final song, snowflakes began to fall, as if dancing endlessly to the music. In this setting, Melissa's voice gradually merged with her beautiful form, moving the hearts of the viewers. The song she was performing was titled Snow in a Fairy Tale. The audience members below couldn't help but feel moved upon hearing this song. Emo and Jurong were no exception. Everyone seemed to forget everything, falling into a silent, contemplative state. But at this moment, Tien Nan's attention was drawn to someone else. His eyes locked onto a figure in the audience below. Then, without a second thought, and without asking Mo for permission, he immediately shot outside like an arrow, his eyes filled with a mix of bewilderment and urgency. 2 rows of guards saw Tien Nan rushing towards the stands and moved to stop him. "Who are you?" This area inside the arena is restricted. He ignored the guards' attempts to stop him and rushed forward, thinking, I must meet her. At the same time, there was only a little time left in the concert. A pair of beautiful hands reached out to catch the white snowflakes that were slowly falling. Lam Lam stood nearby, looking up at the stage and marveling to herself, unable to resist using her water ability to turn them into snowflakes as a way to praise Melissa's singing. She admired Melissa more and more. Her clear voice was worthy of the title Fairy. Since being with Melissa, Lam Lam had avoided a lot of trouble and also helped her hide from her mother's henchmen. However, she had to pay attention to the Fire Phoenix and the spatial ability from just now. It seemed the power came from that VIP room. She looked into the distance as if deep in thought, wanting to say something. Lam Lam's body suddenly felt very strange. What on earth was happening? It seems I feel a burning light shining on me. Her eyes widened in great surprise. Moreover, a very strong spiritual force was locking her body in place. Lam Lam's body stiffened, making her feel increasingly scared. I have to get out of here, but I can't move. Suddenly, as if sensing someone approaching, she turned around in confusion. Just as Lam Lam turned around, Tien Nan arrived, panting heavily. He realized it. He had finally found that girl. Lam Lam's face showed complete astonishment at Tien Nan's appearance. Hearing that, he was also extremely surprised and stared at her. Miss Lam Lam, so you still remember me? She was extremely surprised and confused, staring at him warily, speechless. Suddenly, the guard behind them pointed their guns at Tien Nan warily. Don't move. The guard behind him, panting, ordered him, leave with us immediately, or we won't hesitate to use force to make you go. Seeing the guards become so tense, Lam Lam immediately spoke up to defuse the situation for Tien Nan. Leave it, I'll handle this. I know this person. Then he came forward, grabbed her hand, and urgently requested, come with me. Inside was a very wide corridor. Lam Lam pulled Tien Nan to a corner and finally felt a bit at ease. There's probably no one here. Then she and Tien Nan silently leaned against the wall behind them. After a moment, Lam Lam voiced her confusion. How did you find me? Hearing this, he immediately explained honestly, I came here for the concert and happened to see you in the crowd. Hearing him say that, Lam Lam's eyes shifted slightly. I thought you didn't even know what I looked like. Hearing her question, Tien Nan explained with some embarrassment, I didn't, it's just that your eyes have always been deeply engraved in my heart. Lam Lam took this opportunity to speak her mind. There's something I hope you can understand clearly. It's impossible between us. In my last words, I also made it clear that I don't want any kind of relationship to develop between us. Hearing her say this, Tien Nan gave a bitter smile. You are the daughter of the controller of the holy light and can quickly become a controller yourself. Of course, nothing can happen between us. I won't bother you anymore. I just want to get a good look at the girl who first hugged me. Hearing that, she became flustered and told him to stop talking. Lam Lam's tone was very angry. If you need any compensation, I can pay you to help. Tien Nan was a little surprised to hear that. He retorted angrily, I don't need compensation. I admit I'm poor, but not to the point of accepting charity from a girl. I just want to get a good look at that girl. Tien Nan's face was very serious as he spoke his true feelings. You're much more beautiful in person than I imagined, but some things don't add up. Was it really just sadness? Hearing him say that, she felt a little guilty and confused. Don't you know that day changed? Me? Lam Lam clenched her fists, suppressing her anger. What do you mean? You can hate me, but my mother forced me to marry someone I don't love. I had no choice. You don't need to overthink it. You yourself said you weren't worthy of me. Her face gradually turned red, and then she explained that everything that happened that day was arranged by her, that nothing had happened between them. Lam Lam squeezed her eyes shut and shouted in embarrassment, I found the things on the bed, and I intentionally said those last words. Do you understand now? Tien Nan's eyes widened in utter astonishment upon hearing this explanation. Hearing her say that, Tien Nan burst out laughing. What a mind-blowing truth. Tien Nan lowered his head and whispered, "So that means I'm innocent, right? I really don't know whether to be happy or sad." Immediately after, he turned to leave. From your perspective, you're not wrong. For the sake of taking control of your own destiny, you schemed against your own mother, and you schemed against me. But do you think that's fair to me? He walked forward, chuckling softly. Although you brought me a lot of trouble, it's also because of that I have a different life. I've stepped into a land I never thought I'd set foot in. But don't you feel you're very selfish? Lam Lam's face went blank upon hearing Tien Nan's words. I almost lost my life at your mother's hands. I want to know, if I had died because of that, would you have felt any remorse? She immediately retorted, "Is my mother that scary? She has always been very cold." Tien Nan gently rubbed his head and continued, "The one who was truly sad was her. For something like that to happen to her own daughter, how could she remain calm? Perhaps I'm just feeling lucky that I actually survived." Then he looked at Lam Lam and whispered, "Just thinking about it, I don't know why, but I seem to hate you a little now." Her eyes narrowed unconsciously as she looked at him with great suspicion. Lam Lam glanced to the side. "It's all happened already. Saying anything is useless. Besides, you've already joined the holy light." Tien Nan was a bit pensive hearing her words. Immediately after, he felt a little embarrassed. "It's all in the past. Perhaps our fate was just this brief. Rest assured, for your happiness, I won't tell your mother about your affairs. I'm just very curious why you chose me at the beginning. There's so many people in the city of joyful dreams. Why did it have to be me?" Hearing Tien Nan's question, she fell into contemplation and explained, "I'm truly sorry about this. Wait until my engagement is called off by my mother. At that time, I will definitely explain it clearly to my mother. I just found it a bit interesting and chose you in a moment of excitement." Immediately after, she blushed. "I really want to compensate for the harm I've caused you, but I don't know how." At this moment, Tien Nan understood. He had always wanted to meet Lam Lam before, and she truly was very beautiful. Much more beautiful than Bok Hop. But Bok Hop's heart is much more beautiful than hers. Bok Hop's kindness is the most beautiful thing. Tien Nan stood there silently for a moment, then spoke again. "I understand. I'm sorry, Miss Lam Lam. Perhaps my appearance has made you uncomfortable, but I promise you, from now on, we will be people walking our own paths." Tien Nan stood next to her for a long stretch of the corridor, staring intently. "Everything that happened between us is not important. I will continue to walk my own way." Lam Lam was extremely surprised to hear him say that. Tien Nan thanked her for telling him the truth and then said his goodbyes. As he turned to leave, he reminded Lam Lam, "I hope you can find someone who truly loves you and marry him." Lam Lam watched in the direction Tien Nan left and remained silent. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out, startling them both. "Lam Lam, so you're here." Melissa suddenly appeared behind them and greeted Tien Nan. Melissa was very excited to talk with him. "To be able to attend my concert in the City of Dreams today, since you're a friend of Lam Lam's, why don't we sit down for a cup of tea and chat?" Tien Nan thanked her and immediately declined. Just as he finished speaking, a voice rang out. "To be invited by Miss Melissa is our honor. I think Miss Melissa probably wouldn't mind if there's one more person, would she?" Tien Nan was extremely surprised and turned to look at the two people. "It's Mo and also Judge Zhurong. When did they get here?" Melissa was very excited to get their approval. Lam Lam was surprised to hear their names. Mo walked towards Melissa and bowed politely. "Miss, you don't have to be so formal. I wonder if I could have tea with you?" Tien Nan looked to the side with a bad feeling. He saw Lam Lam and Zhurong chatting very happily. "You bold girl, you're getting more and more disrespectful. Your grandfather is very angry this time. Just wait until you get back and see how he deals with you." Lam Lam was shocked. "Zhurong, you absolutely must not tell anyone about what happened here." At this moment, he walked over to Mo and sighed. "I don't want to go. I'll wait for you outside, master." In return, he got a look of confusion from him. Lam Lam was a little surprised when she heard them talking. "Your Uncle Mo's disciple?" Then Tien Nan replied respectfully, "Very well, I will listen to you, master." At the coffee shop in the lobby of the Hao Yin Arena, everyone sat together relaxing. Tien Nan looked at Melissa and marveled to himself. To avoid everyone's attention, Miss Melissa could only wear a hat that covered most of her face. At this time, Lam Lam, sitting next to him, was constantly observing Tien Nan. She had heard her mother say it before. Mo's true strength was definitely not inferior to the judge's, and could even be considered equivalent to the Judge of Light. At this moment, Lam Lam was a little worried about what had just happened. Tien Nan had been hurt by my words just now. I didn't expect him to be his disciple, and from the looks of it, Mo cares a lot about this disciple. Melissa also chuckled and spoke up. Controller, is this your disciple? This is the first time you've brought your disciple to one of my concerts. Hearing this, Mo immediately explained. Tien Nan is a disciple I took in not long ago. He is also a special ability user. Although he's not strong enough yet, this kid has great potential. Immediately after, he beamed and looked at her. Melissa's singing is truly too beautiful. It's a pity you only hold a grand concert once a year. However, for you to choose to hold it on planet Mingwang this time is truly an honor for the Haotian Arena. Melissa shyly said they were both too kind. She looked towards Tien Nan. You don't need to be so formal. We're just having coffee and chatting. He replied that he wasn't being formal, but since they were his elders, he naturally couldn't speak rudely. Tien Nan took a sip of tea and couldn't help but think to himself, I really want to get out of here. I don't want to continue this back and forth with Lam Lam. It's so troublesome. But Melissa, as if reading his thoughts, said enthusiastically, however, I really want to know how you got to know our Lam Lam. This made Lam Lam even more shy. Hearing this, Tien Nan felt a bit awkward and thought, how do we meet? I didn't want to bring this up again. Just then, Mo spoke up to help him out. Let me answer for Tien Nan. He immediately looked at Lam Lam, making her feel confused. Immediately after, Mo began to explain. This disciple of mine is really too kind-hearted, which is why he gets bullied by others. He met Lam Lam on planet Joning, but they're not that close. However, Miss Melissa shouldn't let Lam Lam stay by her side. Hearing this, Lam Lam looked at him in disbelief and worry. Uncle Mo, you don't want to take me back yet, do you? Could you bear to see your own niece's happiness destroyed by others? After hearing her words, Mo immediately retorted, I don't have the free time to worry about your affairs. However, you should leave planet Minghuang as soon as possible. I can't guarantee that Oyu won't find her way here. Lam Lam was startled by his distant tone. Although I've met Uncle Mo a few times before, this is the first time I've seen him so cold. She glanced at Tien Nan, who was silently enjoying his tea, and secretly guessed, could it be related to him? After a moment of thought, she replied to Mo, I know, I'll leave here soon. Seeing the atmosphere become heavy, Zhurong immediately spoke up to mediate. Don't scare her like that. Silly girl, don't worry. As long as you don't like it, I will definitely help you. Lam Lam was very grateful to hear him say that. Thank you, Uncle Zhurong. At this point, Tien Nan couldn't sit still any longer and stood up to ask for Mo's permission. I want to go outside for a walk and get some fresh air. He watched the boy's departing figure and couldn't help but remind him, don't go too far. Immediately after, he spoke to the others who remained. Seniors, I'll be taking my leave first. Tien Nan sighed as he walked thoughtfully out of the coffee shop, really not wanting to face Lam Lam. A flash of annoyance showed in his eyes. I didn't expect the feeling of being used by others to be so unpleasant. He recalled Lam Lam's confession from earlier and lamented, although she did such a thing, which is extremely disappointing. At this moment, a clamor of discussion arose from outside. A group of people immediately surrounded Tien Nan and advanced menacingly. Tien Nan was very confused. You must have the wrong person. I haven't offended anyone here. The leader of the group of guards immediately explained. You haven't offended anyone here, but what about on planet Joning? Since you've admitted to harming young Master Oi Kim, then this is the day you die. Tien Nan was a bit confused to hear that. Why are they so sure I killed Oi Kim? Immediately, he seemed to think of something and had a realization. It must be Lena who told him something. She really doesn't have any regard for our past relationship as master and disciple. Because of the previous incident with Lam Lam that had been weighing on his mind, receiving this blow now made Tien Nan's sorrow even deeper. The blood devourer within him grew stronger and stronger, causing his eyes to gradually turn ice cold. You are assassins from the Thunder Tribulation Corporation, right? They didn't answer him right away, but quickly rushed forward, shouting, surrender your life. Hundreds of sword tips were all pointed straight at Tien Nan. Suddenly, Mo's voice rang out, greatly surprising Tien Nan. Make your move. They struck first. The dignity of the Holy Light does not permit being offended. Use your ability to activate the World Core. After hearing Mo's advice, Tien Nan seemed to have realized something. His body quickly shifted and disappeared on the spot, causing the blades to strike empty air. The group of assassins was terrified when they saw the strange scene he performed. Immediately, he appeared behind a guard and grabbed his arm tightly, causing him both pain and confusion. When did he appear here? Tien Nan's face showed a ruthless expression. You brought this upon yourselves. Then he used his strength to break the opponent's arm. The man immediately suffered intense pain and screamed incessantly. The man next to him saw him lying motionless and quickly approached with concern. At that moment, Tien Nan raised his leg and kicked him hard in the face. His eyes were extremely cold, radiating a powerful, murderous aura. Even though these assassins all had protective weapons, each of Tien Nan's attacks contained space-rending power, and his shifting form made it impossible for the opponents to catch him. After some time, the group of assassins had been defeated and were scattered all over the place inside. His hands clenched into fists. Tien Nan gradually became aware of his own distinct power. After a period of venting, Tien Nan's body felt much more at ease. Suddenly, a voice rang out, pulling Tien Nan back to reality, young man in front. A large number of soldiers arrived at this time, and the leader held a megaphone and announced towards him, "Drop your weapons and surrender." Hearing this, Tien Nan raised his innocent-looking face and stared at them. "I don't have any weapons. You seem to have misunderstood. I'm the victim." At this moment, Mo's voice continued to praise him. He looked at him as he approached and assessed, "Worthy of being my student." A total of 23 people, all injured but not dead. Tien Nan's face was full of gratitude as he looked at him. "You have better control over your emotions than I thought." The group of guards was terrified when they saw Mo. At this moment, Tien Nan's whole body was burning up, feeling as if his emotions were about to break free from his control. Immediately after, he quickly ran towards where Mo was standing and knelt down. He quietly observed Tien Nan's actions and couldn't help but sigh. "I don't know how many twists and turns your fate has taken, but there has always been something guiding it." Tien Nan seemed helpless before him, his heart feeling incredibly complicated as he tried to understand the emotions within. His face was streaked with tears. Only now did he realize that the humiliation he had endured for so long was being comforted and indulged by Mo. Seeing this, Mo gently squatted down and patted Tien Nan's head. "Don't be tense. What are those things?" He immediately felt the comforting pat. His face was extremely gentle as he gave the order, "Stand up." The incidents with Lam Lam and Lena had dealt a huge blow to Tien Nan. He looked at the boy's pitiful face and comforted him. "You are a grown man. No matter what happens, you must not fall. Don't think too much about your status." Under Mo's encouragement, the humiliation in his heart subsided somewhat. At this time, the group of security personnel respectfully greeted Mo in unison. As he led Tien Nan away, he glanced at them, then briefly explained the incident. "This is my disciple. The group of people on the ground are assassins. Take them for treatment and interrogate them for the culprit behind this." They were all terrified when faced with his coldness. "The Holy Light's specialty in ambushes. I'm sure I don't need to teach you that." Although Tien Nan didn't use too much force in his attacks, their lives were probably only half left. After returning to the coffee shop, everyone became silent. They were sitting inside the shop with transparent glass walls. So when Tien Nan had acted with cold ruthlessness, it had been deeply etched into their impression of him. At this moment, Melissa glanced at him and gently advised, "Young man, sometimes you should leave a way out for others." Hearing her, Tien Nan retorted with confusion. "If I had left them a way out, I'm afraid I would be the one lying on the ground." His face was extremely serious. "Not killing them is already me being very merciful." Zhurong and Melissa just remained silent upon hearing his reply. Tien Nan's eyes stared intently at Lam Lam as he explained, "I can give anyone a way to live, but who will give me a way out?" Seeing him like this, she felt a little guilty and was startled. Immediately after, Mo stood up and spoke to Melissa. "Miss Melissa, I'm so sorry. Tien Nan and I have something to do." After saying their goodbyes, the two immediately stood up to leave. "We'll be going first, sorry." Zhurong sighed with some frustration at this point. It seems this kid is quite an important person. It seems Tien Nan must have a very special identity. Lam Lam sat beside them. still not speaking and immersed in a feeling of guilt. She immediately remembered the words she had said that had made him sad. Lam Lam was a bit pensive, realizing she had offended Tien Nan. She could no longer be friends with him, and what surprised her was his identity as Mo's student. Melissa saw that Lam Lam's mood was a bit unstable and just observed her silently. Seeing this, Zhurong spoke up to say goodbye to them. Well then, I'll take my leave here as well, so as not to waste any more of your rest time. Before leaving, he reminded Lam Lam, silly girl, you have to be careful on your own. Lam Lam lowered her head and listened silently. After all, this time she had caused him to lose a lot of face. Thank you, uncle. I will explain to my mother soon. Not long after Zhurong left, Melissa finally spoke up. She gently took Lam Lam's hand and inquired, tell me, what is the relationship between you and Tien Nan? Then she immediately got to the main point and asked, Mo's aura was a bit strange today. This is the first time I've seen it. Lam Lam looked away evasively and didn't answer. Annie, don't ask. What happened with Tien Nan was my fault. Immediately after, Melissa became serious and assessed. I can sense the aura he was hiding. Lam Lam was a bit sad hearing Melissa's analysis. Becoming his enemy is definitely not a wise choice. She began to recount what had happened to Melissa. I used it before. Actually, I don't know how to handle this now. After hearing the story, Melissa had a bit of a headache. You really made a mess. I was still wondering why your mother would call off the engagement. Her words made Lam Lam feel even more defeated. You shouldn't have dragged an outsider into your troubles. And you didn't even apologize, but spoke to him like that. Melissa advised Lam Lam, this is your fault. I guess Mo overheard what happened between you two, which is why he had that attitude. You understand spatial abilities better than I do. What happened at the arena probably didn't escape Mo's ears. Immediately after, Melissa stood up and took Lam Lam's hand. While they haven't gone far, I'll take you to apologize and resolve everything. Lam Lam immediately pulled her hand away and cried out, I'm not going. Seeing this, Melissa immediately scolded her, saying that now was not the time to be spoiled, that Truck Dung was right, and Mo valued Tien Nan very much. Lam Lam's face was filled with worry as she listened to Melissa's added threats. This time, it might affect the relationship between Mo and your maternal grandfather. The internal affairs of the Saint Alliance are already very complicated. Seeing that she was still being stubborn, Melissa continued to explain in more detail. The person you hurt is a man with pride. If you had given him your first time, he would surely have cherished you, but you used him. You were wrong. You shouldn't play with someone's feelings like that. But even so, the young Lam Lam was extremely stubborn and shouted, I don't understand. Don't force me. Let's leave this place. I don't want to think about this anymore. Melissa watched helplessly as Lam Lam hurriedly left. She then thought very seriously about Tien Nan. I'm not a member of the Saint Alliance, but my specialty is observing people. Although we've only interacted for a short time, I've seen Tien Nan's excellence. Melissa looked at Lam Lam's hastily departing figure and couldn't help but sigh. This course of action will make that girl lose the one thing in her life she should never lose. Mo walked shoulder to shoulder with Tien Nan through the crowded street, his hands clasped behind his back. The boy hung his head dejectedly and sighed, I'm sorry, teacher. I embarrassed you earlier. Contrary to Tien Nan's gloominess, he smiled brightly and comforted him. I'm very happy to see a young man who can pick himself back up. You are much stronger than I am. Tien Nan raised his head, his eyes red. I've thought it through. Knowing the truth is only beneficial for me. At least I don't feel indebted to the Fey Air Clan, nor do I need to complete some 3 tasks for Lady Ona. At this moment, the expression on Mo's face suddenly turned serious. No wonder you could think it through so clearly. Don't blame Lam Lam, either. That child has been spoiled since she was young. He said that she was spoiled by both her mother and her maternal grandfather, Fei Er, but was not suitable for Tien Nan. Feelings should never have developed between the two of you in the first place. I'm very happy that you were able to recover. I believe that in the near future, you will definitely find a girl who is right for you. Tien Nan stared at Mo, his eyes wide in a daze. Hearing his words, the face of Bok Hop and the sweet memories they had shared suddenly appeared in his mind. Thinking of this, Tien Nan suddenly closed his eyes and shook his head. I don't want to think about these feelings. Right now, becoming powerful is more important than anything else to me. Before I came into contact with the Saint Alliance, I didn't have any ambitions. I just hope to find a stable job. He wanted to be able to rely on his own income to repay his parents' kindness and have a warm family. That was enough. Tien Nan's gaze became resolute, but now it's different. If the heavens have given me two types of innate talents, I can't just stay where I am. I must become a powerhouse of the Galactic Federation. Upon hearing these words, Mo's eyes lit up, unable to hide the satisfaction deep within them. Feeling the powerful aura of his late son and his grandson moved him deeply. The Tien Nan of today was like him when he was young. Mo observed his face. The boy now shared the same ambition and was very determined to head in that direction. Suddenly, he raised his hand and patted Tien Nan's head. Although I want to fully support your special abilities, only through self-enlightenment can you grasp their profound meaning. Therefore, I can only show you the way. How you walk this path can only be accomplished by you alone. Tien Nan smiled and replied that he understood. Lady Ona said the same thing before. Don't worry, teacher, I won't let you down. He then asked Mo to explain the Saint Alliance in detail. He raised his index finger and drew a diagram in the air. The highest managers of the Saint Alliance are the 5 judges. They all possess powerful special abilities. Truck Dung is fire type, while Lam Lam's maternal grandfather is water type. These 5 judges each hold different management responsibilities within the Saint Alliance. Aside from the Judge of Light, Fei Er is the most powerful. Hearing this, Tien Nan understood why Lam Lam was so arrogant. The Great Elder, the Judge of Light, is the one who holds the true power of the Saint Alliance. His orders are like holy decrees. Suddenly, he grew curious if there was anyone stronger than him. The 4 whose strength is on par with mine have not yet broken through the special ability level, while the Judge of Light broke through level 70 20 years ago. He is trying to reach the legendary level 81 to become a guardian in the world of special ability users. Hearing the word guardian, Tien Nan asked in confusion. He explained that a guardian protects everything that if he truly reaches this realm, I'm afraid no power they anticipate could ever threaten him. Mo's steady voice echoed under the clear blue sky. That is a truly powerful individual. Within the Saint Alliance, there is a place responsible for monitoring all the actions of the Saint Alliance's subordinates. They are under the direct management of the Judge of Light, so nothing can escape his eyes. He had only met them a few times, but each time he could feel that their strength had increased significantly. Perhaps only the Demon Lord could sow discord in their telepathic bond. Tien Nan's eyes widened in surprise again as he muttered the 2 words, Demon Lord. Mo immediately recounted the story between the Saint Alliance and the darkness 30 years ago, when the forces of darkness could not be suppressed because of the appearance of a genius, the Demon Lord. He was originally just an ordinary dark-type special ability user, but through arduous training and outstanding comprehension ability, after more than 10 years, he unified the forces of darkness, including all the forces belonging to the 3 great dark powers of the past. To stop the growth of the darkness, the Saint Alliance constantly attacked them, and the 2 sides were always in a fierce stalemate. After long battles, the forces of darkness grew weaker. Although the Demon Lord was powerful, without the support of a holy beast, he could not lead the darkness to victory against the Saint Alliance. In the end, the Demon Lord agreed to make a pact with the Saint Alliance and signed a treaty with the Galactic Federation to protect the safety of the darkness. Tien Nan frowned tensely and asked what he did. The Demon Lord found a fixed star, gathered the full strength of the darkness, and controlled several nearby planets. Mo couldn't hide the fearful look on his face as he recalled. If the Galactic Federation and the Saint Alliance didn't agree, he would have triggered the star to become a black hole and destroy everything. Hearing these words, he was stunned in disbelief, and at the same time guessed that the Demon Lord might be the Master Melissa had mentioned. The condition the Demon Lord proposed was to organize a match between special ability users, with each side sending 5 people. The side that won 3 out of 5 matches would be the victor, and furthermore, the Demon Joy Planet had to be released to the Dark-type special ability users. Tien Nan couldn't help but be surprised that the Demon Lord had proposed such a simple condition. Mo analyzed that perhaps he also didn't want the entire Galactic Federation to be destroyed. After all, the Demon Lord was still a human. He considered it a classic battle in the history of the Saint Alliance. So Mo greatly admired the Demon Lord's courage, because after all, that battle was a gamble for him. He then returned to the story. The people sent by the dark special ability users were actually experts comparable to the 5 judges, among whom was one named Tai Lai. I'm afraid only the Demon Lord and the Judge of Light could suppress Tai Li's power. A space-type special ability user who understood space even better than I do. She was one of the 7 great judges at that time, and also the wife of the Demon Lord. It was because of Tai Lai that the Demon Lord had the courage to issue a challenge to the Sane Alliance. Although the chance of winning was not high, there was at least a chance. Tien Nan wondered. Tai Lai was a space-type judge, but she agreed to marry the Demon Lord and become a force for the dark type, right? Mo nodded in confirmation. But there was one thing he didn't say. The Demon Lord and Tai Lai were Tien Nan's maternal great-grandparents. Tien Nan had a question. If Tai Lai was a space-type judge, why did she choose to marry the Demon Lord instead of joining the Sane Alliance? Mo slowly recounted. This is a story concerning them. At this moment, his eyes gazed distantly. I once heard the Judge of Light mention it. Back then, the Judge of Light, the Demon Lord, and Tai Lai grew up together. The 3 of them were as close as siblings. Both the Judge of Light and the Demon Lord loved Tai Lai deeply. But in the end, Tai Lai chose the Demon Lord. The Judge of Light didn't specify the reason. He simply told me that Tai Lai was a very great woman. The Judge of Light had promised Tai Lai that even if the Demon Lord lost, he would spare his life. After the duel, the Demon Lord was defeated. Since then, the Demon Lord and Tai Lai were never seen again. Many suspected they were dead. In the end, the Judge of Light won, but was left on his last breath. Hearing this, Tien Nan felt that this duel was not so simple. Mo explained, the specific situation is known only to the 5 judges. What I know, I learned from Truck Dung. In the end, the Sane Alliance gained the support of the entire Galactic Federation. Besides the Sane Alliance, the other 2 organizations also hold the greatest authority. The status of the 5 judges is extremely revered. You could say they are saviors. This is the reason the Sane Alliance is what it is today. Hearing this, Tien Nan truly couldn't imagine it. Moreover, why did his intuition tell him that none of it was the truth? Tien Nan clenched his fist with determination and said, Teacher, if I have the chance in the future, I will definitely find a way to uncover the truth. Mo smiled encouragingly. I believe you can definitely do it. Looking at the boy's excitement, he fell into deep thought. The Demon Lord and Tai Lai are your maternal grandparents. Before, in front of me, the Demon Lord used Melissa's power to try to say something. Now, the Demon Lord's spiritual power is also inside your body. This secret will be known to you sooner or later. Mo's heart was filled with worry to why, dear grandson, many expectations rest on your shoulders. I'm afraid among them are also the expectations entrusted by the Demon Lord, because you are the only heir. I no longer care about darkness or light. The path ahead can only be walked by you alone. All I can do is protect you with all my might. This is the responsibility of grandfather. They returned to the Min Hong planet travel station. Although neither wanted to part, he still wanted to find a more suitable place for Tien Nan to train. That place was the Demon Joy planet. Tien Nan was a little worried. My special ability isn't even at level 10 yet. I probably don't have the right to go there. Seeing this, he cheerfully teased, Did you think Truck Dung and I only came to watch a concert this time? Once every 3 years, the Sane Alliance sends a new group of people to the Demon Joy planet to be honed, supporting the 3 judges who guard that place. I've already asked Truck Dung to register you. Hearing this, Tien Nan happily thanked him. He just wondered, can I conquer a holy beast already? Mo explained, because you have dual-type special abilities, you can subdue 2 holy beasts. However, the dark-type holy beasts are extremely powerful. You must be careful. Absolutely do not let them devour you. At the same time, you must also be especially cautious not to let others discover that you have a dark-type special ability. Tien Nan obediently agreed. At this moment, he took out 2 stones and gave them to him. The white one is my token for you to protect yourself. The green one is a Demon Joy stone, a token to confirm your identity when you arrive at the Demon Joy planet. Mo continued, after you return to Trung Din planet, you must go to Earth within a month. When you get there, report directly to the Parliament. Bring these with you, and someone will naturally arrange your affairs on the Demon Joy planet. When you get home, take good care of your parents. The time on the Demon Joy planet will be at least 3 years. Before you go, I will help you upgrade your space-type special ability. He raised his hand and touched his forehead. This is a way to help increase your spatial ability, helping you unlock it without affecting your own. Cultivation. Tien Nan felt a stream of white light invade his mind, forming a white vortex. His space-type special ability became more solid, and his body was swept into it by the power of the space-type ability, moving rapidly. Then he fainted. When he opened his eyes, Tien Nan saw Mo anxiously asking how he was. Tien Nan, not yet free from that feeling, replied wearily, "I'm fine." "Did I faint?" He explained, "The space-type special ability is all generated by your own power, so it's quite pure. I have helped you open up a new energy. Feel it for yourself. Use your spiritual power to try to open the door that belongs only to you." Tien Nan obediently closed his eyes and sent his consciousness into his body. The moment his thought moved, his body emitted a halo. Although only a spatial rift about a meter long appeared, he realized it had consumed a small amount of his space-type special ability. Mo continued, "Our space-type special ability is called the Mark of Space. It's an advantage only space-type users have. You can put your things in it. Use your spiritual power to mark these 2 stones. You keep your things in the space pocket. Just by transmitting a little spiritual power, you can leave a mark on the surface of an item, making it easier to store." Tien Nan slowly followed his instructions. He found it very strange. After putting them in, the 2 stones in his hand also disappeared. Mo reminded him, "Try using your thoughts to think about the mark on that stone." At this moment, the stone reappeared in his hand. Tien Nan's eyes lit up. He felt it was too magical. Seeing this, he was extremely satisfied and laughed heartily. Mo continued, 3 years from now, when you return from the Demon Joy planet, come find me in the Dream Flower Forest. Don't worry about that boy Fong Vien. In less than 2 years, I might bring him to the Demon Joy planet to find you." At this moment, an indescribable feeling of longing arose in Tien Nan's heart. He asked sadly, "Teacher, are you leaving?" Mo gently placed a hand on his shoulder and instructed, "I have to go. Take care of yourself from now on. Remember, don't rely on anyone." Although his attitude had changed greatly, Tien Nan could feel that he could be trusted. Mo suppressed the regret in his heart and bid him farewell. In a flash, he disappeared. Mo knew he couldn't bear to part with Tien Nan, couldn't bear to leave the grandson he had found with such difficulty. But for his future, he had no choice but to leave. Mo looked into the distance and thought to himself, "My grandson, your grandfather can only help you create opportunities. Whether you can seize them or not is all up to you. If you cannot become stronger, then I will definitely force you to leave the Sane Alliance and be an ordinary person. Then you will marry the girl you love and live a normal life." His departure further strengthened Tien Nan's resolve to not disappoint him. At this time, in the sparkling galaxy, a transport ship was flying from Min Hong planet to Trungdin planet. After Tien Nan boarded the transport ship, he went directly into the life support pod. Under the guidance of Mo's power, the nuances of his space ability could always gather in his mind. The small white vortex spun slowly at a fixed speed. When his spirit entered it, he immediately had a strange sensation. Tien Nan could feel that his spiritual power was stronger. If his space-type special ability could become stronger, could his dark-type special ability as well? During this time, these 2 special abilities no longer repelled each other. Perhaps he could try to push it. Tien Nan calculated in his heart, first pushing the cosmic energy to slowly surround the dark-type special ability. Under the control of his spirit, the dark-type special ability attached to the cosmic energy and gradually began to operate. After a while, small white and black particles from the outside continuously penetrated the life support pod. Then they entered Tien Nan's body. The white went up, the black went down, and they dissolved into his 2 special abilities respectively. The 3 streams of black, white, and blue energy mixed together and suddenly dispersed, causing the economic zone of the transport ship to be distorted by a jump to another space 10 meters away. The life support pod opened and white smoke billowed out. The transport ship's emergency alarm sounded, currently executing a space jump. Please do not leave the life support pod. But at this moment, Tien Nan was in no mood to care about it. He was now stunned because he had become stronger. The black hair on his head had turned silver at some point, and the color of one I was dyed a mysterious black. He was stunned as he felt it. His special ability had reached level 9, and his cosmic energy was at stage 2, level 8. He didn't expect to become stronger so quickly. It was like he was skipping levels. Just then, the silver hair and black eye gradually disappeared. What made it even more unbelievable for Tien Nan was that his always unstable special abilities finally had their own systems. The space type, dark type, and cosmic energy formed 3 different energies. With just a thought, any energy could be used at will. His power had actually been raised to a whole new level in such a short period of time. Luckily, thanks to his teacher's help. Thinking of this, Tien Nan was very grateful to the teacher who had helped him so much. He silently vowed to himself that he would definitely become the strongest. He had arrived at Trung Din Planet. His home was in Vu Din City. Because he missed home so much, he used a flight spell to quickly rush back. At this time, his mother was nagging his father to quickly finish his work so they could go to the Sainus' class in the afternoon. Tien Nan rushed in and called out, "Mom, Dad, I'm home." Man Na and Ma Lai couldn't believe their eyes. Their son was really back. The feeling of missing her son overwhelmed her mind, and she rushed to hug him tightly, her eyes welling up with tears. Ma Lai stood beside them, looking at his son with relief that you're finally back. "We haven't had any news from you for over a year. All right, wife, don't cry anymore. Let Tien Nan rest a bit. Let's eat together." Halfway through the meal, Ma Lai asked, "Where have you been all year?" "Your mother and I wanted to look for you, but we're not familiar with this place and could only wait." He gently explained, "It's not that I didn't want to come home, it's just that I was working on Min Hong Planet. Only when the work temporarily ended could I come home." Hearing that, the two were curious. What kind of work requires you to go to another planet? So they wouldn't worry. He had to say, "I'm working in sales at a company. It's a very good place with high pay." Ma Lai proudly praised him. "I knew our little Nan had prospects." He looked at Man Na with great comfort. The boy has grown up. She was also happy in her heart, but being away for so long made her a bit reluctant to part. In fact, when his parents asked about things outside, Tien Nan answered very carefully, afraid of revealing anything that would worry them. After resting, Tien Nan asked the question that had been on his mind, "Are you still going to the Sainus' classes now?" Ma Lai, who was putting on his coat to go out, answered casually that of course. "This is our greatest joy right now. We know more and more now." Mena also chimed in, "You just got back, so rest at home. Your father and I are going to class." At this point, Tien Nan offered to go with them. He explained to them, "The saint has helped me once before. Since I'm back, I should go see her." Hearing this, Man Na showed a joyful expression, while Ma Lai smiled teasingly, as if he knew something. They teased him together. "Have you fallen for her? Then you need to try harder. Dad supports you." Man Na was even happier. "If the saintess becomes my daughter-in-law, I can die happy." A while later, Tien Nan's family arrived at the slum. Right there, in his heart, he felt that everything was still the same, still untouchable. But Tien Nan could still hear the gentle voice of the saintess, and his heart trembled slightly. When he saw the saintess, he clearly felt it. His longing for the saintess was incredibly intense. Although his ears couldn't clearly hear the content of what the saintess was saying, that gentle voice still echoed. At this moment, Bok Hop seemed to sense something, and she tilted her head slightly. That gentle gaze then turned towards Tien Nan, and their eyes met. Seeing him, a glimmer of joy appeared in Bok Hop's eyes. Although she was still giving her lecture, at that moment, it was as if the two of them were in a silent realm of mutual understanding. Tien Nan could clearly feel his heart being enveloped by a sense of peace. He smiled faintly and whispered, "Bok Hop, I'm back." After the saintess finished her lecture, Tien Nan said goodbye to his parents first and walked towards Bok Hop's house. He told himself, "Why am I so nervous? My heart is beating faster than when I entered the demon god temple." Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Lap lie holding a bouquet of flowers in front of Bok Hop's house. Before he could think, Tien Nan hid. He even felt confused. "Why do I have to hide?" And a sense of frustration and unease grew in his heart. Watching Lap lie anxiously pacing back and forth, Tien Nan thought to himself, "Bok Hop is so pure and kind, it's normal for someone to like her." Finally, Lap Lai gathered all his courage, raised his hand, and knocked on the door. The door opened slightly, and Bok Hop, with a look of both anticipation and shyness, stepped out, but when she saw the boy in front of her clearly, the joy in her eyes cooled. Bok Hop was silent for a moment, and then asked, "Is that you, Lap Lai? What's the matter?" At this moment, Lap Lai held out the bouquet of flowers and shouted, "Saintess, please accept my feelings. I know I'm not worthy of you." He shyly scratched his head and said gently, "I will always see you as a goddess and keep you deep in my heart." Bok Hop said gently and carefully, "Lap Lai, don't say that. I'm just like everyone else, just an ordinary person. Thank you for your flowers. I accept your kind intentions, but don't pick wildflowers anymore. They have lives too." Just then, Tien Nan composed himself. He thought he had nothing to hide. He and Bok Hop were friends, so he slowly walked over. Tien Nan's appearance broke their awkward atmosphere. Lap Lai suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. "Are you Tien Nan, the one who once attended the Trung Din Comprehensive Academy?" He nodded in reply. "I went out of work and just got back." He glanced at Bok Hop and said, "The Saintess once saved me, so since I'm back, I came to greet her." Hearing this, Bok Hop smiled, her cheeks blushing, which made her even more stunningly beautiful. Bok Hop said gently, "You're back." Tien Nan stared at her intently and smiled faintly. Lap Lai, standing beside them, suddenly felt like he was a third wheel. He quickly interrupted, "In that case, let's go together. It's a rare opportunity. Let's go to my uncle's place." Tien Nan refused. "I have something else to do. I'll go first." "You two talk." Lap Lai quickly agreed. "We'll talk again when we have a chance." He continued in a friendly manner, "I also just got accepted into the Trung Din Comprehensive Academy. So, you're actually my senior." Tien Nan was surprised. "You also got into the Trung Din Comprehensive Academy? The tuition there seems very expensive." Lap Lai smiled and pointed towards Bok Hop. "It's all thanks to the Saintess's help." This time, more than a dozen people from his group got into the Trung Din Comprehensive Academy. Tien Nan fell into deep thought. He understood Bok Hop's methods less and less. Did she really want to help all the poor people? But that was certainly an incredibly arduous and long process. No one else would have this kind of courage. After saying goodbye to them, Tien Nan turned and left. But he didn't really leave. He circled back through the residential houses and used the illusory body movement technique to instantly arrive at Bok Hop's house to wait. Bok Hop, outside the door, could naturally sense the change inside her house. She gently thanked Lap Lai for the flowers and tactfully said she wanted a rest. Hearing this, Lap Lai immediately agreed. He even promised that even when he went to the Comprehensive Academy, he would think of her every day, no matter what. After saying goodbye to him, Bok Hop slowly walked into the house and said softly, "Coming uninvited like this doesn't seem very polite." Tien Nan immediately apologized sheepishly. "I didn't want to wait outside." She didn't answer and was silent for a long time. Seeing this, he asked gently, "Bok Hop, are you okay?" At this moment, Bok Hop was staring blankly at Tien Nan. When he asked, she was startled and turned her face away to hide it. "That I'm fine. Just seeing the people here happier every day makes me very happy too. Maybe in just a few years, they can all leave this place." "Tien Nan, do you know what my wish is?" Tien Nan answered worriedly. "Could your wish be to make all the poor people on the planet become ordinary people?" Bok Hop closed her eyes, smiled, and nodded. This was her only wish. Tien Nan quickly continued, "You have to know that this is a very difficult thing. You can't accomplish it with your strength alone." Bok Hop cheerfully retorted, "I'm not alone. There are also the people in Nin Din City on Trung Din Planet. Although their strength isn't as abundant as mine, they've all been through lost days. Only they can understand the meaning in their hearts. I want to gather this kind of power." A powerful conviction emanated from her, leaving him stunned. Tien Nan was incredibly impressed. It turned out the goal she wanted to achieve was so grand. This was indeed a good idea, but at the same time, it was an incredibly difficult undertaking. Tien Nan said that with a goal so difficult and hard to achieve, did Bok Hop still want to try? She looked embarrassed. "It's just that all my money is only enough to support the few of us now to enter the Zhongting Comprehensive Academy for one semester. Tien Nan, will you help me?" Tien Nan's eyes widened as he looked at her in surprise. Then he took Bok Hop's hand. "Don't forget I was also born in the slums. I'm just not as brave or as smart as you. That's why I didn't know what to do. Since you already have such a good method, why wouldn't I help?" This made Bok Hop's eyes widen in surprise as she looked at Tien Nan. He said that only when he was with her did his heart calm down. Bok Hop was like a wind-shielding harbor for Tien Nan, forever gentle like that. Moreover, her kindness and purity made it impossible for him not to respect her. Tien Nan held Bok Hop's hand tightly and said some cheesy words. "You're very beautiful, so beautiful that I can't breathe. I have a bold request." Before he could finish, she stopped him. "Don't say it, can you?" Bok Hop said hesitantly, "You also know my heart has already been given to everyone. I can't." Ignoring her plea, Tien Nan decided he had to say it. Then he gently kissed Bok Hop's hand. "Don't worry. How could I force you? I just hope you can give me a chance." Tien Nan and Bok Hop both had their own aspirations. He didn't want them to exchange their aspirations for each other. It was just that after helping her fulfill her hope, he wished he would have a chance. Tien Nan hoped to feel her gentleness every day. Bok Hop, flustered, quickly pulled her hand back and stepped away. "We can't. Don't force me." But Tien Nan believed that nothing was impossible. Although they hadn't known each other for long, Bok Hop had already filled his heart. If it was because Tien Nan had the power of darkness that Bok Hop wouldn't accept him, then she didn't need to worry. For her, he would always keep his heart pure. Tien Nan whispered, "Agree to it, won't you?" The feelings in Bok Hop's heart were in constant, complex turmoil. Today, when she saw him, she could clearly feel the joy in her heart. She recalled what her master had once told her. It was not just for her own feelings, but also for the safety of the Galactic Federation. At Tien Nan's confession, she gently nodded. He joyfully and happily rushed forward to embrace her tightly. Then Tien Nan suddenly felt shy and let Bok Hop go. "Sorry, I was just too happy." He reassured her, "Don't worry. Before your wish is fulfilled, I definitely won't be improper. We should also give each other time to adapt. If Bok Hop finds someone she likes, then I will let go. If not, then you will become my wife." Tien Nan also gave his identity card to Bok Hop, saying that the remaining 30,000 would be enough for her for a period of time, because he had to leave in a few days. If things went smoothly after 3 years, he would come back to find her. Bok Hop felt that 3 years was a very long time. Tien Nan's face was earnest as he explained that he also had his own dream, and they should both strive for it. At present, he didn't have the ability to protect the person he loves. Bok Hop's expression was a little bewildered. She wondered, "Is the thing you're pursuing power?" Mentioning this, he smiled and said, "That's right. The thing I'm pursuing is great power. Only with ability can I repay those who support me and protect the people I want to protect." Bok Hop hesitated, then said, "Today, knowing you are so powerful, I'm a little scared in my heart." Tien Nan guessed that she was afraid of him. Bok Hop was afraid that when power reached a certain level, it would not be as easy to control as he imagined. She was also afraid that one day they would be on opposing sides, but Tien Nan affirmed that he would never be on the side opposing her. After hearing this, Bok Hop tightly gripped Tien Nan's hand. She continued to speak. "You still don't understand now. It's very likely to happen. Or, the moment we were born also meant that we would become two opposing sides. God's arrangement let us meet in the slums, or perhaps it was to give us a chance." And Bok Hop wanted Tien Nan to promise her one thing. Bok Hop hoped he could promise that if there was a day they were on opposing sides, he could give up all desires for her. Bok Hop threw herself into Tien Nan's arms, sobbing, which surprised him greatly. He gently pushed her away and then looked straight into her eyes. Tien Nan said gently, "Don't you feel this promise is too serious? If a person has no desires, it also means they have lost their reason for existence." Bok Hop fell in a deep thought. "I know, I'm sorry, it was Bok Hop who was being unreasonable." Then she willingly said, "If that day truly comes, then she will live and die together with Tien Nan." When he heard those words, he was extremely surprised and moved. Then he held Bok Hop's hand tightly. "Don't say these things anymore. Seeing you again today, I'm truly very happy. I don't hope that because of these illusory things it will affect our mood." Bok Hop also felt that she was probably worrying for no reason, and she was curious about when Tien Nan would be leaving. He replied happily, "I'll probably be here for about a month. After all, I've been away for more than a year. I want to spend more time with my parents." Bok Hop advised, "Your ability aura sense has also become stronger. Before leaving Zhoning Planet, you must be careful." A few days ago, Bok Hop sensed quite a few dark forces coming to this planet. It was possible they were gathering in Zhoning City. Perhaps they had some kind of scheme. Perhaps the Saint Alliance would also sense it. Tien Nan then wondered, could it be that the dark forces are delusional enough to challenge the Saint Alliance again? Bok Hop was surprised that he also knew about the battle 30 years ago. Tien Nan recounted that he heard it from his master. This time, having been away for over a year, he had taken a master. Bok Hop seemed to have guessed that his master was Controller Mo from the Saint Alliance. Tien Nan was extremely astonished that she could guess. Bok Hop slowly explained, I cultivate a light ability. If you had taken a master belonging to the darkness, you would absolutely not mention it in front of me. She also recognized that his other special ability was the spatial type. Right now, the only person who could guide Tien Nan to reach this kind of level so quickly is Controller Mo. Tien Nan took Bok Hop's hand to look and saw that the gemstone was not in her hand. He was a little confused, realizing that Bok Hop was not a member of the Saint Alliance. But why did she know so much about the Saint Alliance? Bok Hop smiled. This is a secret. Although she didn't belong to the Saint Alliance, she had a close relationship with it. Tien Nan deduced that the only person who could teach such an outstanding disciple as Bok Hop would be the Saint Alliance's Grand Elder Kwang Min. Bok Hop then replied frankly, "It seems Controller Mo has told you many things about the Saint Alliance, but Grand Elder Kwang Min is not my teacher." Tien Nan was curious about what scheme the Dark Forces had for gathering in Zhoning City this time. Bok Hop thought carefully and then concluded that this gathering of Dark Forces was just an internal action on their part. After all, the Dark Forces had been in hiding for only a few years. At least for now, they still didn't want to have a conflict with the Saint Alliance. Moreover, Zhoning City had Oya of the Fayuner clan presiding over it. She must have also discovered the situation with the Dark Forces. If there were any changes, she would be the first to report it to her superiors. The Dark Forces were not so easily annihilated, and the Saint Alliance also had no intention of chasing them to the last man. Tien Nan wondered, why doesn't the Saint Alliance completely eliminate them? Bok Hop quickly replied, heaven has the virtue of cherishing life. The Dark Forces are also living beings. Besides, have you ever heard the phrase, burn the bridge after crossing it? Tien Nan also implicitly understood that the Galactic Federation Council actually did not want the Saint Alliance to exist. It was only because of the great threat of the Dark Forces, who refused to cooperate, that the Saint Alliance was elevated to its current high position. Once the forces of darkness are annihilated, the Council will make a move against the Saint Alliance, which Bok Hop also understood. She added, the Council controls the power of the Galactic Federation, so why would they want a group of people who don't listen to their commands? At this moment, Tien Nan thought to himself, it seems that no matter which side it is, it's not simple at all. He took Bok Hop's hand and advised her to be careful too, since she was all alone. If those dark forces found out, it would be disadvantageous for her. Bok Hop reassured Tien Nan, don't worry, nothing will happen to me. And she reminded him to leave quickly because it was getting late. Tien Nan also hoped her wish would be fulfilled soon and that he would come to get the identity card tomorrow. Bok Hop said some polite words. Thank you. Actually, I didn't expect you to support me like this. Because Bok Hop was Tien Nan's beloved, it was right for him to help. After all, it was her wish. After saying that, Tien Nan gently kissed Bok Hop's hand in a tender way. A moment later, he quickly used his teleportation to return home. Bok Hop only hoped that Tien Nan would forever maintain a clear heart. And if he were to be swallowed by the darkness, then she hoped he could be like Ma Thi and Tai Lai from that time. Tien Nan stayed at home for 3 days, trying his best to spend more time with his parents, helping them with housework. Of course, the thing he desired most was still to meet Bok Hop. Just by being with Bok Hop, he could feel her gentle kindness, which helped to warm his heart. But for the sake of the future, Tien Nan had no choice but to leave. After all, there were still many things happening out there that couldn't be without him. Although he also wanted to go to Ma Lu Tu's place to investigate the situation of the Dark Forces, Tien Nan decided to go to Lady Oya's ancient tower first to clarify the matter of Lam Lam and clear up the misunderstanding. Seeing the familiar ancient tower, Tien Nan sighed softly. In the blink of an eye, it's been over a year, and I'm back here again. Lady Oya had never been easy to deal with. He worried about how she would react when she saw him appear again. But unfortunately for Tien Nan, Lady Oya had been gloomy and unhappy for the past few days. Because a dark aura had appeared in her area, she reported it and was ordered to observe quietly. Although Oya hated the darkness, she could only obey. It was just that she didn't understand why the Saint Alliance was being so lenient this time. In addition, her father, because of her relative's words, had canceled Lam Lam's engagement and had also given the order to quickly bring Lam Lam back for personal discipline. She was extremely annoyed. Now she was forced to find Lam Lam before that. Fiancé. Right at this moment, someone knocked on the door. It was Controller Luo and requesting an audience. Just when Oya also wanted to find him, she ordered him to receive the Blue Shock Squad and tell them all of Lam Lam's clues. After that, he no longer needed to participate in the search for Lam Lam. Luo obeyed the order. In his heart, he didn't expect that they would use the Blue Shock Squad just to find the young lady. At this moment, Tien Nan suddenly walked in. Lady Oya, you seem to not have noticed me. I have returned. Luo promptly added, I was just about to report this. I met a familiar face outside the door. Oya quietly sensed it. His aura seemed much calmer than before. She guessed for a moment, then asked, Tien Nan, you've reached it. He replied bluntly, not yet. I am now a level 9 space controller. Lady, this time I came back because I have something I want to explain to you. As if sensing something, she agreed. Tien Nan said directly, I think I cannot complete the 3 things I initially promised you. Oya's brows furrowed tightly. She was silent for a moment, then said, tell me the reason. Do you think your wings are fully fledged now? You have indeed improved very quickly, but your current strength is still a far cry from what's needed. Don't you forget who brought you into the Saint Alliance. And even more, don't forget what you have done. Tien Nan indeed owed her a favor, but regarding Lam Lam's matter, he thought he had no responsibility at all. Perhaps in a few days, she will return. She will explain clearly. This time I came back, it was precisely to clarify this matter with you. Oya slowly stood up and said coldly, I can fulfill your wish to join the Saint Alliance. At the same time, I can also destroy you. She angrily waved her hand, venting. Even while enduring that anger, Tien Nan calmly took out an object and showed it to her to see. It was the snake-carved stone, the symbol left for him by the Demon Emperor's star. Oya retracted her intimidating aura and asked in shock, You've met Controller Mo? Tien Nan calmly admitted. He had even been accepted as a student and learned spatial ability from him. Oya sneered with understanding. No wonder you dare to come here and say these things. So it turns out you have Controller Mo backing you. Tien Nan, you must think carefully. This made Tien Nan even more resolute. I have thought it through very carefully. He didn't want to be threatened. Even if the lady was dissatisfied, he dared not forget her favor. As for those 3 requests, Tien Nan refused. As for the reason, he couldn't say it now. Oya's eyes were filled with a chilling cold. The anger in her heart had reached its peak. Everything not going smoothly had pushed her patience to its limit. Oya gathered her magic and attacked Tien Nan. Blue light combined with countless ice and snow, blocking all directions he could possibly escape. But the Tien Nan of today was no longer the same as before. As the light flashed, he immediately used his teleportation. Although he successfully escaped the attack's range, Tien Nan discovered his body had become stiff, the blood in his body seemingly about to freeze. The cyan cosmic energy in his body, although it immediately created a protective layer, the essence of a controller and a manipulator had its differences. Oya caught up and closed in. At that moment, she extended her hand and quickly pushed out a palm strike. Even though Tien Nan's cosmic energy was strong enough, under the powerful effect of the water-type ability, his body was instantly sent flying far away, crashing hard into a wall. The wall surface behind Tien Nan cracked, and a cloud of dust fell. He secretly felt lucky that he had put on the artificial suit before coming. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured this time. She couldn't take him down in one blow, which made her even angrier. Oya waved her hand, creating a large ice wall behind him, to see if he could withstand this next blow. At this moment, Luo tried to intervene. Lady, we shouldn't antagonize Controller Mo. Anger overwhelmed her reason, and she coldly sent Luo flying. Seeing this scene, a look of anger appeared in Tien Nan's eyes. Luo could be considered his introductory master. Without his guidance back then, he couldn't have had the solid foundation he had today, yet she dared to strike him in her anger. Instantly, Tien Nan's control power erupted. His hand reached up toward the sky and clenched slightly. At this moment, Lady Oya's 10+ ice alls in the air suddenly came to a halt. Immediately after, Tian Nan moved to her side and struck. Under the full-force attack, space was torn apart through the continuous increase of cosmic energy. Oya was stunned, not expecting this little brat to actually dare to fight her. However, the moment he made contact with her, he vanished without a trace. A second later, he suddenly appeared behind Oya. She angrily attacked and also immediately defended herself. The water-type ability instantly condensed behind her, a great power like a flood, chaotically rushing towards Tian Nan. However, he had already undergone a year of training with the holy beast Little White, and his combat experience was extremely rich. His teleportation was used to its limit, causing Oya's attack to hit empty air. Because he had used the shortest amount of time to return in front of Lady Oya, the defense on her body had weakened considerably due to her use of the water wave. Just like that, he directly broke through her defense and threw a punch. But when Tian Nan looked at where he was about to attack, he was suddenly startled. He hesitated, not daring to advance, but he also couldn't help but stare blankly. At this moment, Oya also realized, and she seized this opportunity. Oya unleashed all her power along with her fury. One punch sent him flying, Tian Nan's body sinking deep into the alloy wall. If it weren't for the protection of the artificial skin, his internal organs would have likely been shattered. Seeing him in this state, she stopped. Luo worriedly ran over to check on him. He tactfully mentioned him, but was chased out by Oya. Luo sighed in his heart. Could it be that Tian Nan really couldn't escape this? She approached step by step. He lay there motionless, as if dead. In fact, he was feeling a little regretful at this moment. Mo was not someone she could afford to offend. If Tian Nan could hold his token, it meant that his relationship with Mo was not simple. At that moment, Tian Nan let out a breath and coughed. Oya was startled and asked, "You're still alive?" He took a deep breath and replied, "I'm not dead for the time being, but if you hit me again, I'm afraid I will have to die." Tian Nan was fine. Oya coldly turned away and told him to get lost and to never let her see him again. He struggled to his feet and still managed to say, "Goodbye, lady. What Tian Nan once said still counts. I owe you this favor and will one day repay you." Oya was deep in thought at this moment. Letting him go just like that made her a little hesitant. In such a short time, Tian Nan had become so strong. It wouldn't be long before he would confront her daughter. With Mo's support, Tian Nan would be even more limitless. Oya secretly felt lucky that her father didn't know of Tian Nan's existence. Although he was of no use to her, from what he just said, at least Tian Nan would not become Oya's enemy. When he saw him walk out, Luo was astonished. Tian Nan still had the strength to tease him, which made Luo angrily scold. "Still talking tough. Your kid's body is really resilient to think you can still stand up and walk out. Come here quickly. I'll help you to a quiet place to rest." With someone to rely on, Tian Nan no longer pretended. He let himself cry out in pain. After finding a random hotel, Luo immediately used cosmic energy to help Tian Nan heal. During the healing process, he was once again amazed by the resilience of Tian Nan's body. Tian Nan's own cosmic ability, combined with the external power, unblocked all the meridians in his body at the fastest speed. With just a period of rest, his body could fully recover. Luo wanted to leave and told him to take care. Tian Nan was extremely grateful and thanked him profusely, but Luo felt he hadn't helped at all. Hearing him call him master made him ashamed for not being able to persuade Oya. He sighed softly. "After this farewell, I don't know when we'll be able to meet again. You are the strangest ability user I have ever met. Not only is your body incredibly heaven-defying, but you also work very hard. Now I'm very much looking forward to seeing you become stronger." Tian Nan gently comforted him. "Master, don't worry. Although I am not under the lady's control, I still belong to the Saint Alliance. We will definitely have a chance to meet again in the future. And Master, no matter what kind of person I become in the future, you will still be a teacher worthy of my respect." Luo immediately turned away to hide his expression. To Tian Nan, Luo and Mo were among the few people who cared about him. After experiencing the battle with Lady Oya, it made him feel the gap in strength even more deeply. Only by becoming stronger could he fight against those powerful opponents. This further strengthened Tian Nan's determination. In Zhongting City's Silver Street, the entire city was brightly lit. This place was a mix of good and bad, with many different criminals. The government hadn't completely eliminated this place, but instead had troops guarding the outside. Tiannan could only use the method of feinting to the east and attacking to the west, then use his teleportation to infiltrate Silver Street. He wondered in his heart, what is the purpose of the dark forces gathering in the capital city? With Ma Lu Tu here, it should be safe, right? After entering the city walls, the real challenge began. While Tiannan didn't know where to go, a girl approached and teased him. "You're quite handsome. Tell big sister, what crime did you commit to end up here?" "Oh, I'm asking what you're doing hiding in an alley. Do you need big sister's help?" He didn't like the strong perfume and stepped back. The girl saw Tiannan's impolite behavior and scolded him. But Tiannan stood his ground. "I'm not interested in people with dirty souls. Can you please move aside?" She gradually revealed her true nature. "It's been a long time since I've drunk human blood. Luckily, there's something so fresh today." He was stunned. "You're for the vampire clan?" At the same time, he wondered if she was a dark ability user. Suddenly, Tufan's son interrupted their conversation. He flew in the sky. "Our vampire clan is the noblest race, don't you know?" Tufan's son transformed into human form. "Open your eyes and see. The person before you is a member of the vampire clan." The girl bowed and explained, "He's a newcomer." Tiannan observed the features on his body. "Golden wings, so he's a viscount." He asked him what kind of person he was. He didn't answer immediately, but thought, "Much weaker than the vampires that captured me last time. They were all viscounts and counts." Tiannan held out the ring that radiated dark ability. "Based on your status, you're not worthy to command me." In his heart, he thought, "The ring that Ma Lu Tu gave me can be used." Well, when Tufan's son saw it, his expression changed. He immediately knelt before him. "Greetings, Your Grace the Duke. This subordinate did not know of Your Grace's arrival. Please punish this subordinate." Tiannan withdrew his dark ability, giving the other party a sense of mystery, not knowing his true strength. He ordered him to be taken to see Ma Lu Tu. He quickly complied. Tiannan wondered what his name was, and if he was Ma Lu Tu's subordinate. He immediately replied, "This subordinate is Tufan Senator. I am not under the jurisdiction of Duke Ma Lu Tu, but was taught by the family of Grand Duke Ao Heir. It is a great honor to lead the way for you." Then he asked, "Your Grace the Duke, are you also here to attend the Dark Alliance conference this time?" He nodded along. "That's right. Has everyone arrived yet?" Tufan's son answered respectfully. "His Majesty the Blood Emperor and the two princes arrived yesterday." "Everyone has arrived. This is the territory where the vampire clan is hosting the Dark Alliance conference. His Majesty the Blood Emperor takes it very seriously, and we dare not be negligent. This subordinate is also following the orders of Duke Ao Heir to patrol outside. Don't think that Silver Street is no different from usual. A net has long been cast within the territory. It's guaranteed that if any of those from the Saint Alliance come here to cause trouble, they can get in, but not out." Tiannan thought, "It's true that many dark forces have gathered here. Why are they holding a Dark Alliance conference? But I can't ask directly." Then he skillfully posed a question. "Have the chairman of the Dark Conference and the Soul Priest also arrived?" The young man walked on. "Only a delegation. I heard from Lord Ao Heir that tomorrow he will bring 10 members of the Dark Conference. At that time, the conference will officially open." He wondered in his heart, are they planning some action against the Galactic Federation? The two of them walked to a door. Tufan's son spoke up, "We've arrived." He glanced left and right. Tufan's son chanted, "Great darkness, I am your servant. I hope you will allow me to enter the world of darkness." He placed his hand on the door, using magic to create a portal. Tiannan looked inside. Inside this door, besides the power of darkness, there seemed to be a spatial power that moved. In a certain way, he sensed a mysterious magical power radiating out. Despite this, Tiannan did not hesitate and stepped forward. The portal began to transport him to another place. Tiannan was a little surprised by the scene around him. It was an underground city of darkness. A person inside saw Tiannan appear and wondered, "Is the Dark Chairman here?" Tufan's son approached. "This person is a duke of our vampire clan." The two of them immediately moved aside. Tiannan observed them. They had blue wings in the darkness. Those two demons looked like that, but were at the rank of count. This passage is one of the other passages of the underground city of darkness. Tu Fan Sam glanced over. Do you wish to see Lord Blood Emperor? He is in a meeting with 2 princes and 12 dukes. Grand Duchess My Lu Tu is also there. He pondered that if all 12 Grand Dukes were gathered, it would not only be dangerous for him, but also troublesome for My Lu Tuesday Tian Nan didn't know what to do and was about to speak. Just then, My Lu Tu appeared from nowhere and cut into the conversation. That won't be necessary. Let me handle the Grand Dukes. She ordered him to step back. Seeing My Lu Tu approach, Tu Fan Sam bowed his head in greeting. She warned that the identities of the Grand Dukes were a secret of the vampire clan and a key aspect of the Dark Alliance Conference, not to be revealed even to Master Grand Duke Aoni. Otherwise, if Lord Blood Emperor were to place blame, you know what the consequences would be, don't you? After hearing this, he immediately complied. Then, Tu Fan Sam turned and quickly left. Tian Nan wondered, did you just use dark power to erase Tu Fan Sam's memory? Tian Nan surmised that for someone of My Lu Tu's status to be so cautious, it seemed the underground city was not peaceful. My Lu Tu led Tian Nan to her bedroom. She used magic to lock the door. After everything was settled, My Lu Tu breathed a sigh of relief. All right, this is safer now. My Lu Tu pulled up a chair. The dark forces in Trungdin City are too strong, as if many dark powers have gathered here. I just heard Tu Fan Sam mention the Dark Alliance Conference. Has something really happened? You shouldn't have come here. When you returned, I sensed your aura, but couldn't leave. When you were at Nan Nai, I was in a meeting with Lord Blood Emperor. If Lord Demon Emperor were to discover your identity, Tian Nan interrupted. So that's why you rushed over to erase his memory. She reassured him, fortunately, I handled it in time. The guards at the inner passage are all my people. They have all been infected by my blood toxin and are loyal only to me. So you don't need to worry. As long as you don't leave this room, you will be safe for the time being. He then wanted My Lu Tu to tell him more about the Dark Conference. She immediately explained, the Dark Alliance Conference is the supreme conference of the Dark World, held once every 5 years. It is mostly hosted by the Vampire Clan, where the conference is chairman. This alliance conference is very special, hosted by the Dark Priesthood. This third party is currently the 3rd largest power in the Dark World. This 3rd dark power has always wanted to absorb the other 2 sides, but only a king can unite the Dark World. A king. This time, the priesthood is hosting the conference. Although they only sent 1 person, they brought something that interests both the Vampire Clan and the conference. The old soul priest uses mysterious dark power, intending to announce the future to everyone. Tian Nan wondered, are the dark forces also threatened by death? My Lu Tu shook her head. Besides the dark priesthood, no one knows their secrets. The soul priests have a special ability. Before they pass away, they can transfer all their power to a successor. It's just that the training is very difficult. Fortunately, that's the case. Otherwise, they would have ruled everything long ago. The dark forces have always hidden themselves well, and their power cannot be underestimated. In the Great War 30 years ago, a soul priest defeated Judge Hu Tu Fai Ni, and since then, the dark forces have become one of the strongest powers. The soul priest has changed many times. Each term lasts over 20 years before they are lost. They don't just pass on power, they can also see future events. This is the first time a soul priest has revealed a secret. Tian Nan still had many questions. My Lu Tu continued, but now Lord Demon Emperor is hesitating whether to take this opportunity to eliminate the entire dark priesthood, which surprised him a little. Tian Nan was confused. Does Lord Blood Emperor want to make a move against the dark priesthood? But the soul priest is about to die. They could just change to a new successor. She explained it's not that easy. The soul priests are extremely strict in choosing a successor. They must pass many tests to inherit the power. The dark priest who is to receive the soul priest's inheritance is the one who dared to come here. If Lord Blood Emperor makes a move, it will be hard to escape. He offered his opinion. The darkness is already oppressed by the holy light. If one power is lost, the situation will become even more severe. The Blood Emperor wants to discuss with the people of the conference. After confronting the priest, both sides will bear the responsibility together. My Lu Tu wondered, it's not just Lord Blood Emperor here. There are also 2 princes and 12 grand dukes. Isn't this a good opportunity to eliminate their bloodlines? Hearing this, Tien Nan scolded her. He was extremely indignant. Why would they be so stupid as to let their own successors attend the Dark Alliance conference? If you want to protect your clan, you should immediately go and persuade Lord Blood Emperor to give up that idea. You will definitely not get what you want. Scolded at length by Tien Nan, my Lu Tu was silent, unable to say anything. She was moved. Master, you were right. I didn't expect you to be smarter than you look. My Lu Tu made the decision to go persuade Lord Blood Emperor. She invited him to watch the Dark Alliance conference. Tien Nan wondered, didn't you say it would be better if I just didn't leave this room? My Lu Tu searched for something. I have prepared a good item. She took out a multi-dimensional helmet. My Lu Tu instructed, after the conference begins, wearing this helmet will make it feel like you're really there. You can even change your viewing angle without anyone noticing. He was still wary of the gift she gave him. While my Lu Tu went to find the Blood Emperor, Tien Nan also focused on cultivating in this underground city of darkness. He sat on a bed, his body emitting a powerful magical aura. His dark ability had grown much stronger. The dark particles were clearly more intense than outside. The 3 types of power within Tien Nan were constantly strengthening, a powerful existence that would affect the entire ascending Milky Way alliance. His destiny was something no one could fully grasp. After cultivating for a while, Tien Nan slowly opened his eyes. The 3 powers inside his body merged into one. Finally, he could control all of his own power without any backlash. Under the influence of his spirit, 1 blue, 1 white, and 1 black, 3 circular lights appeared in the palm of Tien Nan's hand. He looked at the orb of light containing immense power, feeling very confident about his future. Tien Nan was about to return to the bed to continue cultivating when suddenly there were footsteps outside. At first, he thought they were my Lu Tu's footsteps, but because the sound was heavier, Tien Nan changed his mind. After a voice rang out, he panicked. It's someone else. Oh no, I'm about to be discovered. Tien Nan remained silent, listening to the sounds outside the door. He was terrified. Is he really coming in? But I can't answer him. You see, man stood before the door. My Lu Tu, don't be so cold, will you? Don't forget, you have what you have today, all thanks to me. If you don't object, I'm coming in. Hearing his words made Tien Nan even more panicked. Seeing the situation was not good, he quickly pulled down the bed curtain. A mysterious magical aura appeared at the door. It was the magic You See Man used to teleport inside. He slowly opened his eyes. You see, man, since someone was in here, so you are here. Why didn't you answer? Are you tired of me? Have you forgotten all the sweet moments we shared? Are you blaming me for not coming to see you recently? When my father found out, he locked me up. It was very difficult to get out. Having to listen to his love story made Tien Nan extremely uncomfortable. Seeing that the bed remained silent, with no response, made You See Man even more annoyed. Are you just going to stay silent like this with me? To help you become stronger, I sacrificed myself. Now you become the 12th Grand Duchess, while I've been demoted from Marquis to Count. Are you just going to cast me aside like this? I came today. You have to make things clear to me. He thought getting him to leave on his own seems difficult. If I'm discovered, my Lu Tu won't be able to escape this connection either. It's best to kill him the moment he discovers me. But Tien Nan was still hesitant, not knowing if he could do it. He waited and waited, but there was no movement. You See Man angrily pulled back the curtain. Since it had come to this, he could only risk his life against him. Tien Nan was waiting for a good opportunity to strike. Seeing that the person sitting inside was not my Lu Tu made You See Man extremely surprised. He immediately seized the opportunity while he was confused upon seeing him. Under Tien Nan's control, 10 beams of lightning gathered into one in midair, aiming straight for the opponent's chest. He didn't let up because of that, focusing his power on the attack. Then, he filled his hands with space-tearing power and pushed forward. From behind Tien Nan, many black threads flew out, rushing from multiple directions. After leaving the Demon God Temple, this was the first time he had used 2 types of abilities. He had used his full attack. As long as You See Man was seriously injured, he could subdue him. Tien Nan was utterly horrified by the scene before him. The floor had a large hole in it, and there was no one standing where he had been moments ago. With no time to hesitate, he immediately used illusionary form shift. As Tien Nan disappeared, a black light flashed past. He used it to flash to another spot. You See Man's body was still intact, without a single scratch. He angrily asked who he was. Seeing that You See Man was completely unharmed made Tien Nan even more panicked. Outwardly, he was provocative, but inwardly, he was in a very difficult position. He's using so many afterimages that I can't distinguish them. He's clearly defending against my lightning rays. He shouted angrily, "Are you my Luo Tu's new plaything? Her taste is really poor. How can someone like you compare to me? Today, I will make you die. As long as you die, my Luo Tu will surely come back to me." Tien Nan took the opportunity to provoke him. "You think killing me will win my Luo Tu's heart? You just account now." Yu Si Man saw that he was just courting death. He immediately attacked Tien Nan. He quickly used illusionary form shift to dodge the blow. Yu Si Man immediately noticed something unusual. "So you did use illusionary form shift just now. You're a space ability user from the Holy Light. Could it be that my Luo Tu has betrayed the vampire clan?" Tien Nan smiled, telling him to look his way. A powerful magical aura enveloped his body. Seeing this, Yu Si Man was extremely surprised, his eyes widening. Yu Si Man's face turned pale. Dark ability, space, and darkness combined as one. This is impossible. Tien Nan seized the opportunity, giving him a scare. "Now that you know my identity, I am the new master of the dark world." Yu Si Man found it hard to believe. "You are actually the new master of the dark world." Tien Nan bluffed. "That's right. Do you still want to attack me now?" The two sides suddenly fell silent, making the atmosphere even more tense. He became suspicious. "If you're the new master of the dark world, why would you want a woman like my Luo Tu?" He explained, "My Luo Tu is not my woman. She is my loyal subordinate." Tien Nan's words made Yu Si Man extremely surprised. He calculated, "I'll just try to sway him for now. If I let him know that the power of the new master of the dark world doesn't give me much of an advantage, it won't change the current situation." He asked in return, "So what if you're the new master of the dark world?" Tien Nan froze for a moment. Yu Si Man revealed a sinister expression. "You're still a long way from being able to rule the dark world. If I kill you now or drain your blood, it won't be long before I can become the great heir of darkness." Hearing him say this, he could only remain silent. Tien Nan cursed inwardly. "Are these bloodsuckers' brains made of wood? My Luo Tu was the same at first. She drank my blood but still couldn't take my abilities. But he was clearly telling me that even relying on the identity of the new master of the dark world wouldn't scare him. Now, his only choice was to fight for his life. In a situation where his strength was not equal to his opponent's, Tien Nan could only rely on the effect of the lightning rays to attack first. Yu Si Man continuously used afterimages. The lightning rays repeatedly hit the wall, none of them hitting their real target. He tried his best, only able to continuously fire attack rays to restrain him, not letting him get close. Yu Si Man's anger had reached its peak. Although he continuously dodged with quick reflexes, it also consumed a lot of his power. He thought, the artificial lightning rays are limited. Let's see how long you can keep shooting. After 100 lightning rays were fired, the room immediately returned to silence. Both of them knew that the lightning rays had been depleted. Without the threat of the lightning rays, Yu Si Man immediately attacked Tien Nan, but at that moment he had calmed down. He finally understood what Mo had told him. An ability user should not rely too much on external forces. Relying only on one's own strength is best. Tien Nan didn't dare to stop, continuously using illusionary form shift to avoid the fatal attacks. He gave a sinister smile, attacking continuously to see how long he could dodge. Yu Si Man's speed increased, and his afterimages appeared more and more frequently. The space was limited after all, and Tien Nan could no longer escape. It was only a matter of time before he was hit by him. Yu Si Man's punch sent Tien Nan's body crashing to the ground. He laughed loudly. "Let's see how long you can run. Someone like you wants to rule the entire dark world." Yu Si Man looked towards him. "You have been hit by one of my dark abilities, the Curse of Darkness. Even if you have an artificial body, it's useless. Now, just endure the torment until you die, unless you have more strength than me or have a light ability." His dark power moved through Tien Nan's body. His power was not enough to expel it. The suffering was constantly seeping into Tien Nan's body and mind. Yu Si Man judged that he must be wearing my Luo Tu's artificial body. An ordinary person hit by this attack of mine would have had their body shattered into 1,000 pieces long ago. Since you're about to die anyway, you've also given me a great gift. Although there isn't much power left, I will be the only Grand Duke with an artificial body." Tien Nan gritted his teeth, tried to endure the pain. He became excited. "I'll give you one last attack to send you to hell. Let me drain your blood." Suddenly, a strange light shone in front of You See Man. It was so bright that he had to cover his face with his hands. Tien Nan's body suddenly radiated a powerful magical force, making You See Man confused, not understanding what the hell was happening. His magic was so strong, it sent him flying far away. The atmosphere around Tien Nan gradually became more oppressive than before. You See Man saw him floating in midair and began to panic. His face turned pale. He had never heard of an ability that could transform like this. Why does it feel like his power has undergone an earth-shattering transformation? You See Man saw strange characters appearing on Tien Nan's body. He became even more curious about his identity. He gave a sinister smile. "Didn't you want to challenge my dignity? Then you can go die." He seemed to sense danger approaching him. Tien Nan was like the god of death. In an instant, he appeared right behind You See Man. He couldn't hide the look of utter fear on his face as he glanced behind him. You See Man didn't even dare to turn his head, feeling as if he had entered a dream world. He could no longer feel his own power, and even his body wouldn't obey him. He just stood there. The only thing he could do was lower his head. He saw his chest very clearly. 3 fist-sized holes had appeared there at some point. His consciousness faded until the moment of death. He felt no pain, and his body didn't even fall. Even stranger, a faint deathly aura appeared on You See Man's dead skin. In just a moment, he was dead, his body turning into amethyst, like a sculpture standing in place. His astonished expression and incomprehensible gaze were perfectly preserved. Only then did Tien Nan gradually regain consciousness. He lifted his hand to look. "My mind was blank just now. A single thought made You See Man become like this." Tien Nan seemed unable to read the information about the magic he had used. He clenched his fist. "You See Man was so small in front of me just now. His defense was as weak as paper." Tien Nan could feel his body brimming with power. Mai Lu Tu had just returned to the room at this moment. He looked at her and asked, "Why did you only just arrive?" Mai Lu Tu explained, "I was just in a meeting with the Blood Emperor." "What on earth happened?" He pointed at him. "He said he was your old lover and came in on his own." She was surprised. Although You See Man had been trying to pester her during this time, she never expected him to find his way here. Mai Lu Tu touched his body. How did he become like this? What exactly happened? Cracks appeared on the amethyst body, and in less than 3 seconds, they spread all over, turning into a purple smoke that filled the room. Tien Nan and she were also in a daze, neither of them knowing what was going on. Suddenly, he felt a voice calling him. This voice contained a mysterious magic, compelling Tien Nan to go and sense its existence. He sat on the bed. "I'll leave the rest of you. I need to cultivate first." Mai Lu Tu came to her senses, watching Tien Nan's power continuously increase. She couldn't hide her own weakness. Although he was just sitting there, a feeling of reverence arose in her heart. She suddenly knelt on the floor. Mai Lu Tu bowed her head, hoping that Tien Nan would become even stronger. He didn't say a word, just focused intently on practicing his magic. Tien Nan couldn't help but be surprised by the scene around him. He looked around and realized it was a purple space. While Tien Nan was still thinking he was dreaming, a voice suddenly spoke. "You are not dreaming. I am the one who called you to this place, because I am about to leave." He wondered who that person was, and he replied, "You don't need to know who I am. I can only tell you that I am the one who helps you. You just need to believe that." The mysterious person's words made Tien Nan even more skeptical. Seeing that he didn't quite trust him, he decided to show Tien Nan something. Suddenly, he found the surrounding scene strangely familiar. Tien Nan discovered 2 people in front of him. He quickly realized it was himself and Mai Lu Tu's day. "This was the first time we met. She wanted to drink my blood, and after that, I don't know what happened next." Suddenly, the mysterious person spoke again. "Mai Lu Tu, how dare you?" Tien Nan quickly sensed that it was the same mysterious voice from before. He didn't understand why it was appearing on him. Tien Nan frowned, utterly confused. "How can this be? I don't remember knowing this thing. Yet I can feel a terrifying presence from my myself? Why has my body become like this? At this point, he couldn't even understand himself anymore. Tian was shocked to see that the person before him was himself. His body at that time was radiating a powerful magical force, which startled my Lu Tu. Impossible. This is hell demon fire. At that time, the demon body entered Tian. Do you think I don't know of your greed? You sensed my breath long ago, and you also knew he was the heir to the king of darkness, yet you still deluded yourself into taking his blood and power. Despite my Lu Tu kneeling and begging, he remained unmoved. She was willing to offer her soul to the demon body. Hearing this, he immediately changed his mind. Very well, considering what you have contributed to the dark world, I will grant you this honor. From now on, if he lives, you live. If he is strong, so are you. If he dies, you must die with him, and your death will be 10,000 times more tragic than his. After piecing the events together, Tian now realized this was the reason my Lu Tu became his subordinate, and at the same time, he also learned that he was the heir. After explaining everything, the demon body turned and asked if he now knew who he was. Tian frowned in thought. It symbolizes the greatest power, held demon fire, and even my Lu Tu has to call him master. He came to a conclusion. You are the demon body, the king of darkness who once ruled all the dark forces. He laughed with delight, not denying Tian's words. He covered his face with his hand. So, I am the new master of the dark world. The legend my Lu Tu spoke of is true. I am the heir you chose. The demon body asked, you don't want to inherit my power? Seeing that Tian didn't seem to like this identity, he quickly explained, there are many who would want this position. To rule the darkness is to rule half the world, just like the Milky Way Alliance. In his mind at that moment, the image of Bok Hop suddenly appeared. It seemed that her appearance had made Tian waver and become hesitant. At this moment, he only thought of her. Tian didn't want to become the master of darkness. He didn't want his soul to be corrupted. Tian shouted loudly to show the demon body that he didn't want to become like that. He likes freedom, and he likes to be open and honorable. Tian really likes that kind girl. He was stunned by his decision, not expecting that he would disagree. How about we clarify your current state? Tian wondered, could it be that you did all of this? The demon body explained, although there is some connection between me and Mo, it is because of your understanding of the 3 abilities that exist within you that you have developed this mutated power. You are the first person who can harmonize the 2 powers of darkness and space. The 3 types of power merged into one, giving you a completely new power. I didn't expect your dark, space, and cosmic powers to merge into one through that bloodsucker's curse of darkness. Do you know what level you reached just now? Tian replied, I don't know. The Holy Light's biological computer glitched, only showing 3 question marks. He immediately explained, the biological computer displays question marks when an ability is not yet level 1, or when the ability has surpassed level 36. He was extremely surprised. Does that mean my power just now reached the level of controller? The demon body did not deny it. The mutation of your power has surpassed level 40, equivalent to a general rank ability user. Tian seemed unable to believe his words. Tian wondered, could it be that Luan has been inside my body all this time and saw everything? He replied, that's right. Remember the person who helped you cultivate your space power in the first stage? I was the one who arranged for that person. I have seen everything that has happened to you for more than 10 years. Only now did he realize he had been oblivious during that time. Tian asked, but reaching the controller level so suddenly will it harm my body? The demon body explained, probably not. That was a mutation of 3 powers merging into one. You don't have that kind of power yet. It only happened for a short time. After you leave the spiritual world, you will return to your previous ability. He broke out in a cold sweat, so I'm still an ability user below level 10. He rattled on, but you have 2 powerful high-level abilities. Your current strength is already equivalent to a normal level 12 ability user. When the 2 types are combined, your true power has already reached level 15. It's just that you can't fully control it yet. But after the 3 special abilities merge into one, it can make your power reach a terrifying realm in a short time. After the mutation, it can also help your 3 powers become stronger. But it causes your own power to be heavily consumed, and it will also contain both the darkness and space special abilities. Neither the holy light nor the darkness will accept it. So if you are about to die, you cannot combine this power. this power. But it's a good thing that you have this mutated power. As long as you work hard, there will be a day when you reach the realm that I achieved back then. Tian saw that it seemed the demon body was finished speaking. So at this moment, he spoke up. If that's the case, can I still borrow my own strength to activate the fusion of the 3 special abilities? He answered hesitantly, it can only depend on you to figure out for yourself. Tian was extremely grateful. I will definitely try to control this power, but I have something I want to make clear to you. The demon body didn't say a word. It seemed he was waiting for him to speak. Tian tactfully refused. I cannot become your heir, although I don't reject darkness. I don't want to become a fallen soul. The demon body remained silent for a moment. After a while, he finally spoke. Don't worry, I have no intention of forcing you. No matter what you choose in the future, it's a matter for you to decide. Becoming the king of darkness doesn't necessarily mean your soul will fall. Darkness is not necessarily evil. Didn't Master Amo once tell you that? The demon body stood before Tian, recounting his master's words. Use it correctly, use it wrongly, and it will be wrong. He offered his own perspective. If you use the power of darkness to save people, isn't that also very good? Hearing the demon body's analysis gave him a different perspective on him. The demon body continued to explain, what you need to do later is to enhance your own power, whether it's me or Kwang Min of the Holy Light. We all wish to achieve the legendary rank of Guardian, to challenge the final 2 floors of the demon god temple you once passed through. Unfortunately, we both failed. I hope to place my hopes in you this time. I hope you will become stronger. When the darkness special ability reaches level 64, the ability user will have to face the greatest test of his soul. For someone like you who wants to maintain a clear mind and not be controlled by darkness, it is a life and death test. At that time, you must carefully overcome that challenge. Then you can roam the world. Otherwise, there's only falling or death. Tian could sense that he was still very clear-headed. How did you overcome that challenge back then? The demon body recounted. Actually, at that time, I chose the path of falling, but there was someone who pulled me back because of her. The world of darkness is now suppressed by the holy light. She sacrificed herself, yet fulfilled the entire world in the Galactic Federation. The bravest person is not Kwang Min. He confidently affirmed that it was that girl. The demon body instructed, when you reach the realm of a judge, we will meet again then. I will tell you some secrets and also give you a mission you must complete. How to overcome the difficult challenge. I can only give you one hint. Saintis by he is the key. Tian wondered, in fact, you're just missing, right? He replied, it's true, I'm not dead, but I will never appear in the Galactic Federation again. This is the oath I made that year, to never betray that oath. You must remember when you cultivate in the future, the 2 types of special abilities must be enhanced together, so they can complement each other. This will be of great help to you. You must pay attention to the upper and lower parliaments of the Galactic Federation. He was surprised. Even if they have military forces in the Galactic Federation, ordinary people can't be a match for special ability users like us, can they? The demon body offered his thoughts. In terms of science and technology, the Galactic Federation is the strongest. They control over 1,000 planets. And an overwhelming number of top-tier scientific and technical personnel. The 2 upper and lower parliaments are not at peace. The forces they possess are also different. Modified warriors are a technical product created through research and combination with the human body to form modified people. The power of these modified people is extremely strong, not necessarily weaker than special ability users. I guess the parliament has at most over 300 modified people. Their strengths are not the same. As long as you manage to destroy their main components, it will cause them a fatal wound. The lower parliament researches genetics the most. They combine animal genes with humans, creating a type of warrior almost like a beastman, called a gene warrior. Tian was bewildered to combine them. They must conduct experiments. Don't tell me they experiment directly on people. The demon body explained, they take advantage of some special forces soldiers with strong bodies in the military. Hearing this, he immediately felt indignant. How can they treat human lives like dirt? And they dare to boast about being fair and just. The demon body reminded, there are still many unknown things in this world. You shouldn't do irrational things because of your indignation. I have one more thing I want you to pay attention to. This will be useful for you. Tianyin wondered what that was. The 3 divine artifacts of the dark world. They contain strong and strange dark power. If you have them, the power you can achieve will be unimaginable. Just by wearing the mask of darkness, no one will recognize your identity. It also has a charm shadow function, which can make your body become semi-invisible. Charm shadow is still a good defensive method. The opponent can only completely seal the space. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to catch your afterimage. Tianyin quickly understood. The mask of darkness can conceal everything about me without anyone knowing. If I have it, it will be very beneficial for me. The demon body continued to explain. The mask of darkness also has another name, the sorrow of the blue sky. It can generate extremely strong resistance to light system's special abilities. Thanks to it, one can have an astonishing defense, which allowed the previous soul to defeat Luo Feng. Tianyin wondered, in that case, is the mask of darkness in the hands of the dark sacrifice? He warned him not to act rashly. Wait until you have cultivated to a certain level. It's not too late to think about collecting the 13 dark sacred artifacts then. I'm about to leave. He asked, you have to go right now? The demon body replied, when your power is sufficient, I will surely find you. Whatever happens, you must think carefully before acting. After reaching the 3rd stage, cultivation will be much harder than before. I will leave the cultivation method for the 3rd stage of cosmic chi in your subconscious. Tianyin still had many things he wanted to say to him, but the demon body refused. You must find the answers yourself. Wait until the Dark Alliance conference is over. You should leave this place if you don't want to be trapped in the darkness. You must be vigilant. I have to go now. See you again. I hope to see you a little sooner. Seeing him leave made Tianyin a little reluctant. He opened his eyes, gradually waking up. Seeing Tianyin wake up, Luo Feng immediately called out to him. Tianyin thought, it seems I have recovered as usual. He put on his clothes. I'm sorry. The skin you made for me is ruined. She replied, it's okay. A few days ago, I passed by the family's research institute. It seems they have invented a new type of artificial skin. If I have the chance, I will bring a set back here. Tianyin asked directly, are you treating me so well because you have offered your soul to me? Luo Feng was surprised. Why are you suddenly asking about this? I am your servant, so I will follow you forever. He felt that she was losing what she had just because of the soul bond, so he asked her to teach him the method to dissolve the soul contract. But Luo Feng was still willing to be his servant. Tianyin wondered, don't you hope to have your freedom back? She thought, to be able to control another's soul means having a servant who will never betray you. Yet he says he wants to return my soul. Luo Feng explained, although my soul is kept by you, it has also been purified, so losing my soul is not a miserable thing for me. She was bewildered inside, but why? I'm not dissatisfied with being his servant. Luo Feng willingly served Tianyin until he had enough power. Tianyin had no choice but to accept. Then he asked, has the matter with that UC man been handled properly? She replied, although I have erased all traces, I'm afraid his father will not let it go. That is the only son of Grand Duke On, the one with the strongest real power among the Grand Dukes. I'm afraid with this disappearance, the first culprit he will think of is me. But as long as there is no evidence, he can't do anything to a Grand Duchess like me. Tianyin felt guilty. I don't want to cause trouble for you. But in that situation, I could not kill him. Luo Feng reassured, it's okay, don't think too much about it. What was that stream of power you unleashed? He shook his head. I don't understand what it is myself. It must be a special ability created by the combination of my power with cosmic chi. That stream of power is indeed very respectable, but I won't be able to use it easily anymore in the future. Have the people from the Dark Conference arrived yet? She reported, they have arrived. In a moment, the Dark Alliance Conference will begin. No one can guarantee what will happen at the Alliance Conference. We can only assess the situation at the time and act accordingly. I've activated the strongest defense layer in this room. When the conference ends, I will return immediately. You must be careful. When they have all left, I will take you out. Tianyin reminded, if the conference is about to start, then you should go quickly, lest others become suspicious. The ring of the Dracula ducal family is returned to you. This also represents your identity. The virtual reality helmet is also broken. Perhaps it was interfered with during the last use. My Lu Tu looked towards the bed. I have prepared a new one for you. Put it on, and you can observe the situation inside the conference. I'm leaving now, Master. He looked at the brand new helmet placed on the bed. The purple chi in Tian Yin's body had disappeared. Both of his special abilities had been raised to level 10. The cosmic chi had also reached the 9th rank of the second stage. He put on the helmet, so that's how it is, using thought to activate it, and then it senses the user's own body. Tian Yin observed the surrounding scene. I actually got in. This must be the place where the Dark Alliance conference is held. After waiting for half an hour, the conference finally began. The door opened, and 2 people walked in. He could feel a very heavy atmosphere. Tian Yin observed his surroundings. My Lu Tu was standing at the very end. This is definitely the most powerful leadership team in the Dracula family. The 3 people in front made him feel extremely cautious. This is not something that could be explained by someone at the controller level. Tian Yin thought, although 2 of them haven't said a word, their silence already makes me feel suffocated. He guessed they must be vampire princes. Then he noticed the person walking ahead of them. It was a young man with a handsome appearance, a tall figure, not showing any expression. But there were 2 things on him that caught Tian Yin's attention. One was a black ring worn on the middle finger of his right hand. The chi flowing around his ring was constantly moving. He thought, I'm afraid it is also one of the 13 dark sacred artifacts. His eyes flashed, showing his majesty. The other thing on him that caught Tian Yin's utmost attention was his eyes, which could frighten anyone. He realized this was the ruling patriarch of Dracula, also the royalty among the vampires. As if being stared at, Tian Yin was afraid that the Blood Emperor had discovered his consciousness. He hurriedly closed his eyes. He felt that his real power was even stronger than Master Mo and Judge Zhu Rong. After calming down, Tian Yin dared to open his eyes wide again. The 2 rows of people had reached the 3-corner table. The Dark Alliance conference will begin now. Everyone has gathered in the Dark Alliance conference room. The Blood Emperor asked, have the elders been well recently? Then he invited everyone to sit down. While the Blood Emperor was sitting down, the chairman, standing above, smiled. He also sat down, leaning on his cane, telling him not to be so polite. Tian Yin wondered, has the representative of the Dark Sacrifice not arrived yet? The chairman quickly got to the main point. The Dark Conference will probably possess the Sword Darkness. He thought, the chairman of the Dark Conference doesn't seem to be carrying that thing. Nor can I feel any special chi. He offered his opinion. After careful consideration, I feel this matter is not that urgent. First, we must see what the heir of the soul sacrifice brings us. Maybe what that person brings will surprise us. He unanimously agreed with the Blood Emperor's words. The chairman said, if your side is willing, we can sign a cooperation agreement at any time. After all, 2 branches are better than 3. Tian Yin was eavesdropping. Is there a conflict between the 2 sides? Both intend to destroy the Dark Sacrifice, but are afraid of revenge and don't want to be the one to step forward. Suddenly someone walked over, making footsteps. He quickly paid attention to it, guessing that someone was entering. Tian Yin guessed that La Jia was the heir of the soul sacrifice. She was completely covered from head to toe, not revealing her face. La Jia sat down in her chair. He had a feeling she was tougher than he imagined. The Blood Emperor glanced over. Perhaps he had noticed the symbol on her robe. The Blood Emperor wondered, I didn't expect you to be the one to inherit the position of soul sacrificer. The blue soul robe symbolizes the release of the soul. Could it be that our old friend has passed away? La Jia said sarcastically, it seems we have never been friends for a single day, have we? My master has indeed returned to the source of darkness. I came to participate in this Dark Alliance conference because I have something to tell you all. I have officially become the leader of the Dark Sacrifice Society. Tian Yin was surprised. The Soul Sacrificer is a young girl? What kind of ability does the Soul Sacrificer have? Could it be that this young girl already has real power comparable to the Blood Emperor and the chairman? The chairman wondered what she wanted to ask. La Jia got straight to the point. I bring here the prophecy my master spoke of before his death. Her statement made the 2 of them extremely surprised. La Jia guessed, I think you all must be very interested in this matter, right? But before revealing this matter, he fell silent, waiting for her to speak about this matter. La Jia stated her condition. I hope the Blood Emperor and the chairman of the Dark Society will swear on your souls." The entire room suddenly fell silent. He bluntly refused. "Isn't that a bit too much? Do you think that just by inheriting the soul sacrifice, you can wield power? That's right. We all belong to the dark world. Everyone knows what swearing on one soul represents." She took out a box. "You can hear me out first before deciding. It's not too late. Everything the Dark Sacrifice Society does is for the safety of this world." The Blood Emperor urged La Jia. "Then quickly tell us what the deceased soul said." "What?" She repeated her condition. "I want you two to swear on your souls, to pledge loyalty to the heir as in the history books." Tianyin was extremely surprised by La Jia's proposal. The chairman objected. "This request of yours seems a bit too much. A legend is just a legend after all." He also agreed with his opinion. The Blood Emperor gave a reason. "If an accident occurs, we will forever fall into the abyss. The Dracula family cannot agree so easily." She opened the box lid. "I know you two will not agree easily. First, please take a look at the item my master left behind. Perhaps your thoughts will change somewhat. My master could have lived for a few more years, but for the future of the dark world, he decided to sacrifice himself to get a glimpse of our future. And the future situation will be determined by the succeeding King of Darkness. That person really exists. Before passing away, my master told me that the King of Darkness will appear on Zhoning Star. That's why I decided to choose this place to hold the Dark Alliance conference. The reason I want you to swear is because I hope no incidents will occur in the future. I hope you will watch first." One of them recognized that this was a soul stone. La Jia explained, "Before passing away, the dark power of each soul sacrificer will reach its peak. This soul stone contains everything that my master left behind in the world." She chanted, "O soul condensed in the darkness, I use the name of the soul sacrificer to beseech you, open, O mysterious soul stone." Tianyin was extremely surprised by the scene before him. The soul stone immediately radiated a brilliant light. It formed a screen in midair. La Jia told everyone to observe carefully. Tianyin looked inside, unable to help but wonder if that was the future of the dark world. The image of a planet gradually appeared. It rotated slowly, surrounded by a pitch-black circle. Outside the black circle was a pink expanse. Then countless black dots appeared. Looking closer, it was a human figure with red wings. The Blood Emperor immediately recognized that it was him after his transformation. Right after that, the scepter in the hand of the Dark Chairman also appeared before everyone's eyes. Finally, two figures, one black and one purple, appeared. But the purple figure was enveloped in a halo of light, impossible to see clearly. This person's voice sounded very stern. 3 planets were enveloped by dark black stripes. Between the 3 planets was a very small planet. It emitted a dazzling light. The other 3 planets slowly revolved around it like a tiny solar system. The stern voice rang out again, fallen, "Dark free, that is our world. The enemy is about to attack. In order to protect our sanctuary, the dark race will surely respond with all its might." After showing all the events, the soul stone gradually faded. All the images quickly disappeared. The conference became quiet again. Even Tianyin couldn't believe what the images he just saw meant. Could those 3 small planets be the origin of the Dark World? But there are no such planets in the Galactic Federation. Looking at that scene, it seems there is a person leading the dark forces to find a territory of their own. He vaguely realized, could that purple figure be himself? La Jia spoke up. "Everyone has witnessed everything my master left for me. Perhaps my master saw more, but in order to leave his power to me, his memory only has that much left. Before dying, my master instructed that no matter what, we must assist the master of the dark world to the end. That is our best path." Blood Emperor and Chairman of the Dark Society, if you two are still hesitating, not knowing whether to believe it or not. She was confident that she could prove it to everyone. La Jia stood up and affirmed, "All the dark forces in heaven and earth have gathered." She held out her hand. A stream of magic enveloped La Jia's arm. She chanted, "I, soul sacrificer Kala, pledge to serve the new master of the dark world with everything I have. If I violate this, my soul will fall into the endless night, be bound and wither, never to be reincarnated." Tianyin was extremely surprised that La Jia actually made an oath. She dripped a drop of blood onto her own index finger, the blood of a submitted soul. The Blood Emperor thought, If one has made a soul submission oath, it is impossible to change one's mind. It's no different from tying a debt not on one's own soul. The conference chairman also hesitated. Once the oath is violated, the soul of the person who made the oath will immediately dissipate. The pain one must endure is so terrifying that no one dares to bear it. He looked at the staggering Jia, noticing that she made the oath without any hesitation at all. Jia wondered what everyone was still hesitating about. He made an excuse. I feel this matter should be discussed more carefully. When a master of the dark world appears, it won't be too late for us to make the oath. The conference chairman also agreed with his opinion, guessing in his heart, could it be that the soul sacrificer has already found the new master of the dark world? She smiled lightly. Master was too naive. I said that you would definitely not agree. Yet he still held out hope. If that's the case, then I won't force it. I hope that when something bad happens, you won't regret it. The Blood Emperor gently glanced, signaling him. The conference chairman seemed to understand his meaning. Tianyin was extremely surprised by the scene before him. In just a flash, everyone had surrounded Jia. The Blood Emperor held her back. Soul sacrificer, why the hurry to leave so soon? The conference chairman made a suggestion, hoping Jia would stay and discuss longer with them. She quickly realized the group's intention. So you want to keep me here? The chairman of the Dark Society spoke up. If you hand over the mask of darkness and the blue soul robe on you, we will let you leave. In the future, the Dark Sacrifice Society will have to submit to our two sides. Jia exclaimed, I didn't expect you to be this despicable, but have you forgotten something? Before a new master of the dark world appears, the soul sacrificer is the most powerful existence. In this place, she immediately used her soul to suppress her own body. Suddenly, Tianyin's eyes widened in wonder. He looked at Jia's face and was sure that it was the mask of darkness. The Blood Emperor and the chairman of the Dark Society were the first to react. Two huge balls of light flew towards the black mist and exploded in an instant. The black mist disappeared, but in midair, only a black six-pointed star symbol remained, while Soul Sacrificer Jia was nowhere to be found. The person inside exclaimed, "Where is she? She disappeared." The chairman of the Dark Society explained, "It's the dark condensation positioning technique. I didn't expect she could execute such a move. It seems that before coming here, she had prepared everything. That brat surely hasn't mastered all the power of a soul sacrificer yet. Just now, when she used dark condensation, we must have seriously injured her. Blood Emperor, this is your territory. I probably don't need to tell you what to do, right?" He immediately glanced at my Lu Tuesday. He said, "My Lu Tu, immediately increase manpower to lock down the transit station. Pay attention to that soul sacrificer's every move. Every second. If you find her, report back immediately." She immediately obeyed. The Blood Emperor ordered the remaining ones to assist my Lu Tu in investigating the Zhoning Star. The chairman thought to himself, the soul sacrificer's force is known as the strongest force, second only to the king of the dark world. We absolutely cannot be careless. He instructed, "You guys also go and arrange spies everywhere. We can't let her escape." The chairman thought to himself, if that Jia manages to return to her own territory with the mystery of the dark sacrifice, I'm afraid our Dark Society and the Blood Emperor's Dracula clan will not live in peace. Their henchmen left the conference one by one. The Blood Emperor and the chairman of the Dark Society sat back down in their seats. The Black Emperor spoke calmly. "It seems what Milasai said is true. Before coming here, that woman must have prepared everything. Chairman, we will have to cooperate for a long time in the future." He replied, "Of course. If we can eliminate the soul offering master right here on Central Court Star, then the Dark Sacrifice Society will be like a snake without a head. If so, we can only temporarily move our forces to a more secret location to prevent any unforeseen incidents. We need to devise a comprehensive plan." He wondered, if she manages to escape, what should we do? The chairman replied, "At the same time, we must also find the lair of the Dark Sacrifice Society in the shortest time possible." The Black Emperor quickly added, "Once we find it, we must use all our strength to destroy it, pulling it out by the roots." He continued, "Then I will stay for 3 days to help with the search. If there's still no news after 3 days, I'm afraid that Brat has already fled. After all, she has the mask of darkness, which can conceal her tracks." He wondered, "Chairman, What do you think of those images? The chairman replied, perhaps the prophetic soul stone is not wrong. I think this matter is 80 to 90% true, so we must also leave ourselves a way out. Hasn't the new master appeared on Central Court Star? If we run into that person, it will be very troublesome. Tian could only feel helpless hearing those words. He continued, when the time comes, we can at least detain that person first. As for how to deal with it later, we'll have to see how the situation develops. He felt like cursing the chairman to his face. I'm so grateful to you all. The Black Emperor replied, I understand. If I receive any news, I will immediately inform the chairman. He thought to himself, I'm afraid that if you find that person, you'll just hide it. You have your thoughts. I have my calculations. We'll just wait and see. Tian looked at them and thought, it seems nothing else will happen in this conference hall. I have to go back. Immediately after, he slowly took off the helmet on his head. As he took it off, Tian sighed. I didn't expect to gather so much information. Does the Soul Offering Master's Soul Stone really have the ability to predict the future? That purple figure could be my future self? Thinking about it carefully, leading the dark forces might not be an impossible task. Becoming the focal point for all dark forces, but that's not a bad thing. It might even be helpful to humanity. If that's the case, why can't I sit on the throne as the master of this dark world? However, the Blood Emperor and that chairman of the Dark Society won't submit to me easily. These two forces are very difficult to deal with, but it's also hard to believe that the Soul Offering Master, Lajia, swore an oath of loyalty in front of the Dark Society's chairman and the Blood Emperor. Maybe in the future, I can use some of the Sacrifice Society's power. Even just learning a few of their secrets would be good. In the following days, Milasai still hadn't returned. Tian waited in this room while diligently and relentlessly cultivating. In the area filled with the breath of darkness, he felt the power that the three vortexes brought him. And he also used various methods to explore, finding ways to fuse these three abilities together, which Tian called the Heavenly Demon Transformation. He thought to himself, through continuous hard training, the Heavenly Demon Transformation has become more and more proficient. It is my strongest move at this stage. A few days later, Milasai finally returned. Tian asked about the situation, and she quickly replied that Soul Offering Master was prepared beforehand. We used all our forces to investigate, but still couldn't find any trace of her. The chairman has left, but he left his men behind to find the master. I think you should leave as soon as possible, and you must quickly contact that Sacrifice Society. Tian was helpless because he didn't know where they were hiding. Milasai instructed, tomorrow morning, I will take you out of the underground city. You must be very careful. Tian agreed. So the next day, she secretly escorted him away. In just a few short days in the underground city, so many things had happened. Tian not only learned more about the situation of the dark forces, but also managed to enhance his own power. He looked up at the sky and thought, it's been a long time since I've seen the sunlight and fresh air. This journey in the underground city has been truly fruitful. Most importantly, although I can't fully control it yet, the power of the Heavenly Demon Transformation is enough for self-protection. Tian had been away from home for several days without a trace. As soon as he got home, he was scolded at length by his mother. He used the excuse of returning to the Central Court Star Academy to greet his teacher to cover it up. Tian exclaimed, I'll probably have to go back to the company in a few days. There's work that needs to be handled. Mengya worried, you have to leave again so soon? You've only been back for a few days. He replied, Mom, Dad, you know this is an opportunity for my career to advance. She was reluctant. Can't you stay for a few more days? Tian also couldn't bear to leave his parents and replied, I'll probably stay for another week, which made them both happy again. Comforted by him like that, his parents were reassured. In the afternoon, he went with his parents to listen to Saintus Baihe's sermon. Being apart for 3 days like that, Tian also missed her very much. On the way back from the underground city, he even bought pudding to bring home, as it was a rare sweet treat in this place. Tian thought to himself, 2 for Mom and Dad, the rest for Baihe. I hope she'll like it. Suddenly, he remembered, perhaps the time I get to spend with her in the future will become shorter and shorter. I have to leave in another week, and I don't know when I'll be able to see Baihe again. But it's always the same. Just thinking of Baihe makes my heart stir. Therefore, to be able to protect her more, I must become stronger. Suddenly, a flash of insight sparked in his mind. Tian sensed a stream of energy, as if someone was communicating, faint yet very clear. It was similar to the spiritual connection between him and Milasai, but not as profound. Tian immediately turned his head. Could it be? He quickly ran off. Mom, Dad, you two go ahead and listen to the Saintess's sermon. I have a few things to do. I'll come later. They watched helplessly as Tian's back disappeared. That faint, ethereal feeling of the soul, that indistinct soul, seemed to be calling him, making him keep walking in that direction. Tian was led to a desolate place that seemed uninhabited. He thought to himself, this must be the place. I can feel someone inside. Tian stared at the door. Is it that person? The three vortexes in Tian's body began to spin at a dizzying speed. As he pushed open the door, he peeked inside. The empty room only had La Jia sitting cross-legged in the far corner. In the middle of the floor, on top of a black five-pointed star symbol, there was a faded bloodstain. Her eyes slowly opened as she sensed Tian. He spoke politely, hello, soul, offering Master La Jia. I am Tian. It seems you are the one who called me here. She continued, greetings, new master of the dark world. The fact that you found La Jia is my greeting, but it seems you already know everything. Seeing he didn't understand, La Jia continued, you saw everything that happened in the Dark Alliance conference. We are the ones who understand souls the best. In that dark room, I sensed your existence and identity, which is why I swore to serve you forever in front of everyone. Tian thought, I used a virtual reality helmet to observe the situation and was still discovered? Luckily, she has no ill intentions. If it were the Blood Emperor or the chairman of the Dark Society, I couldn't escape even if I grew wings. He asked curiously, but are you sure I'm the person you're looking for? I am a manipulator of the Holy Alliance. La Jia replied, what identity you have now is not important. What's important is that you will lead the dark world into a new era. We are absolutely loyal to our old master, but at the same time, we also trust our own intuition. The power of darkness and space will protect you in all matters. You will surely become a new king of the dark world. The people of the dark priesthood will also follow you forever, heeding your commands. Tian interrupted, let's put that aside. Aren't you injured? Right now, people from the Dracula family are searching for you everywhere. She said, annoyed, so what if they find me? This destiny cannot be changed. Although I was prepared beforehand, I was still injured by them. I need at least a week of rest. Only then will I be able to leave. Because I knew of your existence, I was recuperating while using my power to search for you. But fate helped you find this place. She slowly knelt down. La Jia officially swears an oath of loyalty to you. From now on, you are the leader of the Dark Priesthood. We will help you achieve everything you desire. You only need to remember one thing, that the people of the Dark Priesthood are your most loyal subordinates. Tian hesitated. This is too heavy. You don't need to call me leader or anything. Right now, I am not worthy enough to lead the Dark Priesthood. If you're willing, let's be friends. We can call each other by our names. Wouldn't our relationship be much closer that way? She replied firmly, that is not acceptable. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from La Jia's stomach. Hearing this, he silently apologized to Bai He and then offered, I don't have any dry rations on me, but I happen to have a pudding. You can eat this first. She was curious. Is this thing called pudding? La Jia quickly put a spoonful in her mouth, her eyes sparkling as she stared at the pudding cup. What is this? It's so delicious. As expected of the master of the dark world, Tian wondered blankly, are people from the Dark Priesthood, like La Jia, not allowed to eat sweets? He spoke up, don't call me master anymore. From now on, I will treat you like my little sister. She quickly asked, how can that be, master? Before she could finish, Tian said, I'll give you more pudding to eat. La Jia immediately agreed. He thought to himself, she's really easy to persuade. A foggy day in an old castle in Central Court City. Lon Lon timidly approached Oya and said, Mom, I'm back. She immediately asked, so, you know how to come home? Do you have any idea how much trouble your departure has caused for me and your grandfather? Because of you, our family had to break the marriage agreement with the Bayer family. Now the engagement is postponed. Are you satisfied? She cried out resentfully. But Mom, you can't just marry me off to someone I don't love. Are you really willing to sacrifice my happiness for the family benefit? Hearing Lan Lan's words, Oya crossed her arms and pondered for a moment. In the past, I was also forced to make such a choice. She stood up and explained, "You must be obedient. For the status of our family and your grandfather's position, we must also consider the family's interests." Oya placed a hand on her head. "The Bayer family is the oldest family in the Holy Alliance. That heir is a match for you in every way. If you don't want to marry him, you can at least get to know him for a while." Lon Lon replied, but Aunt Maruelu already inquired, "That young master is surrounded by many lovers. How can I be happy if I marry him? I will definitely not marry him. The engagement has been postponed, so please don't force me anymore. Mom, please tell grandfather. I'd rather lock myself up at home and cultivate my power than be married to someone like that." She thought to herself, Maruelu said so. Maruelu is a knowledgeable person. Her words must have a basis. So father obviously knows what kind of person that buyer is, so why would he still let Lon Lon marry him? Suddenly, the phone rang in the room. They both turned around. Oya said, "That call is from your grandfather." She answered the call. A transparent screen appeared before them. Lati Feyer's voice rang out. "Lon Lon, you brat. You know how to come back. The reputation of our Feyer family has been completely ruined by you." She quickly hid behind Oya. She spoke up. "If it has already happened, then father, don't make things difficult for Lon Lon anymore. Besides, the heir of the Bayer family doesn't seem suitable for Lon Lon. You must know his true nature." She looked at Oya worriedly. "This is the first time I've seen Mom stand up to grandfather." Feyer explained, "Everything I do is for the benefit of the family. Sometimes we have to sacrifice our own interests for the family." "Oya, Lon Lon has made such a big mistake, and you're still covering for her?" She replied, "Father, I don't intend to cover for Lon Lon, but this matter concerns her lifelong happiness. If the engagement has been temporarily canceled, I hope you can let Lon Lon choose the person she loves." The old man continued, "Lon Shan giving herself to an outsider is an extremely serious matter for the family. I have sent people to investigate that brat's identity. He is a disciple of that old man Mo. I will personally go find Mo to get to the bottom of this." Lon Lon exclaimed, "Grandfather, please don't make things difficult for Tianyin. Actually, he was also a victim. It was my fault. Tianyin was just used by me to get out of this engagement. In truth, nothing ever happened between him and me." The whole room suddenly fell silent. Oya was surprised. Is this true? No wonder Tianyin left here so righteously that day, even saying he owed us nothing. Lon Lon was timid. "At that time, I was afraid of being forced by grandfather to marry that young master buyer. I was wrong, but..." Feyer exclaimed, "But what?" "Lon Lon, you brat, you're so full of tricks. You even deceived your own grandfather." She was dejected. "Grandfather, I know I was wrong. Lon Lon is still young. I promise you that in the future, I will definitely cultivate my power diligently. Please don't force me to marry that person, okay?" Feyer continued, "If you hadn't violated the family rules, then grandfather would have no reason to be angry. But this time, you've made a mistake on top of a mistake. I was still hoping you could inherit my medical skills in the future. Right now, I'll only give you two choices. The first choice is you must follow the marriage agreement and marry the heir of the Bayer family, Luo Bayer." Lon Lon stuck out her tongue. "I wouldn't choose that even if you beat me to death." The old man continued, "You're not a child anymore. It's time to find a partner for yourself. If you don't want to marry him, then the second choice is I will use my status as a judge of the Holy Alliance to open an internal competition within the Holy Alliance. All single men under the age of 35 can participate in the competition. In the end, the most talented person will be chosen to become your husband. Of course, Luo Bayer can also participate in this competition. If you don't choose either, or if you run away again, I will send the Blue Whale squad to bring you back here." She sighed. "Then I choose the second option. But the final winner must be able to defeat me for it to count." The old man continued, "So be it. I will make the arrangements quickly. When a specific time comes, Oya, bring Lon Lon here. That's all for today." Then Feyer hung up. Lon Lon was overjoyed. "That's great. I finally don't have to marry him." Oya was startled. "Are you thinking of changing your mind again?" She replied, "Of course not. But think about it, Mom. Right now, I have a level 35 water system ability. Among those under 35 in the Holy Alliance, how many can compare to me? No matter who wins, if they can't beat me, they can forget about marriage. I will diligently cultivate my water system ability. I'll strive to reach the strength of a controller at level 36. You have to teach me in detail, Mom." Oya smiled and thought to herself, this child, really? This is the first time she has actively asked to cultivate with me. At this time, in a rather simple and plain row of houses, Tian asked curiously, La Jia, haven't you already inherited all the power of the soul, offering master? Why were you still injured by the Blood Emperor's group? She explained, although master passed all her power to me, it is still sealed within the soul orb. I have only comprehended a small part of it. He understood. No wonder they all guessed that you haven't obtained the full power yet. It seems you still need more time. La Jia replied, some soul offering masters work hard their entire lives, but still fail to obtain the full power of the soul orb. My constitution has been poor since I was young, because time was short, and I also had an enlightenment about the power of darkness. Master chose me. I don't want to disappoint Master, so no matter how difficult it is, I must become the strongest soul offering master. As she said these words, her eyes filled with determination. Just as she finished speaking, La Jia suddenly said warily, I have a bad premonition. I'm afraid we are about to face an unpredictable danger. Hearing this, Tian looked around, confused as to why his spiritual power couldn't sense anything. La Jia immediately stood up and said, they can't have discovered us. It was the eyes and ears of the soul priesthood that revealed it to me. At that very moment, a black vortex appeared before the two of them, much to their surprise. A man's laughter was heard. It seems I've found the right person. Then Oer gradually appeared and introduced himself. Greetings, new master of the dark world, Mr. Tian. He asked warily, the Grand Duke of the Dracula family? How should I address you? At the same time, he secretly calculated. The Blood Emperor sent someone here, so he'll probably spare my life. I have to protect La Jia. She was very surprised by his protective action. The old man answered, you can call me Aoer. I am the strongest Grand Duke of the Dracula clan. Hearing this, Tian guessed, is he Yuman's father? The strongest Duke's ability must be at least level 40-something, right? Even if I can use the heavenly demon transformation, I might not be his opponent. He admitted that La Jia's prediction was not wrong. This was indeed a dangerous situation. He asked Duke Aoer directly, how did you find this place? Central Court Star is so vast. Why would this poor city be worthy of your attention? Tian was stalling for time while silently circulating the 3 vortexes in his body. But for some reason, the 3 vortexes couldn't fuse together, let alone release the power of the heavenly demon transformation. Aoer said nonchalantly that he had secretly asked Lord Blood Emperor for an order to monitor Mylasai. Early this morning, I saw her sneakily leading you out of this city, so I followed you secretly. I thought I would just find some weakness of hers, but I didn't expect such a big gain. Hearing these words, Tian was shocked that the old man had been following him all day. He quickly thought, has he met my parents too? If I get captured, my parents will definitely be in danger. Tian decided he had to eliminate Aoer. 3 streams of black, white, and blue light emanated from his body, circling around him at a dizzying speed. La Jia immediately put on her mask. The old man looked at the blue and black lights combining and said joyfully, the fusion of darkness and space. You are indeed the one from the prophecy. Aoer launched streams of black energy to attack and shouted, come with me, you don't stand a chance. He tried to dodge, but couldn't, unable to use his shape-shifting and shadow swapping. The black, claw-shaped shadow grabbed Tian in an instant, shattering the 3 layers of defense he had put up and sealed the connection between him and his abilities. He could no longer control his power. Seeing this, Aoer laughed loudly. Is this the power of the new master of the dark world? By the name of Aoer of the Dracula clan, I summon you, my dark subordinates. After this summons, countless black phantoms with sharp claws appeared. La Jia put on her mask of darkness and immediately rushed forward, her whole body turning into an illusion, standing in front of Tian. She seemed to use all her strength to launch an attack towards the phantoms. It was darkness and fear. That move successfully halted their advance. The old man observed this scene and considered, it seems Lord Blood Emperor injured you quite severely. The power that even I feared is gone. After that attack, La Jia weakly collapsed, and Tian quickly caught her. Aoer laughed It seems I've not only captured you two, but also obtained the Mask of Darkness to present to Lord Blood Emperor. This contribution is enough for him to make me the third prince of the Dracula family. Not giving them any time to rest, the old man immediately ordered the phantoms to charge forward. Unable to use his power, Tian could only watch helplessly as they rushed towards him. But at this very moment, his body suddenly transformed. A great power radiated from him, striking the phantoms. Even Ao'er was affected, not knowing what it was. He looked in disbelief at the fragments on the ground and wondered, my subordinates have been crushed to powder. Looking at his current gloomy appearance, the old man kept asking what on earth was happening. Tian slowly raised his hand to his head, not understanding what was happening either. He stared blankly at the characters on his hand. Ao'er was still staring intently at his every move. Immediately after, Tian's eyes suddenly lit up and his whole body began to change. His body lit up, moving at lightning speed. The old man guessed that this was shape-shifting and shadow-swapping. Ao'er couldn't keep up with that speed at all. As he got close to the old man, a beam of purple light emanated from Tian's hand. To Ao'er's astonishment, he landed a blow straight to the old man's face. A huge explosion occurred instantly, sending rocks and debris flying. In just a few seconds, the intact house had exploded into a pile of rubble. Tian gently carried La Jia out of the thick smoke. He found a clean spot to put her down and then turned back to look at Ao'er. The old man clutched his chest and cursed inwardly. Damn it, that punch contained both hellfire and demonic power. Although not as strong as real hellfire and demonic power, it still made the meridians in my body burn. Now Ao'er couldn't tell Tian's true strength, so it was better to retreat first. Immediately after, he flew away without a word, leaving him standing there alone. But for Milasai and his parents, Tian had to take Ao'er's life. Only the dead can't reveal secrets. No matter what, he had to kill the old man. Seeing him give chase, the old man couldn't understand why his speed had increased so dramatically. He launched an attack to stop him. Tian also immediately launched a counterattack. Two beams of purple and red light rushed towards each other. Under the immense power, Ao'er had to cover his face, cursing in his heart, damn it, he's so hard to deal with. The dense energy caused the air to be filled with loud explosions. Both possessing the power of darkness, they were both eroding each other's bodies. At this moment, he also had to admit, as expected of the strongest Grand Duke of the Vampire Clan, it's not easy to suppress him. The two hovered in the air. Suddenly, Tian spoke. Is your son missing? The old man didn't understand why he suddenly brought this up. Before he could answer, he continued, it's more accurate to say he disappeared. He turned to dust before my heavenly demon transformation, ground into fine powder, just like your subordinates. This statement completely stunned Ao'er. He asked in disbelief, what did you say? You killed my son? Tian didn't answer, but took advantage of the old man's lack of vigilance to silently circle behind him. By the time Ao'er realized it, it was too late. He immediately launched a powerful blow. The old man couldn't fight back and was knocked to the ground. The power gradually condensed into a giant meteor. He was determined to use all his strength to deliver a fatal blow to Ao'er. But at this very moment, Tian suddenly felt his body change. Even he didn't know what was happening to him. Then, Tian's body completely lost its strength, and he fell from the sky. Where he fell, the ground cracked and sank into a pit. Ao'er stood up trembling, observed the situation, and muttered, what is this situation? At this moment, Tian was still lying there in pain, thinking to himself that his power had suddenly vanished. He remembered that the senior had warned him about something before. To severely injure Ao'er, he had used up all his energy. The power of the Tian Bien had naturally disappeared because of that, and now, less than 3/10 of his energy remained in Tian's body. Although Ao'er didn't know what had happened, now was a good opportunity to strike back. He immediately launched an attack straight towards where Tian was lying, thinking to himself, hurry and follow my son to the Yellow Springs. Tian had barely any energy left and could only reluctantly condense a purple crystal shield to protect himself. But immediately after, under that abundant dark power, the fragile shield dissipated into thin air. Under the force of the explosion, his entire body was sent flying a great distance. Tian Yin's whole body slammed hard onto the ground once more, causing him to cough repeatedly. Seeing this, Ao Air laughed loudly. So that's all you've got. He decided not to take him back anymore. Instead, he would pay for his son's life. Finishing his words, he immediately recited an incantation in the name of Ao Air of the Dracula clan. Gather, O Dracula's spear. Immediately after, a red spear gradually appeared in Ao Air's hand. During this time, Tianyin slowly sat up, cursing inwardly. Damn it, this absolute, overwhelming power is so disappointing. After all, the Tianmo Bien isn't my own power. Just as La Jia said, now I can't even use Phantom Shift anymore. At the moment he was contemplating, Ao Air shouted loudly, "You are called the new master of the world of darkness." After this farewell, he immediately threw the spear containing immense power towards Tianyin. In the moment nearing death, he thought of his loved ones, his parents, his teacher, and also Bai He. Tianyin silently said his final apology to them. Just as the sharp spear was only a short distance away from him, he had already prepared to welcome death. Bai's figure suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking the spear. Tianyin was extremely surprised. The spear thus shattered. Ao Air was very shocked, wondering to himself, did Dracula's spear just shatter? That stream of light was the power of light that could counter darkness. Tianyin called her name softly in disbelief. At this time, La Jia had also woken up and made a guess. This is the power of light. Bai paid them no mind, and her mouth began to murmur. She closed her eyes and recited an incantation. Light dispels the night passes, the sun rises again. The golden god will clear all obstacles. The golden light redeems all fallen souls. As soon as Bai He finished speaking, the bright unicorn beast appeared in a dazzling light. Ao Air was completely astonished by this scene. From a single horn on the unicorn's head, a blinding golden light emanated. Immediately after, his entire body was bound by a golden ring of light, rendering him unable to move. Once the target was locked, the unicorn spread its wings and flew straight towards Ao Air. Before the astonished eyes of Tianyin and La Jia, the horn on the unicorn's head radiated a brilliant golden light. The power of light, specialized in purifying darkness, gathered into an arrow of light, piercing straight through Ao Air's body. He was hit by a finishing blow, then purified, dissolving into thin air. Tianyin suddenly thought of something and quickly said, Bai He, let's leave this place quickly. The dark forces might arrive here soon. She slowly turned back and said, wait, the existence of darkness. Bai He stared at La Jia and said clearly, word by word, there's still one left. Hearing this, he immediately ran to stop her. Wait, Bai He, stop. La Jia is my friend. I've accepted her as my little sister. Don't hurt her. She silently observed La Jia's entire body, and La Jia didn't know what to say either. Tianyin persuaded, Bai He, let's leave here first. When we find a safe place, I will explain to you. At this moment, she saw the star symbol on La Jia's clothes. Bai He stood still, staring at it for a while, seemingly thinking of something. Then, Bai He used her power to take the two of them to her home in the slums. Tianyin gratefully took her hand and said, thank you, Bai He. Thanks to you, we escaped death. But she bluntly flung his hand away. Bai He suddenly said sadly, it would be better if you went to that world of darkness. It seems everything is arranged by fate, and naturally, we will also drift further and further apart. Hearing this, Tianyin hurriedly took Bai He's hand and denied it. Bai He, can you please listen to my explanation? She said dejectedly, that is the blue spirit robe of a soul offering master. If you're already involved with a soul offering master from the dark forces, then what is there left to explain? La Jia thought, Brother Tianyin is also involved with someone who wields the power of light. I must take this opportunity to recover my strength. On his side, he hurriedly explained, it's because I didn't listen to your advice and secretly went to the underground city where the dark forces are hiding. I discovered they were holding a Dark Alliance conference. Bai He seemed to understand a bit more and said, "So those dark forces gathered to hold some kind of meeting." She thought and analyzed, but Tianyin, going down to the underground city is not a simple matter. If you didn't have help, you couldn't have done it on your own. Bai said, disappointedly, the power you displayed just now is also not something a level 10 manipulator can achieve. You've hidden so many things from me. How can you expect me to trust you? If you can't make me trust you from now on, let's just go our separate ways. Saying this, she sadly lowered her head. After a long while, Bai asked softly, "Is that okay?" Hearing this, Tianyin was slightly startled, but immediately refused. "No, that's not okay. I will tell you everything. It all started from the moment I left Zhongting Star." After that, Tianyin recounted everything that happened on his journey to Baihe, about how he met Ma Li Si and how he was captured by her subordinates. Except for the fact that the spiritual power was circulating in his body, he told her everything, not missing a single detail, including the matter concerning him in that oath. After hearing about La Jia using the Soul Stone, Baihe was even more astonished. Tianyin explained, "It's true that I thought the dark forces would have a change of fortune in the future, which is why I intended to make contact with them. Of course, all my connections with the world of darkness are limited to the dark priesthood. The fact that I obtained dark power was also arranged by fate. The Tianmo Bien is a technique I comprehended when I was on the brink of life and death." He calmly explained everything. Then Tianyin took Baihe's hand and said sincerely, "The moment I sensed the danger from Duke Ao Air, your image appeared in my subconscious. My feelings for you are very clear. I hope to use my own strength to change the world of darkness. My mind has always been clear because you are in my heart." Bai silently pondered for a moment, then said shyly, "I'm truly sorry I misunderstood you." She confessed honestly, "I didn't expect you to have gone through so many storms. Seeing you display power beyond your capabilities and standing side by side with a soul offering master, I was really confused." Bai said sincerely, "It was because I didn't think carefully. I'm sorry." Tianyin looked at her, moved, and replied, "This is not your fault. After all, from our standpoints, such a matter cannot be taken lightly." Suddenly, he suggested, "Let La Jia stay at your place to rest for a few days. I have to go back to visit my parents soon. I'm quite worried about them. Although La Jia is a soul offering master, I also see her as a little sister. Please take care of her." La Jia sat there silently, watching the two of them talk about her. Bai said kindly, "I belong to the light, so I can't heal her, but I will treat her like a little sister and look after her." Hearing this, Tianyin suddenly remembered something. He then asked, "How did you find out I was in danger? Could it be that our minds are connected?" Seeing this, she shouted in embarrassment, "Who would want to have a mental connection with you?" Bai explained that she had only sensed the surging dark energy. Tianyin also said honestly, "You are even stronger than I imagined. Your light-based abilities have reached level 40, and you can even summon a beautiful holy beast." She knew what he was thinking and reassured him, "Don't worry, I completely agree with your idea." Bai said happily, "If we can break the corruption of the night, this is naturally a rare and good thing." Tianyin seemed to see the sincerity from her. Her whole body seemed to glow, attracting the gazes of others. Finally, he had to say goodbye. But before leaving, he took Baihe's hand, placed a kiss on it, and left her standing there in embarrassment, leaving only a "see you next time." Fearing that more people from the dark forces would come, Tianyin tried to find a less crowded path. Then he walked back. Finally, only the two of them were left in the room. Baihe observed La Jia for a while, and then spoke first. "Do you have something you want to say to me?" It seemed there were many thoughts hidden in her eyes. After a moment, La Jia said, "You are very strong. You can even detect my soul power. I don't know how Brother Tianyin knows you." She offered a speculation. If Tianyin is the new master of the world of darkness, known as the Child of Darkness, then you are the child secretly nurtured by the Holy Light, right? Or should I call you by the name Beloved Daughter of Light, which is why you have the title of Saintess? La Jia wondered. You and Brother Tianyin belong to two opposing sides, and you are much stronger than him. But why haven't you moved against him? In the prophecies left by the Holy Light and our world of darkness, the purpose of the Saintess and the Saint's birth is to destroy the Child of Darkness, the one who can revive the world of darkness once. Again, Baihe just listened silently to her analysis. Through Baihe's eyes, a sad emotion could be clearly seen, as expected of a soul offering master. "You really know a lot." But my existence is not just to fight against Tianyin, at least that's what I think. She gradually lifted her face to look straight into La Jia's eyes. For by he, if the world of darkness can be changed for the entire Galactic Alliance, that would be an incredibly good thing. Hearing this, she was stunned. She recalled moments from the past, and then continued. If I wanted to move against Tianyin, I would have done so a year ago when we first met. But I didn't, because I believe that Tianyin's soul will not be corrupted. His heart will forever remain kind. You've seen everything too. Bai He expressed all her inner thoughts. She was certain because her judgment had never been wrong before. Hearing Bai He say this, La Jia was truly astonished by her thoughts. She lowered her face slightly, trying to find a rebuttal. That's just for now. Dark-based abilities will devour anyone who cultivates them. Although Brother Tianyin hasn't changed yet, it's impossible to say for sure that he won't change in the future, if his heart is submerged in darkness by then. At this point, they both looked at each other. Their gazes were locked in a struggle. La Jia wanted to know what Bai He would ultimately do if Tianyin changed. After thinking for a long time, Bai He turned to answer. I have made an oath that if Tianyin truly disappoints me, I will have my own way of dealing with it. When I didn't make the right decision before, I will bear all the responsibility. Her eyes were now filled with resilience. Faced with such a strong will, La Jia was also stunned. She looked at a point in space and finally had to accept it. I understand. So the future cannot be predicted, but for now, you and he are still friends. To be honest, I don't like you either, because after all, you belong to the light. Even so, I will still treat you like my own sister. La Jia sat opposite her, honestly expressing her feelings. A question arose in Bai He's mind, and she had to look up and ask, There's just one thing I don't understand. Why are you asking me this? She averted her gaze and chuckled softly. I don't know either. Even I find it ridiculous. You, Brother Tianyin, and I can actually get along peacefully. This is truly the strangest thing in the world. Hearing her words, Bai didn't know what to say anymore. She could only advise La Jia, your injuries are very serious. Be good and rest. Afterwards, every weekend, Tianyin would go to see Bai He. His power and La Jia's health were also gradually recovering. The three of them seemed to have forgotten their identities. All distances were erased, and they were together like normal close friends. Every time he came, he would bring an interesting item. Everyone tried to avoid mentioning things related to darkness and light. Lately, whenever Tianyin saw Bai He smile, his face would turn as red as a tomato. He cherished these weekends very much, because Tianyin knew that when he left, time would never turn back. And Mo Huan Star was the place Tianyin looked forward to, but now there was something he couldn't bear to let go of. Tianyin felt a sense of loss for Bai He in his heart. But if fate had decided it so, no matter how regretful, it had to be done. He could only close his eyes and ignore the feelings in his soul. Another week passed, and tomorrow was the day of departure for Tianyin and La Jia. The three of them gathered together, and he spoke up at this moment. Tomorrow, I will go to Earth and then straight to Mo Huan Star. I will probably be out of contact with the Galactic Alliance for 3 years. La Jia, what do you plan to go after leaving here? Both Tianyin and Bai He looked at her curiously. La Jia gently placed her hand on her chest and replied calmly, The Dark Priesthood needs a leader. Of course, I have to go back there. Besides, I also need time to integrate the power of a soul offering master. Brother Tianyin, take care as well. When you return from a Mo Huan Star, I will come find you myself. She faced him and said with certainty. Immediately after, La Jia took out a black sphere. There are countless strong individuals in the holy light. You must be more careful on this trip. This thing is useless for me to carry around, so I'm giving it to you. After all, sooner or later, this will belong to you. Tianyin reached out and took the sphere in utter confusion. But as soon as he touched the black sphere, he clearly felt an ice-cold energy quickly spreading throughout his body. Tianyin's eyes widened in shock. The vortex of dark energy inside him began to spin, seemingly on the verge of escaping his body. Tianyin thought in great astonishment. This small black sphere is a demonic artifact of the world of darkness. Suddenly, at this moment, Bai He seemed to sense something and exclaimed with a start, Sorrow of the blue sky. She quickly looked at La Jia as if wanting to say something, but La Jia, startled, turned away to avoid Bai He's gaze. Hearing her words, Tianyin pondered, Sorrow of the blue sky? I can't believe this thing is the mask of darkness, one of the 3 sacred artifacts of the world of darkness. Then he quickly returned it to La Jia. This thing belongs to the soul offering master. It's too precious. You should keep it. She chuckled softly. No wonder, sister, but he firmly believes you won't be corrupted. Brother Tian, Ian has a kind heart. If it were anyone else, they would probably be overjoyed and accept it immediately. La Jia's eyes were full of pride for having placed her trust in the right place. She continued to talk about the item from before. The Mask of Darkness not only has the ability to divide dark energy and conceal one's aura, it can also enhance defensive capabilities to the maximum, especially defense against light. On Mo Huan Star, if you encounter other light-based ability users, you can at least protect yourself. Hearing this, Tian Yin asked, now that the transit stations are blocked, how do you plan to leave Zhong Ting Star without it? La Jia looked at him and smiled happily, replying, you don't need to worry about me. After I go back, I will enter seclusion to cultivate, so keeping it would be useless. Just consider alone. Although she said that, Tianyin still had some difficulty accepting such a great gift. Bai had to step in and persuade him. La Jia is being sincere, so you should accept it. The Mask of Darkness is truly useful to you right now. Finally, he decided to accept it. After I return from Mo Huan Star, I will give it back. After listening to La Jia's explanation, Tian Yin quickly understood how to use the Mask of Darkness. He should have been happy to have it, but looking at those sorrowful eyes, Tian Yin couldn't feel happy for even a second. To him, Bai's eyes held a sorrow that was hard to conceal. Tian Yin could clearly feel her confused state of mind, and all of it was because of him. Tian Yin observed Bai for a long time, then gently called her name as he stepped forward and hugged her. His forehead gently pressed against hers, and he said comforting words in his heart. Don't look so sad. Being suddenly hugged by Tian Yin, Bai was very surprised, but she didn't feel disgusted or resist. Instead, she was happy and shyly blushed. Bai quickly returned the hug, burying her face in Tian Yin's chest and saying in a small voice, Tian Yin, do you know, I'm very scared. His gentle gaze rested on the girl in his arms. Don't be scared. Don't forget the promise I made to you. Finishing his words, Tian Yin released Bai and took her hand. Bai's eyes were moist. I won't forget. I'm not sure if this is right. As she said these words, tears uncontrollably rolled down her cheeks. Her glistening, wet eyes filled with sorrow. La Jia, on the side, saw and heard everything that was happening. She closed her eyes slightly and then spoke. There is no right or wrong. Sister Bai, why do you have to think so much? La Jia looked at her with a puzzled expression. She faced the two of them and expressed her own point of view. Kindness is your most wonderful quality. At the same time, it is also the shackle that binds you. If things continue like this now, what will happen in the future? How do you plan to face it? Bai quickly shook her head in refusal and replied, my nature is already like this. How can it be changed so easily? But I have great faith in Tian Yin. After speaking her heart, she buried her head in his chest. Faced with a Bai who trusted him so much, he was truly surprised. She smiled faintly. There's not much time left. You should go back and spend more time with your family. Tian Yin really didn't want to leave Bai, but she quickly comforted him. It's okay. Tomorrow morning, La Jia and I will wait for you at the turn of this alley. You could just set off from there. The people here should have gotten into the right rhythm. I will use the money you left to build a school. She listed the things she would do the next day. And one more thing Bai would definitely do was to stay here and wait for Tian Yin for 3 years. She looked up straight into his eyes and smiled lightly. In 3 years, I will start to realize my dream. At that time, if you still haven't returned, let's just say we were fated to meet, but not to be together. Hearing these words, Tian Yin fell silent for a while. Suddenly, after a moment, he raised his gaze to Bai and softly called her name. Tian Yin and Bai both had feelings for each other. Besides that, they also had their own missions and ideals to strive for. They wouldn't see each other before departing tomorrow. Perhaps they both understood this clearly. If Bai couldn't help but hold him back, it was feared that Tian Yin's determination to leave would waver. Early the next morning, when he arrived at the place, he saw La Jia already waiting there. Tian Yin then called out to her. Hearing him, La Jia happily turned around quickly. He looked at her and exclaimed, "You look like a different person. I almost didn't recognize you." She gleefully said it was thanks to Baihe's help. Immediately after, Tian told La Jia to give him her luggage, as a spatial power was very useful. Hearing this, she thought it was a great idea. The two left together, and La Jia, at his side, spoke up, "Let's get ready to depart." "Brother Tian, do you want to take me to the transport bridge first?" "Here, we have to get on the bridge ourselves." He happily agreed. Suddenly, Tian turned and whispered, with such an innocent and simple appearance, "No one will surely suspect you're a soul offering master." La Jia also smiled brightly and whispered back, "Really? Besides, my dark power has been well hidden." Tian turned his head to look behind him. His eyes were fixed on the house over there as he thought to himself, "Baihe, I'm leaving. Let's meet again next time." Although the regret and sadness in his heart had not subsided, Tian now wanted to leave quickly, even more so he could return to see Baihe sooner. The city was gradually illuminated by the sunlight. From inside the house, Baihe watched him through the window. "I'm sorry, Tian, I lied to you. I can't wait for you to return. There will be no future for us. I'm truly very sorry. Perhaps we will have the chance to meet again in the future." All the sorrow was expressed on Baihe's face. Her heart was truly more confused than ever, for when the two of them would meet again, they would be people from two opposing sides. The torment in Baihe's heart now turned into tears. "The oath of life forces me to make a choice against my heart. I wonder if you know this? Although you belong to the darkness, you are the light in my heart, the one I truly love." Tian and La Jia departed from the small neighborhood. The two of them smoothly made it to the transit station. Although before they arrived, a few streams of dark power had noticed them. Along the way, the two of them succeeded in playing the role of a brother and sister with a good relationship. Moreover, both of their powers could conceal the deep dark power within their bodies, so those with ordinary dark abilities could not detect them. Therefore, they stopped tailing the two of them, creating an opportunity for Tian and La Jia to enter the transit station smoothly. He bought her a transit ticket to Fein Yao Star, while he himself headed towards Earth. The two parted ways there. Although the time they spent together was not very long, to him, La Jia, in her role as a little sister, made Tian feel incredibly warm. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the palm of Tian's hand. "Elder Latife Heir, Judge Shi Shui has made a decision. Attention all members on Earth, the origin of humanity. He will hold a grand martial arts tournament. The final winner will become the fiancé of Lady Lon Lon." He was stunned upon hearing this. The announcement had conditions. All ability users under 30 years of age, with ability power reaching level 10, could participate. Tian was truly too surprised by this information. He didn't expect them to hold a martial arts tournament to find a husband for Lon Lon. Tian remembered her and thought to himself, "That judge is using this method to choose a husband for Lon Lon? For that arrogant young lady? I bet she was also reluctant, but had to agree." Since hearing the information, he had been standing there, stunned and lost in thought. At this point, Tian found this matter very interesting. He chuckled to himself, "Maybe I should go watch the fun along the way. On the day of the martial arts tournament, I'll also be on Earth." Tian was going to see if the wicked would meet their comeuppance. On the way to Earth, he was always looking forward to the day of the martial arts tournament to see who would end up marrying Lon Lon. Tian looked out into space and felt a little impatient. "This is also my first time going to Earth." Suddenly, a voice called out his name loudly. As soon as he turned his face, Tian saw Demeng with a surprised expression. He really didn't expect to meet him here, and a look of surprise was clear on Tian's face. Demeng was extremely happy to see him. Behind him were also Xue En and Xue Mei. When he saw Tian, he was just as surprised, but when he looked at her expression, wasn't very good. Seeing Tuet Mai's hateful glare, he couldn't help but feel helpless. It was still the same unchanging scowl. Having not seen each other for a long time, Dat Mong and Tuet and both kindly asked after Tian Nan, listening together to all the things that had happened until now. And he was extremely happy in his heart to meet his respected masters. The three of them chatted for the entire journey. Tian Nan recounted everything he had encountered on Hongmin Star for everyone to hear, only hiding the matter of his dark power and the story of Lam Lam. During the conversation, he also learned that they had received news from Tan Min, and the place they wanted to go to was also Earth. Tian Nan was very surprised when he learned of this. He subconsciously asked them, "Could it be that you two masters are also planning to go to the martial arts tournament?" Tueten replied confidently, "We might as well participate since we're on the way. So what? I'm only just over 30 this year. Hearing that, Tien Nan could only force a smile. Actually, Dat Mong's group of 3 just wanted to go for an exchange and to learn. Suddenly, he was asked, "So, you're not planning to participate in the tournament?" Tien Nan gave a strained smile and replied, "I'll pass. With so many masters in the tournament, it wouldn't be my turn anyway." However, in his heart, he really didn't want to get entangled with Lam Lam. Tuet Mai snorted arrogantly, "At least you know your place." Hearing this, everyone felt a bit helpless with this young girl. Suddenly, Dat Mong asked Tien Nan about the level of his ability. Tien Nan smiled faintly and replied, "I just passed level 10. I'm still far behind you 2 masters." And she, sitting quietly listening to the story, also felt annoyed. But when she heard level 10, Tuet Mai jumped up in astonishment and stared at him. Tuet and he were also couldn't help but be surprised by this lightning-fast progress. Faced with these utterly surprised people, he could only force a smile. She couldn't hold back and said loudly, "How can that be? You must have cheated somehow." Seeing Tuet Mai utter those words, he frowned. "Don't talk nonsense. Cultivation must be done in sequence. That is the best method." After learning about Tien Nan's current ability level, Dat Mong spoke very proudly about his previous training process. Hearing that, he turned to remind Tuet Mai, "Did you hear that? That's why I told you to practice cosmic energy." She felt a little embarrassed and replied to Tuet in a small voice, who knew cosmic energy was so powerful. The 4 of them talked about Tien Nan's method of cultivating cosmic energy. It seemed she was very interested in this topic and always listened very carefully to his every word. In such an atmosphere, she seemed to have forgotten her distance towards Tien Nan. The relationship between them, through discussion about cosmic energy, was no longer as distant as before. Sometime later, the spaceship the 4 of them were on had stopped at its destination, which was Earth. Looking out from space, Tien Nan was extremely impressed by this planet. This was the first time he had seen such a beautiful azure planet. Tien Nan's eyes lit up as he looked at the home planet of humanity. A feeling of emotion that was hard to describe in words suddenly appeared in his heart. They finally landed on Earth, in the country of China. The skyscrapers, with their outstanding development, left the 4 of them in awe. Tuet Mai couldn't hold it in. All her astonishment was shown on the outside. "This is my first time leaving Trung Din Star." At this moment, Tien Nan turned to ask Dat Mong and Tuet, and with curiosity, "Masters, where are we going now?" He smiled faintly and replied, "Of course, we're going to the Tan Min headquarters to register. After that, we have to wait at least a week for the martial arts tournament to take place. In the meantime, we can go sightseeing." Hearing this, he scratched his cheek and replied shyly, "I'm not registering, and I'm not participating." Hearing Tien Nan say that, Dat Mong could only persuade him, "If you don't register, I'm afraid you won't be able to get into the tournament when the time comes. Just go ahead and register. It's fine if you don't participate. Even if you do participate, you can still learn a lot." Seeing that he had said all he could, he had no choice but to listen. After settling this matter, the 4 of them got into a vehicle ready to set off. They decided to first go to the Tan Min headquarters building, Tien Bin Bridge. After traveling for a while, their group finally arrived at the Tan Min headquarters. Tien Nan walked and asked curiously, "Master Dat Mong, is the Tan Min Research Institute also here?" He turned around and replied, "The Research Institute is Tan Min's biggest secret. With our current status, we can't know about it." Hearing that, both he and Tuet Mai were very excited and looked forward to visiting the Tan Min headquarters. However, for a mid-level controller, the headquarters had many secrets not revealed to outsiders. But for Tien Nan and her, just being able to stand inside the headquarters already made them overjoyed. Inside the Tan Min headquarters, there were many people, and they all had to go through a check to get in. A Faite smiled brightly and suggested, "As is customary, please present your biological systems." They followed his instructions, holding out their right hands for the Faite to check. If there was nothing unusual, they could enter. But when it scanned Tuet Mai's hand, the scanner sounded an anomaly alarm. Seeing this, she was extremely bewildered and confused. The Faite looked at her and announced, "I'm sorry, but your ability has not yet reached level 10. According to the rules, you cannot freely enter or exit the Tan Min headquarters." Hearing this, Tuet Mai was filled with regret. He smiled lightly and nodded as he comforted her. "I'm sorry, but this is the rule." Tuet walked over and smiled brightly. "Forget it, little Mai. You and I will wait out here for Dat Mong and Tien Nan." Even so, Tuet Mai was still very regretful. She hesitated before replying to him. Tien Nan, who was silently observing Tuet Mai's situation from the side, wanted to step in and help. He walked over to the Phi Te. "Excuse me, sir. Are you a space-type ability user?" Hearing Tian Nan say that, he was extremely surprised. "You can tell what my ability is? Truly extraordinary." Seeing the Phi Te's reply, Tian Nan quickly pressed on that it's just that I observed you using that power to check us just now. His words made him very interested in replying that this brother, also a space-type ability user? To be level 10 at this age, not bad. Keep working hard in the future. If you have the chance, you should take a trip to Hongmin Star. That is the home of us space-type ability users. Hearing the Phi Te say that, Tian Nan wasn't surprised as he had already been to this place. On the contrary, Tuet Mai was quite confused by his actions. Suddenly, Tian Nan opened a small spatial rift, having been accepted and taught by Master Hong Tin. He raised his hand into the air, taking out the camouflage jade from within the space. The jade was a green color and was exquisitely carved with a snake. As soon as he saw it, the Phi Te couldn't help but be startled and exclaimed, "Is this Master Hong Tin's token?" Immediately, he looked at Tian Nan with admiring eyes, tightly grasping his hand. He had never seen Master Hong Tin give this camouflage jade to anyone before. That you're a lucky kid. Tian Nan gave a strained smile. "Master told me to handle some business, so he gave it to me. Senior, we've come from a place very far from Earth. These people are all my good friends. Could you let us in? We'll just watch the martial arts tournament and won't cause any trouble," he asked him shyly. Seeing his junior like this, the Phi Te turned a blind eye. Tian Nan's actions had deeply moved Tuet Mai. He even happily offered his support to him. "Junior, if you need help in the future, just say the word. After all, we're from the same school." Tian Nan's group thanked him and went inside. Only later did he learn that space-type ability users were extremely united. Although their numbers were few, under the leadership of Hong Tin, they were an incredibly powerful force. As Tuet Mai was walking, she turned back to look at him and smiled brightly. "Tian Nan, thank you so much for what you did just now. Let's forget about the past misunderstandings. From now on, we'll be good friends." After thanking him, she returned to her high and mighty demeanor. Tian Nan waved his hands in a daze. "Then I'm honored as well." At this moment, Tuet, who was walking ahead, suddenly turned back. "You really should thank Tian Nan. It took me a while to realize. That person is the controller in charge of the entire defense line of Tien Bin Bridge. I can't believe you managed to bribe that guard. You're quite something, Tian Nan." Hearing this information, he couldn't help but be extremely shocked. What? He's a controller? Tuet Mai indeed had to admit that it was hard to tell from his appearance. Dat Mong let out a laugh. "Don't underestimate that person." Tian Nan needed to have his status as a Tan Min member verified, so everyone was moved to the living quarters for new members. After many rounds of investigation, everyone finally saw a gray door with the words Periodic Inspection Office printed on it. Dat Mong quickly instructed, "The controller here, Matat NAC, is very easygoing. There will probably be a test to survey your abilities, but rest assured, based on your current physical strength, you should pass it easily." Being reassured and encouraged by him like that, his spirits improved and he became much more confident. The door of the Periodic Inspection Office slowly opened. Tian Nan slowly stepped inside. Opposite him was a man in a deep sleep. He was sleeping so soundly he was drooling, completely oblivious to the world. Tuet Mai frowned at Tat NAC's undignified appearance. "This is a controller? Oh my god." Dat Mong then walked over and asked, "Controller Ma, Tat NAC has always been a heavy sleeper. Should we wake him up?" Tian Nan felt it was unnecessary, feeling that he was already old and they shouldn't disturb his precious sleep. He decided to sit here and wait for Tat NAC to wake up. "Why don't you masters go find the competition registration spot first?" After Tuet and's group left, he continued to stand and wait. They decided to contact each other using the biological computers in their bodies. After waiting for more than 30 minutes, he still showed no signs of waking up. Tian Nan's actions stemmed entirely from his respect for Tat NAC, not from any impatience. Ever since leaving his old village, he had helped people wherever he went. This was also the Tan Min headquarters, so it was no loss for Tian Nan himself to pay attention to etiquette. He remained standing in place, carefully concealing his dark ability, and began to absorb the energy flowing around, cultivating his cosmic energy and space ability. It was unknown how much time had passed, but the person sleeping on the chair finally stirred. Tat NAC stretched. "How did I fall asleep again? That little vixen last night was really clingy. Only then did he realize there was another person in the room. Kid, you're here for the controller strength test, right? Tien Nan bowed respectfully and introduced himself. Greetings, Controller Ma, Tat, and AC. My ability has reached level 10, and I'm here to be confirmed as an official member. Seeing him like this, he chuckled a few times, folded his arms, rested his chin on them, and made a suggestion, then hurry up and present it. Tat Nac's empty words made Tien Nan very confused. He asked him blankly, "Is there something I need to present?" Tat Nac's lips curled as he looked at him thoughtfully. Kid, you don't even understand this little rule? Don't think you're an exception just because you're a space-type ability user. Of course, it's a gift of respect for a senior like me. Even though he heard him say a long string of words, Tien Nan still couldn't understand a single one. He couldn't help but speak up and ask, "What did you just say, sir?" Tat Nac looked at Tien Nan calmly. "Where's the gift of respect for your senior?" He was truly horrified by his blatant solicitation of a bribe. Tien Nan subconsciously said in a low voice, "Controller, I don't have anything of value on me." Hearing that, Tat Nac was a bit dazed. He faced him without any shame and made a condition. "Then I'll give you a discount. 100,000 cosmic currency will do." Hearing this amount of money, Tien Nan couldn't suppress his horror and blurted out, "What? 100,000? Why don't you just become a robber?" Feeling that he was being yelled at by a junior like this, Tat Nac's mood immediately soured. His voice deepened a few degrees. "Hey, you stinking brat. How dare you talk to me like that?" Tat Nac glared at Tien Nan threateningly, his killing intent growing stronger. When Ma Tat Nac looked at him with cold eyes, an overwhelming sense of oppression filled Tien Nan's mind. Feeling as if an invisible pressure was weighing down on him, Tien Nan felt like his blood was about to freeze and his whole body was paralyzed. And he continued to look at him with those sharp eyes for a long time. Suddenly, Tat Nac frowned slightly and laughed loudly that "I think you're a pretty decent kid. Do you have any sisters you could introduce me to? Then I'll help you become official." Hearing these words from him, Tien Nan's expression visibly darkened. Faced with this thick-skinned and shameless attitude, he was extremely angry. He clenched his hands into fists and growled, "Don't say I don't. Even if I did, I wouldn't let you get to know them. I can't believe there's such a worthless person in Tanmen. I don't need this controller title anyway." Tien Nan couldn't stand Tat Nac's attitude and fought back forcefully. After speaking, he turned his back and walked towards the door of the room. Suddenly encountering such a shameless person, Tien Nan only felt extreme disgust. He had only taken a few steps when a voice from behind stopped him. "Stop right there. You, turn back around for me." How foolish. Do you really not want to become official? Because Tien Nan didn't look back at that moment. If he had, he would have seen his sleazy smile. After a moment, he slowly turned his head, his gaze extremely firm. "What else is there? Do you want to humiliate me? Even though you're a controller, I will definitely not lower myself before someone like you." Hearing those words, Tat Nac could only give a strained smile. In his heart, he secretly felt that a young person like him was really easily moved by others' words. Suddenly, Tat Nac announced that Tien Nan had met the standard. This statement made him so surprised he stammered, "What? Was that just a test?" He had a hearty laugh and gave him 2 sentences. "Unafraid of power, unswayed by wealth." From the moment you entered the room, the test had already begun. As expected of that Hong Tin's disciple, a kind-hearted nature, also a brave and upright young man. That's enough to become an official controller. He happily praised Tien Nan to no end. He was now frozen, not knowing how to respond. Tat Nac gently extended his hand and smiled faintly. "Don't be dazed, hurry and give me your hand. The test just now was suggested by your senior brother Phi Te. Your temperament is perfectly suitable, and your ability level is not bad either." Tien Nan listened to him and gently placed his hand on his. Suddenly, Tat Nac exclaimed, "No wonder Hong Tin accepted a disciple with such a low ability level like you." After a moment, he spoke, "All right, let's proceed to the next test." Hearing that, Tien Nan was quite surprised. "There's still another test? Isn't it enough to just confirm the level to pass?" Tat Nac smiled lightly as he took out a small box that, "I just want to see exactly how strong you are. Don't worry, if your performance satisfies me, there will be a reward." Hearing there was a reward, he was very excited, but when he looked at the thing in his hand, Tien Nan froze for a moment. This was a Ma Huin crystal. If you use it as a token, you can stay on Ma Huin Star for 3 years as a permanent resident. Tat Nac glanced over to observe his reaction Manhwa star not only has many holy beasts, but is also suitable for cultivation. Being able to stay there for 3 years, it's very likely you'll find a suitable holy beast. Is the reward big enough? Tian Nan opened his space pouch and replied, although this reward is not bad, I already have one. He took out the Manhwa crystal that Hong Tin had given him. Seeing the azure stone lying in his hand made Tatnac dazed that he really values you. Then let's change it to something more special. With that, he took out a yellow, oval-shaped metal from the desk drawer and held it out towards him. This is an Earth attribute metal. It's called the Infinity Metal. In times of danger, it will release stored energy that can save your life at least once. When you fall into a state of panic, its defensive ability will be activated. He stared at the Infinity Metal, thinking to himself that a life-saving treasure like this, more or less, when encountering danger, as long as he was still breathing, could save his life. Thinking it over, Tian Nan decided to accept it. Tatnac opened a hidden door on the wall. Behind that door was a dark space, and his next test was in this room. Tian Nan would have to rely on his own strength to defeat virtual enemies created by technology. At this point, he was a little worried as this was his first time taking a test like this. He spoke up from the side. Based on your abilities, I have prepared an opponent at level 18. Tian Nan slowly replied, all right, then I'll begin. His foot slowly stepped into the pitch-black room. There wasn't a single ray of light in any direction, causing Tian Nan to cautiously operate his space ability. Stepping inside, he could clearly feel his body getting heavier and heavier. Every action consumed a lot of stamina. Tian Nan now understood that the gravity in this space was 3 times greater than outside. He took out his alloy dagger and gripped it tightly in his hand. Tian Nan's eyes constantly darted around. He was extremely wary of everything that I in here. I can't use my dark ability, nor can I use the Tianma transformation. I can only use cosmic energy and my space-type ability. Tian Nan slowly extended his spiritual power outside his body to sense his surroundings. Before long, he had pinpointed his position. Tian Nan closed his eyes, used cosmic energy to protect his body, and at the same time prepared for a teleportation. His spiritual power, intently observing everything, suddenly detected an abrupt energy fluctuation, a human-shaped energy form. It was at this moment that the test for him in this dark space had begun. Tian Nan quickly detected it and became highly vigilant of that energy form. A blinding light was emitted, swallowing the darkness in the room. At the same time, Tatnac outside was also welcoming a new guest. He looked at the person and said cheerfully, "What wine blew you here? In a few days, it'll be the husband selection tournament for you. Aren't you planning to go check out the situation with the men who want to be your husband?" Faced with these questions, she didn't answer. Lam just stood there with her hands on her hips, her face full of helplessness as she looked at Tatnac. She was fuming at his cheerful face. "Uncle Tatnac, stop laughing at me. Of course I came to see you for a reason." Tatnac fumbled to put away his treasures, that you've never come to see me with good news before. Before he could hide his treasure, Lam had already seen it and used magic to snatch it away. What is that treasure? A blue light shone, and the small box fell into her hand. Tatnac shouted in alarm. "Give that back to me. That thing is prepared for an elite official controller." Lam looked at the Manhwa crystal, her face beaming with joy, no longer showing the earlier frown. She picked up the stone and observed it carefully. "No wonder you treasure it so much. As it happens, I should also go to Manhwa Star to find a holy beast for myself. Hand it over to me." Lam flashed a bright smile, asking Tatnac. He didn't know what to do, feeling immense regret for his Manhwa crystal. Tatnac tried to hold onto the stone. "I knew you little devil wouldn't come here for anything good. If you take the Manhwa crystal, you have to stay there for 3 years. How about you always hated cultivating?" Contrary to his expectations, Lam replied, even more cheerfully, "My mom said the higher my ability, the better the holy beast I can find. That's why I never went before, but now I know to work hard. Please grant me this, and don't tell my grandpa about this." Tatnac had no way to hold on to the Manhwa crystal and had to approve her trip to Manhwa Star. "As long as your grandpa doesn't come looking for me to settle scores, of course I won't say anything." Suddenly, Lam Lam noticed something else on the table. She stared at it curiously. Immediately after, Lam Lam asked with curiosity, "What is this?" "A medal." Tat Nac instantly became highly vigilant. This time, her movement was a step too slow. When the blue light flew over, a dome of light appeared around the infinity medal, protecting it inside. He looked at Lam Lam with dissatisfaction. This girl is truly a bottomless pit of greed. I've already promised this to someone else. Noticing Tat Nac's gaze, she could only force a smile. Lam Lam suddenly waved her hand back and forth. "Uncle, this time I came to see you to change my biological computer. My biological computer is broken. Mom told me to come find you to exchange it for a red one." Hearing her say that, he was slightly startled. "Could it be that you're about to become a controller?" Tat Nac quickly checked her level. A voice announced, "Ability level 36, Cosmic Energy level 2, rank 9. Lam Lam was so happy her voice trembled. "How is it? Am I about to become controller? I'm truly a genius." After checking, Tat Nac was dejected. "Heaven is so unfair. You normally never train seriously, yet your ability has reached level 36. She smiled shyly. "I still can't compare to you, uncle." He laughed and said, "If you were willing to practice hard, it would only take you about 10 years to reach the judge level." Hearing Tat Nac say that, she smiled faintly. "Yes, sir." Lam Lam knows her mistake now. "Only now do I know that only with ability can one do what one likes." He folded his arms, rested his chin on them, and smiled faintly. Having superior strength is not just for protecting yourself, but also for protecting the people you love. You must use your strength in the right place and for the right purpose. Lam Lam smiled sweetly. "Thank you, uncle, for certifying me as a controller. I'll be going now. When I have free time in the future, I will definitely come visit you." Seeing her so cheerful, he was still a little scared. "Every time you come, you rob me of my things." After they finished talking, Lam Lam turned to leave. The door of the inspection office slowly closed. Outside in the hallway, she stood leaning against the wall, giggling. Lam Lam held out the hand, clutching the Ma Huin crystal, and thought to herself, "I can't believe I got the Ma Huin crystal so easily. Even if Grandpa finds someone I don't like for me, I don't need to worry. At least I have this. I can hide for 3 years. Although Ma Huin star seems boring, it's still better than marrying someone I don't like." She joyfully clenched the stone in her palm. At this moment, on the highest floor of the Tan Min's Tien Bin Bridge, the water type, Judge Fai Ni, was receiving a young man in his room. He cautiously bowed slightly to greet him. "Hello, esteemed Mr. Fai Ni." Lilac smiled lightly as he raised his eyes to look at the old man. Fai Ni quickly asked, "Lilac, it must have been 5 or 6 years since I last saw you, right? You've become more and more handsome, and much taller too." He replied cheerfully, "Mr. Fai Ni, I've come this time to participate in the martial arts tournament. I wonder if any formidable opponents have appeared in your esteemed league yet? Originally, my grandfather didn't intend for me to come here, but I don't want the relationship between our two sides to fracture. Therefore, I very much hope to be paired with Miss Lam Lam, your granddaughter. I hope you can give me a chance." Lilac stood opposite the old man, presenting his story and his wish. Fei Er was very pleased to see him like this. "You truly are an understanding child. This matter was Lanlan's fault. I arranged this martial arts competition for your sake. Rest assured, if nothing unexpected happens, you will be the winner. After all, your family is famous for that Azure Dragon Power cultivation method. Although our methods are different, the effect is stronger." He just stood there, smiling and listening to the old man speak. Fei Er suddenly fell silent for a moment, his brows furrowing slightly. "Has your Azure Dragon Power reached the 5th threshold yet? The winner must also defeat Lan Lan for her to acknowledge it. Her current level is 35. Lai Luo quickly replied, "That's right. After all, a husband should be stronger than his wife to make her feel protected. Mr. Fei Er, please rest assured, I will definitely succeed. This is a gift my grandfather brought for you. Please accept it." He presented 2 bottles of rare wine and placed them on the table. The old man was astonished to see them. "Is this red wine aged for several hundred years from France? This is too precious." Lai Luo respectfully nodded and smiled lightly. "Although these 2 bottles of wine are indeed precious, they're nothing compared to the relationship between our 2 sides. I still have to prepare for the martial arts tournament, so I won't disturb you any longer." The old man just hummed in response. and Lai Luo then took his leave. He slowly left the room and closed the door, his expression darkening considerably. Suddenly, Lai Luo looked up, his face completely obscured by his disheveled hair, hiding his expression. He called out softly, "A San, come out." The subordinate heard the command and quickly appeared, bowing cautiously. "Young master, what are your instructions?" Lai Luo stared into the empty space and snorted coldly. That old fox Fei heir actually came up with such a twisted method. He clearly wants to probe our family's Azure Dragon power. You quickly have someone find information on all special ability users level 25 and above participating in this martial arts competition. Analyze it thoroughly and bring it to me. Lai Luo turned and gave a serious order to Asan. Asan quickly and respectfully accepted the order. "But young master, I heard that Miss Lonland's special ability has reached level 35. I'm afraid she will be difficult to deal with." He wasn't worried in the slightest, the corners of his lips curling up gently. "So it's that woman who dared to hurt this son. Once I get my hands on her, I'll teach her a lesson slowly. Even if her special ability is level 35, I have ways to deal with her. At worst, I'll just let that old man Fei heir see the true power of the Azure Dragon power. Even if he sees it, he won't understand its mysteries." Lai Luo seemed extremely confident, but in reality, he still had another way, a way that didn't require the old man to witness the Azure Dragon power. Lai Luo's eyes were filled with hatred and a determination for revenge. In that dark space, the fierce battle between Tian Yin and the energy being had finally entered its final stage. He panted tiredly, thinking to himself, the strength of a level 18 special ability user is tough to handle. The alloy dagger has hit its weak spot dozens of times, but it only slowed it down a little. I really want to use the heavenly demon transformation to tear this energy being apart. I can't be impulsive. I must stay calm. Tian Yin was struggling with the current situation, so angry he gritted his teeth. Suddenly, Tian Yin quickly realized it was about to attack him again. A massive flame shot out from the palm of the energy being. Faced with this situation, he couldn't help but panic and could only take a desperate gamble by attacking. Tian Yin charged straight towards the fire serpent, causing the space to distort considerably. The fire serpent was split in two, and he also had to endure its extreme heat. Standing in the center of the fire serpent, the temperature was even higher. Tian Yin felt like he was about to be cooked, but this time he was certain he would hit the energy being's weak spot. Tian Yin used all of his spatial ability to successfully dash in front of it, and he forcefully stabbed into its forehead. The dagger sank deeper and deeper into the energy being's weak spot. A large fireball appeared on its head. Tian Yin didn't have time to escape, letting the fireball shatter the spatial shield he had just created. Tian Yin channeled all the cosmic energy in his body to block it, screaming in pain. The flames quickly flared up, burning his flesh, but Tian Yin refused to give up. He wanted this energy being dead. Tian Yin's fighting spirit erupted, and he raised the dagger in his hand. Tian Yin decisively hugged the energy being's body, activating spatial paralysis while in contact with it. The space in the room was completely distorted. In a twisted space, the energy being was shattered into pieces. Its fragments gradually fell and then vanished, dissolving into space. He tiredly supported himself, gasping for air. This spatial paralysis move also caused him a certain amount of damage, but it was indeed much more useful. Tian Yin slowly wiped the sweat pouring down his face. He had to use all his strength to keep from collapsing. Tian Yin had to use cosmic energy to protect his exterior. His mental power was still trying to conceal the dark vortex within him. Just then, Sanua opened the door and came in. "Not bad, kid. You actually passed." Hearing him say that, Tian Yin looked at him with disdainful eyes. Back in Sanua's office, he had originally intended to just wait for him to hold out for about 5 minutes to pass the test, but he didn't expect Tian Yin to completely destroy the energy being. He complained, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Sanua happily explained, "Seeing that you could push yourself that far, I didn't intend to stop you anymore. In the end, you look like a suckling pig, truly pathetic. Freshen up for a bit at my place." A while later, Tian Yin had changed into a different outfit. Looking at it, he couldn't help but be amazed. Is this the uniform of a Holy Alliance member? Tian Yin could feel that its material was very soft and light, making it extremely comfortable to wear. Wearing such a comfortable and expensive-looking outfit, he immediately felt much happier. Seeing Tian Yin's interesting expression, San Nuo couldn't help but laugh with delight. I didn't expect Huang Jing to be so lucky to find a disciple as capable as you. Kid, you have to work really hard from now on. I hope you don't make me wait too long. Come find me quickly to get your controller level certified. As he spoke, he pinned a badge on Tianyin. Hearing this, he was a little scared. I'd rather that day come a little later. But let me say this first. Next time I'm definitely not taking any more tests. Hearing Tianyin say that, San Nuo laughed even louder. The Infinity Badge automatically linked with the biological computer. After activation, the biological computer also gained many new functions, such as people being able to contact him through his codename 4444. He continued by placing a gold card in Tian Yin's hand. You're preparing to go to the martial arts tournament, right? Although the chances aren't great, I still want to give you this, so you don't have to go through the trouble of registering. He took it curiously. Is this a registration card? When asked, San Nuo quickly smiled and replied, that's right. There's no data inside. If you agree, I'll add your data for you. But if you just want to go and watch, you could just take it as it is. Tianyin happily faced him with a broad smile. Then thank you very much. San Nuo took the opportunity to entice him. If one day you feel that old man Huang Jing is no longer a suitable master, come find me. Although I don't know about spatial type special abilities, I still have a considerable understanding of other things. He laughed confidently, patting his chest. Tianyin could only give a wry smile and refuse. He treats me very well. I hope to continue following and learning from him. With that, he quickly bowed to bid San Nuo farewell. He didn't keep Tianyin any longer. All right, go on. The door to Ma San Nuo's office slowly closed. Inside the room, he remained standing there, muttering, truly a good seed. It seems the Holy Alliance has a successor. In the hallway now, there weren't many people passing by. Tianyin walked a short distance, and then stopped that I seem a bit weak. My spatial ability was almost completely depleted in the test just now. After thinking, he let out a sigh and decided to contact Demeng. Tianyin entered his title, and soon after, he made contact. From within the biological computer, Demeng's surprised voice rang out. Tianyin, you've been certified? He happily accepted while asking for their group's location. He quickly replied, we're on the 3rd floor. We've already registered. Take the sonic speed elevator up here. Everyone is waiting for you in front of the elevator. Hearing sonic speed elevator, Tianyin noticed the image in front of him. Seeing the elevator, he quickly replied, all right, I've just got on the elevator. I'll see you all in a bit. Just as he hung up, the elevator arrived. Tianyin looked up and was very happy that the elevator had arrived at just the right time. The doors slowly opened. A figure loomed behind the doors and slowly came into view. He was quite surprised to see someone else inside. Looking at that person, Tianyin's eyes widened slightly. Nai Luo stood with his arms crossed, looking at him without a flicker of emotion. The elevator doors opened, and Tianyin and Nai Luo faced each other. He had no choice but to let him get off first before getting on. Suddenly, Tianyin's whole body ached intensely. Because I used so much energy for that test, I'm so tired now. Just as he looked up, Nai Luo had already approached him, startling him. For some unknown reason, he was extremely displeased upon seeing Tianyin. Nai Luo frowned, gritted his teeth, and snorted coldly. He walked over aggressively and deliberately bumped into his shoulder. Injury upon injury, Tianyin coughed up blood in pain. The pain in his chest was indescribable. Tianyin couldn't understand what that power was. His body, tired and weak, collapsed backward. Gradually, Tianyin's entire body slid down, while Nai Luo just stood there watching him. At this moment, he let out a loud, contemptuous laugh. Are all the people from the Holy Alliance of this caliber? Remember this well. You're nothing more than a dog of the Holy Alliance. As he spoke, Nai Luo looked at Tianyin mockingly, lightly brushing his sleeve. He trembled continuously in pain, his eyes filled with immense resentment as he looked at him. Tianyin watched Nai Luo with anger in his heart. Who is this bastard? I'm so angry I can't even make a sound. He used his mental power to control his special ability, preparing to release the mental control and use the power of the heavenly demon transformation. Tianyin closed his eyes and began to regulate his body. Surprisingly, after releasing it, 3 special ability circles of different sizes began to operate continuously, not fusing together as they did when Tian-Yin used the Heavenly Demon transformation. Before long, the vortexes returned to their original positions. However, his spatial ability, which had been completely depleted, returned to its initial state. The 3 vortexes gradually became the same size. Although the balanced energy was much smaller than in its optimal state, his feeling of weakness had vanished into thin air. The pain in his chest from being bumped earlier had also improved a lot. Tian-Yin slowly stood up. He angrily gritted his teeth. That kid from earlier made me furious. This humiliation today, one day, I will definitely repay him tenfold. When he met up with Demeng's group again, Tian-Yin received the registration card that he and the person in charge of registration had requested. Then they returned to the first floor hall of the Libra Bridge to find Fei Ji. As soon as they met, he and him started talking about Tian-Yin's test. Fei Ji laughed heartily. You even changed into uniform? Not bad. You didn't embarrass Master. Here, I'm returning this disguised jade to you. Phantom Star has a lot of energy. 3 years of cultivation, there is equivalent to 10 years of hard training on other planets. Although this effect can only be maintained until you upgrade your controller level, it's very suitable for you. He heard this and wondered why it only stopped at that level. He slowly explained, on Phantom Star, when your strength reaches a certain level, the power and energy there will become saturated. If you want to level up further, it's not as simple as just absorbing energy. It requires not only comprehension, but also great luck. After 3 years of cultivation, you should go to Bright Star to study under Master Me. Only with his guidance will your path of advancement be smooth. Thanks to his guidance, he realized that he had been thinking the same as Fei Ji. A smile gradually appeared on Tian-Yin's lips. He respectfully thanked him. Fei Ji replied politely, we are fellow disciples, so it's only natural to look out for each other. Everyone should go back and rest now. After saying goodbye, Tian-Yin's group turned and left. Fei Ji stood there, watching him leave with a fond gaze. Master giving you this disguise, Jade, proves that you will become his successor. Although I still don't understand why Master chose you, we must obey his orders. A while later, at the Holy Alliance headquarters building, when they arrived at a hotel not far from the Libra Bridge, a problem arose. They only provided Demeng's group with 2 rooms. After some negotiation, they were able to divide the rooms. He decided that he and Xuan would take 1 room, leaving Tian-Yin and Xuan Mei in 1 room, which made her extremely dissatisfied. Demeng explained, each room only has 2 beds. Don't worry, Tian-Yin is an upright person. He also nodded vigorously in agreement. At this moment, he was quite flustered. No, Master. I can sleep on the floor if I stay with you too. Tian-Yin really couldn't imagine what it would be like to share a room with Xuan Mei. He was afraid he would be burned to a crisp by tomorrow. She turned and saw Tian-Yin's attitude and became very angry. Xuan Mei got mad and pinched his cheek hard. Am I going to eat you or something? Tian-Yin cried out in pain gently. While the 2 of them were playing cat and mouse, Xuan and Demeng had already opened their room door and said goodbye to them. He tried to shout for help. Masters, help me. You can't be serious. Xuan Mei was very angry seeing Tian-Yin reject her like this. She continuously questioned him. The 2 of them bickered back and forth for a long time before stopping. In the end, Tian-Yin could only follow the arrangement and share a room with Xuan Mei. Moreover, he had to push the 2 beds together at a request. He looked at the 2 beds and panicked inwardly. Sleeping together? Does Xuan Mei really have feelings for me? She came in from outside and asked, are they pushed together yet? Suddenly, a pillow flew straight at Tian-Yin's head. Xuan Mei only gave him that much because he wanted to sleep on the floor. It was only then that Tian-Yin realized he had been overthinking things. He silently picked up the pillow with a dissatisfied look and a reproachful tone. Miss Xuan Mei, don't be so unreasonable. You're so small, 1 bed is enough for you. But she didn't pay much attention to Tian-Yin and flopped onto the bed with great satisfaction. At this point, Xuan Mei playfully winked. Back home, this young lady always slept on a big bed. It's become a habit. She happily rolled around on the 2 beds, talking nonstop. If you have a problem, go vent in the bathroom, but just don't let me hear it. Xuan Mei's behavior left Tian-Yin speechless. He resignedly walked to a corner of the room and dropped the pillow there. Forget it. I'll just sit in this corner and take the opportunity to cultivate. Not hearing Tian-Yin complain anymore, she glanced in his direction. Seeing his action surprised her. I just wanted to tease him a little, but he won't even argue with me. What a blockhead. No wonder he's still single. Shuemei sat up, not very happy. She slowly crawled to the edge of the bed and complained, "It's broad daylight. What are you sleeping for?" Hearing Shuemei say that, Tian-yin retorted, "I'm not sleeping, I'm cultivating." "Miss Shuemei, you've already taken the bed. Now you want to control what I do too." Suddenly, Tian-yin's words made her feel bored, and she started acting cute. "My two brothers definitely won't take me out to play now. Talk with me for a little longer." Seeing her being so cute, Tian-yin froze, his face flushing slightly. Shuemei quickly noticed his strange expression. She knelt up straight, hands on her hips, and questioned him. "What are you looking at? Have you never seen a pretty girl before?" Tian-yin gave a forced smile and turned away. "That's not it. I've just never met a pretty girl who's so fierce." She was surprised to hear that and asked back, "Am I really that fierce?" Shuemei's reaction, in turn, surprised him even more. After thinking for a moment, Tian-yin spoke. "I think among all the girls I know, you're the fiercest." Hearing him criticize her so seriously, she couldn't help but get angry but still try to hold it in. "You really have a way with words." After that, Shuemei didn't say anything more, just secretly glanced at Tian-yin and let it go. It seems he's just that kind of person. I've never met anyone so straightforward. After thinking for a moment, she turned over and went to sleep on the bed. "I'm sleepy. You go and cultivate. If I find out you have any improper intentions, then..." Shuemei didn't finish her sentence, just snorted coldly. Tian-yin, sitting in the corner, waved his hand helplessly. "Even if you paid me, I wouldn't dare." "Improper intentions? I can't even hide from you fast enough." Finally, some peace and quiet. "I have to take this opportunity to cultivate and get the 3 special ability vortexes in my body to operate simultaneously." Tian-yin gently closed his eyes and began to cultivate. By absorbing the surrounding energy, Tian-yin would gradually bring the 3 special ability vortexes back into their proper orbits. A long time later, Shuemei groggily opened her eyes. She sat up and stretched comfortably, a bright smile on her face. "How long did I sleep?" As she turned to look at the clock, Shuemei was startled. "It's already the next morning? I slept for so long. It seems traveling from another planet made my body extremely tired." At this moment, she noticed the person sitting in the corner. Seeing the image of Tian-yin dozing off, Shuemei couldn't help but wonder, "Don't tell me this guy has been cultivating from then until now. He's been sitting there properly this whole time? Does he really see me as a tigress? Oh, whatever." She looked at him for a long time, lost in random thoughts, then got out of bed to wash her face. Shuemei tiptoed out of the bathroom. She tried to be as quiet as possible so as not to wake the other person. But when Shuemei looked back, she saw Tian-yin staring at her, dazed and blushing. She was also stunned for a moment, her mind not keeping up with the situation as she blurted out, "What are you looking at?" Suddenly, after that question, Shuemei screamed in embarrassment. Ropes of fire continuously attacked him, causing him to panic. "Wait a minute." A moment later, she finally stopped and saw Tian-yin with a nosebleed, unconscious, to avoid the embarrassing scene. He had quickly pretended to be unconscious. Shuemei called Tian-yin's name in fear, but he didn't wake up, which made her even more panicked. Shuemei decided to go find a Meng and Xuan. Tian-yin, lying there, wanted to tell her not to, but it was too late. The other two had already arrived and saw this rather unpleasant scene. After hearing the whole story, they of course realized Tian-yin was faking it. Therefore, he had to tell him to take Shuemei and leave. The two of them sat in the room, extremely embarrassed. Faced with this situation, he really wanted to explain. Tian-yin finally cleared up the misunderstanding. In the following days, his life with Shuemei became more peaceful. It seemed that her guilt had made her attitude gentler. Tomorrow is the martial arts tournament. Everyone wanted Shuemei to stay and watch the house, but she didn't want it all. Shuemei helplessly patted Shuemei's head. There's no other way. If you can't get a competition registration card, you'll just have to accept it. She burst into tears. I don't want to. Let Tian-yin stay and give me his card. And yet, he actually happily gave it to Shuemei. It just so happens I was planning to stay in the room to cultivate anyway. But when you all get back, remember to tell me about all the interesting things that happened today. When Tian-yin gave her the registration card, her eyes lit up. You're really giving it to me? Shuemei quickly became cheerful again. She jumped up and down continuously to celebrate. Meng and Shuai found this a bit hard to believe. They hadn't expected him to do that. In fact, Tian-yin still had the registration card San Nua had given him earlier. Of course, Tian-yin Ian had to watch the competition, but he couldn't go with his group. Because tomorrow, Ian wanted to appear with a different identity. He stood there, lost in thought for a long time. The next day, after saying goodbye to the Meng's group, Ian stayed alone in the hotel and began to act. He walked quickly down the hallway. Ian put on a small cloak. The uniform provided by the Holy Alliance is too recognizable. I have to disguise myself a bit. Of course, I still have a treasure that's perfect for hiding my identity. Immediately after, he opened his personal space. Ian took out the mask of darkness and put it on. Only by using this to hide my identity can I use my most formidable power. Ian stood in front of the mirror, looking at himself and marveling. After channeling my mental power into the mask of darkness, I can't even see my face clearly in the mirror. It only leaves a vague impression. Just you wait, that arrogant guy who humiliated me yesterday. He will definitely appear at the arena. When that time comes, I'll make him pay the price. He carried a burning determination, concealing the aura of power around him. At this time, at the large floating arena where the martial arts tournament was being held, Ian slowly entered. As soon as he stepped inside, he was registered immediately. Ian looked around and couldn't help but be surprised. Even with a registration card, we still have to go through multiple checks by the guards to get in. The number of people who came seems to be less than expected. A large screen appeared in midair, and an announcement rang out. "Attention, Blue Whale Squad, seal the entrance to the arena. The opening ceremony has begun." Until now, he was still very curious about who Lan Lan's husband would be. Fei Er appeared on the screen, respectfully greeting everyone. "Today, we just need to find the final winner. Not only will they be able to marry my granddaughter, but they will also gain the right to join the Blue Whale Squad and the Hu family organization. Next are the competition rules. Those who can withstand my power will have the qualification to challenge Controller Ma Sanhua. Just holding out for 10 seconds is enough to pass the round." Ian listened intently to every rule. The people around also sat and listened seriously. In the next round, they would be split into pairs to fight again. The winner would retreat to rest for 4 hours, then proceed to challenge my granddaughter, Lan Lan. He really didn't expect Sanhua to be the one to challenge the candidates. Ian felt very lucky that he had worn the mask of darkness to hide his identity. Suddenly, the screen in midair disappeared, and in its place, a blue sphere gradually formed. Everyone in the stands was extremely surprised. They couldn't believe that Fei Er and Ma Sanhua would actually appear here. Since there were still 10 minutes until the start, they were very curious. The old man looked towards the stands and said, "Today there are only 472 people, fewer than I imagined. Perhaps among them, many have come just to watch the show. However, everyone has shown their sincerity. Although it's not yet time for the competition, to make the match fair, we should let everyone admire Lan Lan's appearance." Fei Er looked towards the stands and presented. Immediately after, a large pillar of light appeared behind the old man. Ian, watching from above, was very impressed. Is this Lan Lan's maternal grandfather, the water-type adjudicator with an extremely high status in the Holy Alliance, Lottie Fei Er? His power is immense. Suddenly, the other people stood up in shock, their eyes glued to the pillar of light. What is that? This is Judge Fei Ni's water-type ability. That pillar of light is being emitted from a platform in the air. Everyone here is eagerly looking towards the pillar of light, from which a figure gradually appeared. Inside that blue pillar of light, a mass of water was circulating. After a moment, that mass of water formed into the shape of a perfect Miss Lam Lam. Thien Nan, down in the stands, looked up with his jaw dropped. Is that Lam Lam? It's not just water forming her shape. What level of control is needed to do something like this? A person made of 100% water-type ability was gracefully dancing atop the blue pillar of light. Her dance was captivatingly beautiful, making the hearts of many spectators around flutter. Suddenly, he heard a voice from behind him. Master Fei Ni's power is truly respectable. A water-type ability that's like a space-type ability capable of summoning. Thien Nan looked back and saw 2 guards from the Blue Whale Squad standing there, commenting on today's martial contest. When did they get here? I didn't even notice. My own strength is truly insignificant. However, this makes me look forward to the journey on Phantom Star even more. He sat there for a while, thinking about the future. Blue specks of light gradually flew towards the spectators in the stands. They reached out to touch them, wondering where these things came from. The blue beam of light in the sky and the figure of Lam simultaneously turned into countless specks of light, and the initial immense pressure gradually disappeared. Just as everyone felt their bodies become light, the specks of light touched them, and the area around the arena suddenly became unusually noisy. In the brilliant light, a blue halo appeared, and various chaotic sounds echoed for a long time. Thien Non shot up in alarm. Everyone who touched those specks of light had fainted. They lay sprawled on the stands. More than half couldn't avoid it. He was horrified by this scene and immediately understood that the first test Fai Ni had brought for the ability users present here had begun. Fai Ni possessed a powerful control ability. That much was clear as day. The blue points of light could knock those people down like reaping wheat. They all collapsed to the ground. In an instant, Thien Non realized he was in an extremely harsh test. He quickly created a solid defensive layer. Thien Non could only use the concealing ability of the Mask of Darkness, unleashing all three of his powers outward to defend himself. Suddenly, he felt an ice-cold aura pierce his heart and lungs. Even though he had deployed his strongest defensive layer, he couldn't withstand the destructive force of that attack. Thien Non narrowed his eyes to observe the sky above. He could only barely block a portion of it, his body growing increasingly tense. It was truly difficult to resist. He glanced over at the two guards and couldn't help but marvel. Yet, the two members of the Blue Whale Squad could easily neutralize that attack. They were even chatting happily as if nothing was wrong. Is this the gap in power? Due to the destructive force of the cold aura, my head is starting to get fuzzy. Fai Ni and Tat NAC stood high above, observing the surroundings and making comments. The ice-cold sensation severed the connection between Thien Non and his three abilities. Although he had no intention of using the Heavenly Demon transformation, his three abilities coincidentally fused. An abundant power felt like it was about to explode in his chest. Hellfire spread throughout Thien Non's body. Although it didn't bring a sensation of heat, the chilling feeling was dispelled. The Mask of Darkness clearly displayed the power of a holy artifact. In just a short time, he realized he had undergone a great change. But from the outside, nothing was visible. The two guards quickly noticed Thien Non. They were quite surprised that he had managed to survive Fai Ni's attack. The blue light gradually faded, and the entire arena fell into silence. Obviously, the old man had not yet used his full strength. Thien Non sank into his seat with relief. It's over for now. A water-type judge is already that strong. What if it were the great elder of the Holy Alliance? Teacher Mo once commented on the pinnacle duel from 30 years ago. What would a decisive battle between darkness and light look like? As he mused idly, he wearily rubbed his eyes. At this moment, Fai Ni continued his announcement. The trial match is over. Those who still have the ability to fight have the right to freely challenge Controller Matat in AC. Standing beside him, he smiled brightly and waved at everyone. Those who can hold out for 10 seconds will qualify for the next round, but the use of holy beasts in the competition is forbidden, which made the contestants very worried. After finishing the briefing, Fai Ni vanished. The old man disappeared quickly. Tat NAC looked up and raised his voice. Let's begin. Whoever is ready can come up on their own. Come on, kids. It'll only take 10 seconds for anyone who comes up. I won't use my full strength, so I hope you can give me a surprise. He beamed and extended his hand. The candidates up here were a bit hesitant. None of them wanted to go first. Suddenly, something startled Thien Non. He looked to his side and broke into a cold sweat. It was the Blue Whale Squad from earlier. Why were they suddenly sitting here? But it's fine. I have the Mask of Darkness, so I don't need to worry too much. He turned to start a conversation. Brother, your strength just now wasn't bad. Why don't you go down and give it a try? Thien Non quickly refused. I'm still very weak. I just got lucky and barely managed to hold on. Seeing that he was quite modest, the man continued the conversation. I'm number 6. What's your name, and what type of ability do you cultivate? Being asked so suddenly, Thien Non was momentarily startled because he couldn't reveal his real name. Thien Non stammered for a while, still unable to come up with a suitable name. Fortunately, at this moment, he thought of Bok Hop. He likened himself to the lush green leaves that protect the lily flower. Thus, the name Luke Deep was born to hide the name Thien Non. I know a little about space-type abilities. Hearing him say that, number 6 was quite surprised. Luke Deep, huh? With his strength, you must be a controller. But as far as I know, the number of space-type controllers isn't large. Are you a student of MO? Being asked so suddenly, Thien Non once again had to rack his brain for an excuse to cover it up. I'm sorry, I don't think I can answer that question. Every ability user has their secrets. Only the controller in charge of supervision has the right to know my identity. After saying that, Thien Non turned his face away, leaving number 6 sitting there in silence. He glanced over, his voice deepening slightly. The Supervision Institute. Just then, the appearance of the first challenger in the arena temporarily resolved Thien Non's immediate crisis. A level 27 fire-type ability user, Lac Neum, had always been eager to fight. He came this time to watch, but also in hopes of challenging. Lac Neum, who understood and used flames excellently, began to exchange moves with Tat and AC. However, the disparity within the same rank created a gap in ability between them. Lac Neum only lasted for 9 seconds and was eliminated directly. In the VIP seats at this moment, the members of Phi Ni's family watched the proceedings together. The 3 of them, Lam Lam, Ona, and the old man, observed meticulously in silence. Number 6 walked over to talk to number 8. Look at that kid. Didn't he say only the supervising controller could know his identity? I'm going to find someone from the Supervision Institute now. Thien Non heard his words and was extremely displeased. So clingy. Unable to hold back, he turned to ask number 8, we're all members of the Holy Alliance. Don't you trust me? He explained helplessly, it's not that we don't trust you, but the dark forces have been very active recently. You also revealed great strength just now, so we need to verify your identity. At Tat NAC's urging, Batcock 2 was the second challenger and successfully advanced to the finals. After a long period of challenges, a total of 15 people passed. He made a final call for challengers. Just then, a pair of steady feet landed on the stage from above. Of course, there is. As soon as he saw the figure, Thien Non quickly recognized him. Nilak confidently stepped forward to challenge Tat NAC. By Ni family. Nilak by Ni request to challenge controller Ma Tat NAC. He was stunned into a daze. It's that guy. Seeing Thien Non's surprised expression, number 8 became curious. He hastily replied, I've met this person before. He explained from the side, Nilak was originally Miss Lam Lam's fiancé, but the engagement was called off. This time, he also has the right to participate in the competition. The cancellation of that engagement was also the young Mrs. fault first. Tat NAC regarded him with a less-than-friendly gaze. Although I don't like him, Finey said that when it's Nilak's turn, I have to go easy on him to let him into the finals. The spectators in the stands seemed surprised to see him here. I should probably explain a little. Acting on the thought, he quickly stood up and spoke to the audience that he shouldn't have been qualified to participate, but he was originally Miss Lam Lam's fiancé. With Finey's approval, the organizing committee made a special exception for him to participate. I'm explaining this to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. Everyone was endlessly surprised after hearing this, and Lam Lam in the VIP seats had heard everything. She was trembling with anger. Unable to swallow this huge lump of anger, Lam Lam shot to her feet and shouted, "How could this be?" She couldn't help but turn and question Finey, "Grandpa, why did you let him participate in the competition too? This isn't fair to me at all." The old man closed his eyes slightly and replied calmly, "He was originally your fiancé. I have to give him a chance to prove himself, to give his grandfather face. It's not certain he'll surpass you. So what are you so anxious about?" Faced with these words from Finey, Lam Lam trembled even more with anger. She couldn't believe her grandfather could be like this. Unable to argue further, Lam Lam had to swallow her anger and sit back in her seat. Finey looked down at the stands below, musing, "I can only sacrifice you, my grandchild. If I can maintain a relationship with the Bai Ni family, then I'll have a chance to become the great elder of the Holy Alliance." On the stage at this moment, Ma Tat NAC spoke first. "We can start now. The timer will begin when I make a move." Nilak smiled faintly and gave a slight nod as if he understood. In a flash, he had already teleported away, leaving only a faint afterimage. In the stands, Thien Nan's jaw dropped at that speed. Nilak decided to choose a direct attack. A series of attacks were launched, aiming for Thatnak. He didn't budge, just stood still and used his hands to block. He's attacking straight here without any hesitation. This light is the secret ultimate skill of their family, the Azure Dragon Force, right? After traveling a certain distance, the attack was stopped by an invisible shield. After landing a blow, Nilak retreated to maintain a certain distance. Before he could get his bearings, a vortex quickly surrounded Nilak. The spectators above exclaimed in surprise. Controller Matat NAC used his Earth-type ability to take a direct attack from Nilak. Then he immediately circled behind to block Nilak's retreat. He was now surrounded without a single gap to escape. Tat NAC's sharp attacks whizzed towards Nilak. He wasn't afraid at all, and even sneered. "I've realized something. I'm afraid you members of the Holy Alliance all have some problems with your heads." Those slanderous, insulting words from Nilak quickly made him waver, his brows knitting together before he knew it. Seizing the moment Tat NAC was distracted, he escaped from the red encirclement. "Can't fight, don't know how to fly?" Thien Nan, observing from above, was very surprised by everything. What on earth is that Azure Dragon Force? Can be used like that? Tat NAC glanced at Nilak with annoyance, feeling incredibly frustrated. By now, the smile on his lips had completely vanished. Suddenly, a large curtain appeared in the sky, covering the entire arena. The spectators were treated to one surprise after another. It's truly astonishing to be able to create such a large mound of earth from nothing. This time he's completely overwhelmed him. Nilak quickly looked up above his head and lowered his body. He snorted coldly in anger, his brows furrowed and his teeth clenched, his frustration evident on his face. But Nilak didn't give up. He charged straight up at the curtain. Seeing this, Thien Nan was extremely surprised. He didn't think he would go this far. Nilak had used the Azure Dragon Force like a drill for a direct attack, even fighting on par with Tat and AC. Seeing him still so stubborn, he raised his hand. "If this is the case, I'll just have to attack again." Suddenly, a voice rang out with an announcement. "Controller Ma, Tat and AC, the time for this challenge is over." Hearing that, he was stunned. As Tat NAC remembered, it had only been 7 seconds. He couldn't believe it and looked at the clock on his biological computer. Only then did Tat NAC realize with a start that he had been tricked. A figure landed lightly on the arena floor. Nilak smiled and extended his hand. "So what now? Is the time up or not?" Because their earlier conversation had conveniently lasted for more than 3 seconds, allowing him to win. Up in the stands, neither Thien Nan nor number 8 had anticipated this move from him. Although Tat NAC was unwilling, in the end, the rules that were set had to be followed. 10 seconds had passed. The large curtain he had created also disappeared, and the arena fell silent. Tat NAC became silent. "I will withdraw my ability." Though he said that, in his heart, he partly acknowledged Nilak's strength. He sneered and gave a wink. "No, this isn't a cheap trick, it's intelligence." Nilak suddenly extended his hand and smiled faintly, his voice provocative. "Controller Ma, Tat NAC, I admit your strength is very great, but I'm afraid there's a bit of a problem up here." A bright smile remained on his lips, but his words and actions were infuriating. Being provoked like that, Matat NAC was about to go mad with anger. He casually leaped into the air, laughing loudly. Nilak quickly returned to his seat in the stands. But his performance and words had angered quite a few of the ability users present. They gnashed their teeth at Nilak's arrogance. Even Thien Nan and number 8 didn't expect him to say such a thing. At this moment, Tet NAC was still standing on the stage below, glaring at Nilak. "I've done as you asked, Fini. I didn't expect that kid to be so ungrateful as to mock the Holy Alliance." A mechanical voice suddenly rang out. "The challenge portion is over. All 16 contestants prepare to participate in the finals in 4 hours." In the VIP seating area, Lam Lam's face was beaming as she laughed loudly. "Grandpa, is this the person you chose?" Fini had heard all of Nilak's words from beginning to end. He hoarsely told her to be quiet. During the day, not a single person appeared in the stands. The young man, number 8, began to feel annoyed that the arrogant Nilak dared to presumptuously think he was worthy of marrying Miss Lam Lam. Thien Nan, standing next to him, also thought there was some arrangement behind scenes. Number 8 lowered his voice, tacitly agreeing with his question. The strength of the Bai Ni is one of the most powerful families and also has the greatest influence in the Galactic Federation. Not only do they have influence, but this family also owns its own planet and the most powerful battleships in the fleets. After hearing about the family's immense background, Thien Non also fell silent and became wary. Number 8 changed the subject. He suggested that Thien Non teach that Brat Nilak a lesson on his behalf by registering for the competition. In return, Number 8 guaranteed that Number 6 would not investigate his identity. Thien Non firmly told Number 8 that he would teach Nilak a lesson because there was still a debt between them yet to be paid. Hearing this, Number 8 paused, his state shifting from asking a favor to one of concern because Thien Non had never competed in a match before. But he didn't seem to care much, as he didn't want to marry Lam Lam and also didn't want Nilak to win. At the same time, he wanted to protect the dignity of ability users. Hearing the words protect the dignity of ability users, all the suppressed burdens vanished in an instant. Number 8 proudly patted Thien Non's shoulder. As for him, he just mumbled non-committally. From a distance, Number 6 walked down and came over to ask, Number 8, what are you doing? Seeing Thien Non beside him, he spoke up. Hey, you kid. Thien Non was about to reply, but paused because there was someone else walking behind Number 6. He introduced the man following him with the intention of making Thien Non reveal his identity. This is Controller Tatlan. He had a cold face and a voice full of contempt. Looking at his appearance, his ability probably isn't much. Number 8 intervened, affirming that among all the people he knew, Thien Non's ability was by no means ordinary because he possessed a space-type ability. If there were dark forces, they would find out Thien Non's true identity. Then Number 8 continued to soothe Number 6 suspicions by using the Holy Alliance's biological computer. Number 6 was now starting to suspect him. Tatlan also didn't understand why Number 8 kept protecting Thien Non. He asked him directly how Thien Non could prove his identity. Seeing that he could no longer shield him, Number 8 invited the two of them to sit down and recounted what had just happened. After hearing the account, Number 6 was puzzled. Can he defeat him when the Bai Ni family's Azure Dragon force is not easy to deal with? Even Master Phi Ni couldn't predict it. Thien Non replied nonchalantly that if that guy wins in the final match, he would personally step up, but in return, he had a small request. Thien Non did not hesitate to make the following requests. He did not want to marry Miss Lam Lam because he already had someone he loved, and he hoped everyone would cooperate. After hearing the request, Number 6 was a bit hesitant. Why did Thien Non have to hide his identity, unless he was a member of the Holy Alliance? He also thought Miss Lam Lam wouldn't dare to break up someone's family. He paused for about 2 seconds because upon hearing that, Thien Non felt this guy seemed to have misunderstood his meaning. He said he came from Hades Star and was an external staff member of the Alliance. Controller Mo was his master and was currently on a mission to guard the Demon God Temple. He hoped everyone would not reveal his identity. Tatlan was half believing, half doubting. You must present a token, he said, while also pointing out a few suspicious details. In his heart, he had to respect his extensive experience. But luckily, Thien Non had prepared a backup and put his hand into a small wormhole. Then he held out his hand. It was a small sphere with an exquisitely carved snake inside. After seeing the small sphere, Tatlana's facial muscles relaxed. He admitted that the two of them were old friends and that he had heard about it before. He assured him he would keep his secret. Thien Non smoothly continued the story. The reason he couldn't reveal his identity was because he remembered old Master Mo's words, and he was only here to learn. Besides that, he said with hidden meaning that someone was deliberately humiliating the Holy Alliance, and he would not allow it. Tatlan had to admit that although his old friend was an eccentric person, in return, he had high-quality disciples. It was just the right time to see that Thien Non was suitable to participate in the competition. Although he had successfully passed the identity check, he was also a little curious why these 3 people didn't notice anything unusual. Half an hour passed quickly. There were 16 participants, divided into 8 random teams. Nilak and Bai Ni were matched against a space-type ability user. Because the ranks were not very different, it was easy to determine a winner, but Thien Non had pushed his vision to the limit, and no one was using the applications of every ability type, which he found strange. He curiously asked Tatlan why no one had used flight techniques. He explained that it was to avoid increasing variables. As for Nilak, it's hard to know, so there's no need for flight techniques, which also saves time and minimizes damage. For members of the Alliance, such a result is a good thing. In his mind, Thien Non had to admire the coordination of the Holy Alliance members. Soon it was the 8th match. Nilak and the space-type manipulator Kiet Tui also began to enter the arena. Kiet Tui, with an unchanging expression, calmly stepped out to fight. The referee introduced the two and stated a few rules. Nilak showed a look of arrogant disdain for his opponent. Kiet Tui paid no mind to that and simply said, "The wind is strong today." Seeing his opponent disregard him, Nilak felt slightly annoyed. It turned out Kiet Tui's meaning was that he was just full of hot air, which made Nilak pause slightly. In the stands, everyone who heard it laughed loudly because the guy was so right. Thien Non was no exception, sitting there with a smirk. Nilak's face darkened. "If you're looking for death, then you can't blame me." He didn't hesitate to fly forward as if he wanted to eat Kiet Tui alive. Nilak gritted his teeth and unleashed his power to attack. The energy source rushed forward like a tornado, but was easily dodged by the opponent. Even though the figures were constantly moving, he remained extremely calm and challenged them. "Is hiding all you know how to do?" Without even glancing, Nilak could still know the enemy's position and attack. Even Kiet Tui couldn't help but feel wary of him. As expected of the sole heir of the Bai Ni family, Nilak, on his side, was feeling extremely annoyed. He let the little mouse escape again. A plan had already formed in his mind. To deal with people with space abilities, observation only makes one see illusions. Using spiritual power is the best way. Nilak was condensing his power into a net. As time went on, the connecting threads became denser. Immediately, Nilak caught a signal. He reflexively raised his hand to block it. A space-type attack? The people outside also began to discuss that surprise attack. However, Thien Non had keenly noticed something strange. It seemed something protected him. Kiet Tui, in the middle of the battle, was very angry. It's that Azure Dragon Force again. He decided to fight in a more extreme way. "If I'm discovered, I can only take the hit." 3 more strikes. 3 streams of energy immediately shot out at his command. No matter how strong Kiet Tui was, he was almost blown away by the backlash. He couldn't bear it and coughed up blood on the spot. His attack power is really too strong. Nilak was extremely confident. "I won't let you escape again." Charge forward to victory. A swirling vortex of energy immediately crashed down towards him. Kiet Tui clutched his injuries and tried to hold on. "I won't let you have your way." Thien Non watched them with great worry. What is he planning to do? Wait, is he planning to transform himself into a spatial attack and rush towards Nilak? How many attacks has he turned into in the end? Tatlan was also extremely impressed. Space varying ring slash. Not bad. It seems the space type has no shortage of geniuses. This is a skill that only a controller can master. But at first glance, it seems Kiet Tui has forgotten the rules. This move shows no mercy at all. Nilak might be swallowed by the light. At the moment of life and death, Nilak seemed a bit panicked. Noticing the change, he hurriedly jumped back. The originally green light was replaced by yellow color, and something seemed to appear on his face. Everyone in the first-class observation room was also very nervous. Finey guessed profoundly. It's finally appeared. This is the true Azure Dragon Force. Nilak was completely focused on the match. He gathered his energy into a giant shield. The audience outside was immediately surprised by this. Does that shield block all attacks? In the space filled with blue energy, a golden light suddenly exploded from the center. Kiet Tui could only watch helplessly as his technique was shattered. How could this be? What on earth is that shield? Seeing a fist gradually rushing toward him, Kiet Tui could do nothing but take the full force of the blow. He faltered. Too much of his stamina had been consumed. The wound on his shoulder immediately split open, causing him pain. Nilak said coldly in a superior tone, "I'll give you a chance to say your last words." In the end, another source of power managed to protect Kiet Tui. Matat NAC said in a low voice, "I already told you, don't push your opponent to their death. You've already won. Don't do anything to break the rules." He immediately regained his composure. "Thank you for the reminder, controller. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to pull back in time and would have broken the rules." Nilak added contemptuously, "It seems space-type abilities are nothing special after all." Thien Non couldn't help but be surprised upon hearing these words. Number 8 hesitated. This brat has such inner strength. He even blocked the attack power of the heavenly blade slash. "I'm afraid the winner today." Thien Non immediately interjected. He didn't win with his own strength. Everyone saw how strong Kiet Tui is. "Brother, didn't you notice that orange light?" Hearing this, he replied to him, "Nilak is the young master of a great family. He must have a special protective item on him." Indeed, the blue shield blocked it, which is why he had the chance to win. Tatlan nodded in agreement. That's right. As the heir to the #1 family, he must have quite a few family heirlooms on him, but there's no rule against using items. Today's matter is not so simple. After the match ended, another incident was taking place in a corner of the hall. A foot viciously and mercilessly stomped on the opponent. Nylak began to scold. What kind of background check was that? I almost capsized. If it weren't for the Dragon Soul Shield, this family heir would have lost. The subordinate explained, trembling, space-type ability users are always extremely mysterious. I investigated as much as I could. I didn't expect this guy to hide his talent, to be so strong at only level 20. I swear this won't happen again. You can now compete with peace of mind. He was extremely cautious. The Azure Dragon power was exposed. I wonder how happy that old man Finey is. Just wait until I marry his granddaughter. Then we'll see how I deal with him. In the VIP room, Finey also had his own thoughts. This space-type ability user is really strong. He could even force Nylak to use the Azure Dragon and the Dragon Soul Shield. If he reaches level 36, he might be even stronger. Lam pondered. That old man from the Baini family loves this grandson the most, even giving him all his treasures. It's so frustrating. His defensive ability is terrifyingly high. If I can't break his shield, then I'm in trouble. If it really happens, nothing I say can change my grandfather's decision. Forget it. He has his ways, and I have mine. Since the second round of the competition began, 2 people advanced smoothly, making it to the final round. Thanks to his defensive layer and the added power of the Azure Dragon power, Nylak had astonished everyone. Although his attacks weren't strong, his endurance and defensive ability were very high. Batcock 2, a level 32 water-type ability user. Tiannan shrewdly guessed. These 2 are probably not her choice. Should I be secretly laughing, or should I feel sorry for Lam's fate? Batcock 2 suddenly spoke up. Young Master Baini, hello. I greatly admire your strength. Nylak replied bluntly, you know your place. My family has absolute power. No need for admiration. Your strength isn't bad either. If you're willing, this young master can help you leave the Holy Union. The opponents seem to be swayed. This offer is too tempting. If I follow the young master, I'll surely live a life of luxury. Nylak was extremely confident, of course. Everyone knows of my family's financial power. If you're willing to side with us, your wish will be granted. The audience also waited with some trepidation. Unexpectedly, Batcock 2 changed his tone. What a pity. Nylak asked, confused, a pity about what? He replied contemptuously, a pity that I don't want to be a dog subordinate. The entire stadium immediately burst into uproarious laughter. Batcock 2 laughed gleefully without a care for anyone. At that moment, an announcement rang out. The final match begins. Nylak coldly unleashed his strongest attack die. But Batcock 2, renowned for his defensive ability, released a blue domain, beautifully dodging his attack. Nylak was furious. Ability users from the Holy Union only know how to hide. A bunch of mice. The commentator began broadcasting, 1 attacks, 1 dodges. This match is completely one-sided. Batcock 2 is a seasoned veteran. Using his advantage in agility, he dodges attacks while taunting his opponent. Batcock 2's goal was very simple, to make his opponent exhaust all his energy, then seize the opportunity to win. Nylak was furious. Such a boring tactic. I'll counter endless changes with constancy, sensing the changes around me. That method was effective. He had found his opponent's presence. Batcock 2 didn't attack recklessly. Controlling the domain with his right hand, he threw 10 water bullets toward Nylak. Nylak could still mock his opponent. It's a waste for you to call yourself a member of the Holy Union. Yet you harbor an ability user who knows nothing but hiding. This is nothing. I'm not playing with you anymore. I have to show you what a real domain is. Number 6 and number 8 shouted in surprise in unison. What? Even Tiannan didn't know what was about to happen. Tatlan speculated. Could he have the ability to create an Azure Dragon Chi domain? Dragon scales had appeared on Nylak's face at some unknown point. The distinct features of a dragon also appeared on his hands. Tiannan was extremely shocked. His body is undergoing too many changes. Nylak frantically summoned power in the arena. The sound of chatter was extremely loud in the stands. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. Is this Nylak's domain? People began to feel bewildered as they saw a giant sphere appear. A golden dragon radiating a brilliant aura coiled around Nylak's body. Tiannan truly didn't know what to say and could only remain silent. They nervously watched Nai Lak transform his power. That dragon is... The powerful golden dragon was aiming straight for the person below to attack. Babcock, too, tried to release another stream of water power to prevent injury. The two sides were about to collide head-on. A second later, the water power suddenly formed a giant sphere, while the golden dragon split into other streams of light that enveloped it. Nai Lak gritted his teeth. Although it could weaken his attack, he would still be injured himself. He had to retreat to avoid being blown away by the air pressure. Let's see how you break my attack. Babcock, too, was struggling greatly. Although my attack weakened this dragon a little, to take this blow, I still have to try my best. The only way is to use all my strength to break it down. Suddenly, a sheet of ice appeared in front of him. That's enough. Babcock, too, stared at it, stunned. A blue glass shield? Nai Lak also didn't expect this strange turn of events. He trembled with anger. Mr. Fai, why are you interfering in this matter? Is this really fair? Fai calmly replied, since I have acted, I will certainly ensure you get fairness. You are indeed stronger than Babcock Tuesday. Since you've won, there's no need to continue. The old man said sternly, I declare that Nai Lak is the complete victor and has the right to challenge Lam Lam. After announcing the result, Fai led Babcock 2 back to the stands. The competition result was out. The entire arena fell silent. Every ability user here felt a sense of stifled anger. Seeing this, Nai Lak spoke arrogantly. Not convinced? But why isn't anyone stepping up to fight me? If you're not convinced, just come down here. The Gyani family's Azure Dragon power is ready to accept any challenge. I, Nai Lak, am invincible. Number 8 wondered, Luke Deep, are you still not going to show yourself? Now is the chance. Don't let us brothers be ashamed. He pondered, although I previously felt that Lam Lam marrying such a terrible person would be satisfying. That's all in the past. If I'm not magnanimous, then what's the difference between me and Nai Lak? Besides, I can't stand to watch this anymore. Down below, Nai Lak was still very smug. You're all trash, wasting the abilities you have. The Azure Dragon power is the strongest. Today, you have all witnessed it. 2 figures appeared on the stage almost at the same time, one gray and one blue. In a flash, the 2 were in the middle of the arena. Lam Lam angrily scolded. What nonsense are you talking about? You haven't defeated me yet. Wanting to be my husband isn't that simple. Tien Nan stood silently watching them. Lam Lam is here too? A firm footstep stepped forward. Tien Nan had volunteered. Hello, Miss Lam Lam. When dealing with someone like him, it's better to leave it to me. Nai Lak questioned indignantly. Who are you? Lam Lam hesitated. You intend to challenge him? She wondered, who is this person? Why does he look so familiar? Tien Nan nodded. That's right, for no other reason than the dignity of ability users. Hearing this, Lam Lam felt even more confused. Why does he seem so unfamiliar? In fact, because Tien Nan was using the power of the dark mask, Lam Lam couldn't truly see his face, but she still felt it was strange. Nai Lak said contemptuously, another one who isn't afraid of death. I wonder who will come to save you when you fail. Tien Nan replied coldly, I don't need anyone to save me. If I lose today, you won't have to do anything. I will kill myself right here. But rest assured, because you just fought several matches in a row, to be fair, I will give you time to recover. Last time, I passed the controller's trial. After that, I'll face you right away. That means you, Nai Lak, must have a treasure that helps you recover quickly. Remember my name well. I am Luke Deep, 22 years old this year, a level 15 ability user. Nai Lak smirked. If you want to witness my NAC's test subject, then I will grant your wish, and we'll also see if you have the qualifications to challenge me. Although Nai Lak looked down on this person of unknown origin, since Tien Nan had spoken thus, for the honor of his family, he could not refuse the challenge. Meanwhile, Tien Nan kindly advised Miss Lam Lam, if I fail, it won't be too late for you to act, but I believe in my own strength, and I hope you can believe in me too. Lam Lam had no choice but to nod and promise him, all right, I believe you. For the dignity of us ability users, you will succeed. At present, Fai Ni, in the stands, watched everything unfold in astonishment. He was no longer as stubborn as before. In his heart, he also realized that his granddaughter's choice was somewhat correct. Through this competition, several ability users had surprised him, and he also wanted to observe the extent of Tien Nan's strength. Onna said frankly, he is indeed a member of our union. Let's see what ability he uses later. I think if he dared to stand up, he must be somewhat confident. That young master, he really needs to be taught a lesson. Finey also had his own thoughts. I hope this Luke Deep can bring me a surprise. Even if his level is low, I will still recruit him into the Husa group. Oh nah, do you also feel that my choice of Nilak was wrong? Perhaps I was only thinking of the immediate benefits and was mistaken. Let's let heaven decide today's matter. If Luke Deep is defeated, then we'll do as Lam Lam wishes. You give the crystal of silver to her. Ona was endlessly surprised. The crystal of silver? Seeing that she wanted to say more, Finey directly cut her off. If Lam Lam is unwilling, then why should I force her? At her current level, with Lam Lam's strength increasing to that of controller, defeating the Azure Dragon power won't be difficult. She was moved upon hearing these words from her grandfather. From now on, can Lam Lam decide her own marriage? Lam Lam came over and hugged his arm. Grandfather, you're the best. Finey still taught her sternly, don't cause trouble anymore in the future. You must improve your abilities as quickly as possible. You are a rare, naturally gifted ability user. This talent cannot be wasted. Ona was also very happy to see the harmonious scene just now. Finey and Lam Lam left the arena one after another. Tien Nan, under the alias Luke Deep, began to receive the challenge of Controller Ma, Tat, and AC. He carefully instructed, don't hold back, otherwise someone might complain that our holy union is being biased. Nilak could only snort coldly and observe from below. Matat NAC also agreed with him. All right, then I'll begin. Tien Nan's spiritual power directly cut himself off from the three types of energy. Three vortexes representing darkness, space, and cosmic chi soon gathered in front of his chest. The three colors of black, white, and cyan merged into a swirling vortex. A powerful aura suddenly erupted. The heavenly demon transformation appeared under the cover of the dark mask. Matat AC was also a bit wary. Look at the biological computer on his right hand. This Luke Deep's strength has grown stronger again. He might have even reached the controller level. But his current strength is not only profound, it also makes others unable to guess it. It even seems to make me feel a sense of dread. The heavenly demon transformation, fused from Tien Nan's three types of power, gave rise to a purple hellfire. Thanks to the concealment of the dark mask, others only saw a white flame. He lightly stated his condition, if you step back, I win. How about it? Number 8 directly speculated. I'm afraid he wants to embarrass that brat Nilak. Ish Luke Deep Kreishi. Number 6 also nodded in addition. He's even increasing the difficulty. Matat NAC kindly advised, you can think it over carefully. You yourself said that Earth defense is the strongest. The light from his flame is truly strange. It doesn't seem to belong to any ability. A shield began to form. I'm afraid you don't have much of a chance. The ground in the arena began to undergo a strange change. It's coming. Unexpectedly, it was Matat NAC who showed a surprised expression. A sense of bewilderment arose in his heart. This appeared in an instant. This is not an ordinary illusion ability. A second later, when his opponent was distracted, Tien Nan suddenly rushed forward. Matat NAC was alarmed. So fast. He's already in front of me. This side probably couldn't even keep up with his speed and the aura on his body. Finey was also observing. In just 3 seconds, his speed has reached 4 times the speed of sound in the Demon City. Matat NAC had the same feeling. He increased all his power, preparing to meet a powerful blow, when he suddenly felt an emptiness before him, as if all gravity and air pressure had disappeared. He frantically tried to raise his hands to defend. It seemed there was no distance between him and the boy. He had to use his full strength to attack, just to keep his body stable. But the faint shield on his hand weakened powerlessly. At this moment, the space that had disappeared suddenly expanded to 100 times its size and then exploded. While the explosion occurred, the compressed hellfire took advantage of the power of the spatial explosion. It created an unprecedentedly powerful impact. The combination of space and darkness ultimately elevated the heavenly demon to a new level. The hellfire, under the compression and propulsion, immediately shot straight into the shield. The hellfire and heavenly demon transformation emitted after the transformation were not actually true hellfire. He himself did not yet possess the power of a dark judge. However, his flame still possessed its inherent characteristic, which was a powerful and magnificent purification. Earth-type defense is the most solid, but darkness has the advantage in breaking through Earth-type barriers. The immense compressive force and the forward impact caused Matat NAC to lose control of his body, retreating 3 consecutive steps before he could stand firm again. Tian Nan was hit by the recoil and sent flying backward. Fortunately, after undergoing the heavenly demon transformation, his control over his body had become more agile. Tian Nan was in a much worse state than Matat NAC. After all, his power could not compare. It wasn't without reason that he was a renowned defensive ability user. It was with great difficulty that he managed to stabilize his body. Lam Lam couldn't help but gape while observing the match. The two people next to her were also caught in a tense and suffocating atmosphere. Matat NAC couldn't help but feel bewildered. The power he just radiated was truly intense, although it couldn't be confirmed whether he was a space-type ability user or not. But the feeling of space shrinking was clear, not fake. Is this Luke Deep really just someone about to become a controller? This is truly terrifying. He then spoke up to acknowledge, I declare that Luke Deep is qualified to challenge Nilak. A glimmer of hope grew in his heart. I hope Luke Deep will be the only challenger, because our holy union are not people who cannot bear defeat. He politely explained, I just use a little trick to expand the space, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to push you back. Matat NAC immediately replied, you don't need to explain anything. I am thoroughly convinced of my defeat. If you didn't have a powerful space ability, how could you have done that? He thought to himself, although I don't know where this guy comes from, he must be related to the demon's homeland. If he wants to teach Nilak a lesson, I believe he is capable of doing it. An announcement rang out. I declare that Luke Deep is qualified to challenge. The match will now begin. I hope Luke Deep will be the only challenger, because our holy union are not people who cannot bear defeat. If Luke Deep loses the match, I don't want to see anyone else step into the arena. If you do, you'll have to defeat me. Nilak still sat alone in thought. All around were sounds of cheering and encouragement. Everyone was supporting him. They had faith that he would win. Compared to the excitedly cheering ability users, the one who was even more moved was Lam Lam. Seeing the heavenly demon transformation with that ultimate move just now, his tall figure was deeply engraved in her heart. Her heart throbbed unconsciously. A thought flashed through her mind. It seems my grandfather's method of choosing a husband through a contest isn't so bad. Perhaps this is what I've always been looking for. I never expected that person to be. After the match ended, Tian Nan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily, I had the dark mask that the old man gave me before, so I was able to hide my identity when I used the heavenly demon transformation this time. Therefore, in the eyes of others, I'm still just a stranger, no different, and I didn't leave any impression. Nilak once again stood facing Tian Nan, but his mindset was very different from before. He no longer dared to underestimate him. Instead, he immediately displayed his strongest Azure Dragon power. Nilak was clearly put on guard by the previous match. I didn't expect there to be someone as formidable as you in the Holy Union. This time, I won't hold back. Tian Nan knew one thing clearly in his heart. Time was up. The power of the heavenly demon transformation was limited. Even so, he still replied confidently, go ahead and use your full strength. I not only want to defeat Nilak, but I also want to successfully leave this place without being caught by the people behind me. Just as he was distracted, the power in front of him suddenly expanded. The golden light dazzled Tian Nan. His body moved faster than his thoughts. The phantom image shift helped him avoid Nilak's surprise attack at the crucial moment. He said mockingly, as expected of someone from the Holy Union, still a mouse that only knows how to scurry and hide. Tian Nan replied, not showing any weakness. So sneak attacks are your family's heirloom technique? After dodging Nilak's continuous attacks, Tian Nan stretched his hand forward. The Hell Demon Fire created a huge flame, rushing straight toward Nilak. He wanted a quick victory. All the spectators held their breath. What will happen when Tian Nan's unrefined Hell Demon Fire clashes with Nilak's amateurish Azure Dragon power? It's likely that neither of the two involved had ever considered this scenario. The expressions on both their faces grew more and more serious. In the eyes of others, it was just the heavenly demon transformation, which looked no different from white light, clashing with the power of the Azure Dragon power. But a scene that shocked everyone appeared. The white light directly formed a giant mouth that swallowed the golden light. Nilak looked around in confusion. What is this? The attack range of the Azure Dragon power suddenly dropped sharply. Tian Nan became more excited. Although it's unclear what happened, I can feel the Azure Dragon power being turned into a source of reinforcement for the Hell Demon Fire. The dissipated power of the Heavenly Demon transformation is returning. The continuous overconsumption of power had caused Nylak to feel exhausted. The training from his childhood made him react more quickly. He immediately broke away. His body was suddenly repelled, which is how he escaped being swallowed. He stammered and asked Tian Nan, "What kind of ability do you have?" He just snorted coldly at the one who had been so arrogant and conceited just a moment ago. Tian Nan replied firmly, "I just want to let you know, ability users will not be humiliated." Nylak was driven mad. "You're really asking to die." Nylak couldn't believe that the power he considered the strongest in the world could be defeated. The cosmic chi and Azure Dragon power in his body immediately surged to their limits. The attack range increased sharply, enveloping him in an instant. Tian Nan's speed continued to be restricted under the influence of the Azure Dragon power. The power in his body fluctuated, and in an instant, he expanded the Hell Demon Fire to cover his entire body. Tian Nan became more confident. He began to move at the fastest speed possible, rushing toward the enemy like a stream of light. A giant blade of light appeared in Tian Nan's right hand. Number 8 shouted in shock, "What is that?" Tian Nan's bulging muscles released an explosive power. His right arm was continuously infused with chi. It was as if a voice appeared in his head. Tian Nan suddenly shouted instinctively, "Space-shattering Dragon Slayer." Wherever the blade passed, space gates opened like torn holes. The blade of light had struck the golden dragon. Everyone was so tense they didn't dare to breathe heavily for fear of affecting the match. Nylak's eyes widened. He truly couldn't react in time anymore. A sound echoed from the arena with each slash. For dignity, an explosion occurred, and rocks everywhere were shattered. Everyone in the VIP room also felt their backs drenched in sweat. Lam Lam was also at a loss for words, just waiting for the final result. At the center of the crack was Nylak, beaten to his knees. He stammered, "How can this be? At this moment, Tian Nan suddenly called out, "Nylak." He gnashed his teeth in anger. "Those who humiliate others will be humiliated by others. I'm giving these words to you." Tian Nan's whole body emitted a source of power. Perhaps others would not attack Nylak anymore, but hitting a fleeing enemy is not my principle. Nylak knelt there trembling, as if awaiting his final judgment. Tian Nan used all his remaining strength, and a colored ball of light shot out, heading straight for Nylak. However, because of his relationship with the man's grandfather, Fai Ni appeared just in time. But unexpectedly, the white ball of light suddenly accelerated, hitting the ground in the blink of an eye. Everyone's faces turned pale as they anticipated the severe outcome. When the dust settled, only one person was left lying unconscious on the ground. It turned out that in the critical moment, Nylak had used the Azure Dragon Force shield, but was still heavily injured. Although his life was saved, he could not completely escape the attack. Tian Nan quickly realized the danger. If Fai Ni had appeared, he would have no more chances to strike, so he quickly left. He turned and said one last thing to him. "Nylak, consider yourself lucky. Don't let me see you again." The watching espers erupted, the entire stadium filled with joyous cheers. Tian Nan also left quickly, speculating, "One is heavily injured, and Fai Ni probably can't catch up to me." In the arena, Fai Ni pensively watched Tian Nan's retreating figure. As he flew past the stands, he saw the three of them signaling to him at the same time. With the help of the three, Tian Nan passed through the protective barrier, but suddenly a blue figure caught up with him. The person behind him called out, "Wait up, wait for me. I can barely keep up." Tian Nan was surprised. "Miss Lam Lam, why are you following me?" Lam Lam asked back, puzzled, "Why are you running?" She was a little exasperated. "It's not like I'm going to eat you, am I?" He explained awkwardly. "I've finished my business. Why would I stay? What I wanted to do is done. You should go back. I have things to do. Goodbye." Lam Lam gathered all her courage and called out to stop him. "Wait." Even though he had turned away, she continued, "You seem to be very afraid of me, don't you?" Lam Lam asked worriedly, "Is it because I'm very ugly?" Tian Nan was extremely surprised to hear this. He shook his head. "Of course not, but we've only just met, and I really do have things to do." She hesitated, "But you should know why today's match was held. Didn't you act because of me?" Tian Nan really wanted to say no, but in the end, he chose a polite reply. "I only acted to teach Nylak a lesson, for your sake and for all the espers." Finally, he turned away. Besides, I haven't fought you yet, so things can still be salvaged. I know you don't want to marry someone you don't love, so I will concede. I lose to you. Goodbye. Perhaps we'll meet again. My name is Luke Deep. Lam Lam's eyes glistened as if she wanted to say more. However, in a flash, he had vanished. As if losing control, she silently called his name several times. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. Could he be the one I'm looking for? Why wouldn't he stay a little longer? Could he be afraid of my grandfather? Why didn't I know there was someone like him in the Alliance before? The image of Thien Nan slaying the dragon was deeply engraved in Lam Lam's heart. Although his features were blurry, it made the feeling in her heart even stronger. The Sky Arena was incredibly lively, with cheers echoing everywhere. The feeling of holding their heads high brought joy to everyone's hearts. After confirming that Nilak was not in danger, Fai finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least the situation was still salvageable. The old man thought for a moment, then had no choice but to summon Ma Tat Nac. Seeing the old man's confusion about Thien Nan's identity, he also shook his head. This name, Luke Deep, is very strange to me too. I can only check the records later. I'm afraid the name is also fake. As I recall, no spatial skill user can possess the power of a controller. The number of spatial controllers is small, but that kid just now was clearly not one of them. Fai muttered thoughtfully. The number of spatial controllers is only just over 200. Even if we eliminate them one by one, we'll find him eventually. Matat Nac said frankly, from what I know, there are only a few spatial controllers on Earth. The newest arrival, Mo's disciple, only has a level 10 ability. Although his talent is quite good and his application of his Esper ability is excellent, at best he's only equivalent to a level 18. He can't be the Luke Deep from today. Finey replied, it's hard to say. Didn't that Luke Deep fellow just say he was only level 15? If a level 15 really has that kind of power, wouldn't that make me a god? The old man had made his decision. I'm assigning this to you. Immediately go investigate that newcomer. Take feet we do. If you can confirm that he is Luke Deep, bring him to me at once. The mysterious youth in their memories made everyone very curious.